Day 2 of the CWL Global Pro League's Yellow Group is in the books, and the race for the playoffs is officially on. We witnessed 2 fresh matchups to start the day, followed by 2 bitter rematches from Day 1. To kick off the day, Luminosity Gaming took on Millennium. LG was able to win Hardpoint in convincing fashion before taking yet another search and destroy map. Millennium would easily secure the victory in Uplink, but the momentum was short-lived. LG dominated throwback Hardpoint, not only sending Millennium into the 100-point club, but to 0-3 in group play. To no surprise, E-United picked up on Day 2 right where they left off Friday night, easily securing Map 1 on Scorch Hardpoint 250 to 205. A seemingly effortless victory on Retaliation S&D followed before Epsilon took home an impressive win in Uplink. E-United was able to pull off a narrow victory in throwback Hardpoint though to wrap things up, giving them a win over each of their fellow group members at the halfway point of the weekend. Millennium entered their next matchup looking for their first win against an undefeated E-United squad, after falling to them in the group's opening match earlier this weekend. They built a strong lead on Scorch Hardpoint, but E-United mounted an epic comeback to take the first map. Millennium quickly bounced back, however, winning their first S&D map of the weekend. Millennium's best game mode thus far, Uplink, was next. They led at halftime, but in familiar fashion, E-United would storm back to take the second map. Millennium would mount an epic comeback on Retaliation Hardpoint, but fell just short, leaving them 0-4 after 2 days, moving E-United to a perfect 4-0. LG would kick off their rematch with Epsilon by taking a 1-0 lead on Scorch Hardpoint, but Epsilon would quickly bounce back, avenging a Day 1 S&D loss to LG with a dominant 6-2 performance. The strong play of Epsilon and Uplink continued by giving them a 2-1 series lead. They would then wrap things up in convincing fashion on Retaliation Hardpoint, keeping their playoff hopes alive for Day 3. This has been the Day 2 recap for the Yellow Group of the CWL Global Pro League here at Stage 1 in Columbus, Ohio. We'll be back later today with full coverage of the Yellow Group's final day, beginning at 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
More on the line than ever. It isn't necessarily just about the prize money. You're fighting for that spot at the Global LAN League.
You wish everyone could be involved, but realistically only the 16 best in the world can be. congrats to all these guys earning that invite.
These, for me, are the right teams in the league.
Evil Geniuses will have the final qualification position in the CWL Global Pro League.
The best in the world are here to compete on North American soil.
This is big. The Global Pro League is on the line.
The LAN League is pretty much everything. That's going to be the season for everyone.
This is what we've been working for.
Every year there's always been one thing to play for, but now the LAN League is everything this year, to be honest.
If we don't make the LAN League, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
United will enter as the top seed in their group.
The boys on Luminosity are headed to the Pro League.
And Millennium will get their chance to go to Ohio.
Epsilon sneak in with the final spot out of Europe.
The Gunless gets cleaned up all three.
He's going to put it in for a two-point play, and this is it, Jack.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the final day here in Week 3. It's the CWL Global Pro League, and today we find out which two teams will be moving on into our $500,000 playoff bracket. Today I'm joined at the desk with the experts as always. We got the 2014 World Champion, Mr. Teepee. We got Joey D. Merc DeLuca's in the building. And then at the very end, we got our Rise Nation pro player. Felony has been joining us all weekend long, watching all of the action unfold. Felony, you're going to be watching the playoffs, but I got to get your predictions today coming in. We know E United is a match away of securing their spot. Who's going to get that second spot? Do you think it might be Epsilon coming through? Are we going to see a reemergence of Luminosity? Or is there a chance that Millennium could even sneak in?
If Epsilon can close out this series against E United, it's really big for them because then that forces Luminosity to have to beat E United. So if Epsilon can come out hot in this series and really establish their momentum early on in the day, I think that they can take the second spot.
Anything could happen, and they are all playing for some serious prize money. I know you guys want to get back on the sticks after seeing how much is up for grabs coming up here in just a few weeks.
Oh, some juicy money on the line for Stage 1 and Stage 2. Anaheim champs coming up. Joey D, what are we doing here? We got to make a team.
I'm ready. Let's go back. We're going back.
Not
Stage
too late
2,
to be
we're
picked up,
qualifying.
baby. 200 grand going to first place at the end of Stage 1, 120K for second. We pay out all of the 8 teams that'll be competing. Third place, though, it's a very important place to finish as well. If you get third place, you're locked in for Stage 2. You have another chance at a $500,000 playoff bracket. And most importantly, you'll secure your spot at the Call of Duty World League Global Championships, where $1.5 million will be on the line. Really, at this point, if you're Millennium, you have your work cut out for you. You're at the bottom of the leaderboard. You had some tight matches, but you choked in some big respawns, and now they find themselves in the hole 0-4. Talking with Marky B backstage, he said, basically, there's a lot of scenarios where we could sneak into third place. Second place is nearly going to be impossible. We have to simply win 6 games and lose nothing today.
That's going to be pretty tough. The map count going to come into play. Also, you can see Luminosity and Epsilon. They went head-to-head, both 3-1s on either side, right? So map count going to play in pretty heavily throughout this entire day. So, yes, wins are ultimately the most important thing you're going for, but if it gets down to the wire, those map counts are quite important.
Merc, as we take a look at the schedule here, walk me through which match is most important in your eyes here to kick off of the day.
It's got to be games number 1 and number 4 for me, because if Epsilon, if they're able to beat E United, they put a lot of pressure on Luminosity. Even if they take a few maps off of E United, they put a ton of pressure on Luminosity. And then, of course, both those teams, they have to beat Millennium to keep that going. So, going to be some crazy games all day today.
Felony, what's going to be the best match of the day in your eyes?
Match number 1, it sets a tone for the rest of the day. It puts some pressure on Luminosity, or it can help Luminosity out. It all depends how Epsilon plays.
We're going to have a hell of a first match. Epsilon, they caused the upset last night, taking out Luminosity. Now will they get revenge against E United? Let's hear what the players had to say leading up to the big match.
I expect E United to be a really fast-paced team. Like if you want to beat them, we've got to match their pace. I think they're just going to be flying at us all the time, so we just got to match that.
Epsilon is a team I've seen in CWL Birmingham. I saw them play, some of their gameplay. It's really fast.
To beat United, I think we just got to match their pace and just fly at them.
A lot of teams kind of struggle with different personalities, different play styles. Their probably best attribute is the fact that they're probably all on the same page and they all know what they want to do. If we win our S&Ds, I have no problem bringing it to a Game 5.
I feel like we can beat United if we go last map, in one series maybe, and with the next series I think we'd take them 3-1 or 3-0.
Every single game in this series matters today. Even if Epsilon loses, they're still in a race with Luminosity to see who is going to have the best record, not only in series count, but more importantly, map count. So before we kick off this first game, real quick, Joe, break it down for us. What is on the line for these two teams? How tight is the race right now for second?
Yeah, so I believe Luminosity, I believe they sit at a 9-8 map count. I believe Epsilon, they sit at 8-7. So it's super close. One map sort of different is the difference between them. So if you're Epsilon, of course you want to win all of the series today, but you have to make sure you take maps. Do not get 3-0'd, and if you can, make sure you 3-0 Millennium later on today.
Search and destroy is going to be key for this Epsilon squad. We've seen some great games from them in Search. We've seen some terrible games from them in Search. And if you look at the leaderboard, you have to be aware of what E-United has been able to accomplish. They dropped S&D early on to LG, but then they came back, won a Game 5. That's what kind of set the tone on day one. Gunless is up top with a 1.54. He's always involved with the objective as well, getting those camos. Silly and Arcity's right behind him. Now, a player that's on the board here for Epsilon, we have Hawkeye. He's had some great doubles, but Vortex has been their consistent player. The guy who struggled at number 16 out of all 16 players, it's Dave, who had a great hard point, but other than that, he's been off this weekend.
One thing you have to note, though, is he did have that 0-8 game, so that's going to weigh down your KD in a specific game type pretty heavily in a group situation like this. I think he's going to bounce back in Search and Destroy specifically. The one thing we have to note on Dave, though, the S&D might be a bit poor from him, but we saw that performance yesterday where they were able to get that win on Retaliation. That streak he went on was absolutely insane. He's the reason they got that victory.
Yeah, it's just a player we talked about, right? He's one of these star slayers on Epsilon. He talked about in an interview yesterday. He said, I was getting world stars the way he put it. So if he's able to play, I mean, if you look at their series yesterday against E-United, it was just a few hard points separated by a few points where that could go game number 5. So looking at these maps, you have Breakout Hardpoint, Throwback Search and Destroy, Throwback Uplink, really quick maps. So you know, looking at E-United, it's going to be tough to keep up with that pressure.
E-United, we know Gunless and Pristini are going to be flying. Epsilon has to match that aggressiveness. So we have 5 seconds, guys. 2-word predictions. Who you calling? What's the score?
I want Epsilon to win this first series, but I'm going to have to go with E-United 3-1.
Epsilon Game 5.
E-United 3-0.
United 3-0, TP's calling it. I agree. Let's hear from our casters. Mr. X Maven, how do you see this one going down?
I'll tell you what, a 3-0 would be devastating for Epsilon's chances this weekend. I like what Dave said in the interview. He's like, you know, we'll play him tough the first series. I think we got him 3-0, 3-1 the second time around. If they play like they did against Luminosity last night, they can definitely beat this United roster.
Without a doubt, you're going to rely on Dave heavily, though, in the respawn game modes. He's been their explosive player, and we can jump right into game number 1.
I like that.
Breakout Hardpoint. Now, usually the European teams, not the best at this map, Maven, but Epsilon, they play at such a fast pace, they may be able to take it to United.
This is one, though, where we've seen E-United drop. I know they're fantastic in Hardpoint, but this is when we've seen them drop on occasion. I think there is a very good chance for Epsilon to come out and shock them in map 1. They're doing a good job off the start. Not a single kill in yet for E-United. 5 up for Epsilon.
And the map count is huge, like Joe is saying on the desk, because Epsilon and Luminosity, they both split series with each other, both at 3-1. So it's going to come down to that overall map count if those two teams tie. And right now, I mean, Epsilon in a great spot because they 3-0 Millennium.
Yeah.
They won.
That was really a huge win for them. And they beat them so convincingly. You got to feel good about their chances when they face up against them today. Josh finds 1 kill up. Man, look at the score right now, man. Josh is 4-0, but you have a 35-0 lead. This is a perfect opening for Epsilon. You have the spawns, except look at that number 8 at the top right of the minimap. That's going to be Arcity's trying to play this sneaky role. They have to find this kill. All right, he gives up his position. That's actually big.
Yeah, now Epsilon is going to be able to just hunt him down in the back. It's going to be Hawkeye picking up the kill. Vortex starting things off 7-1. He falls. Josh still has yet to die. Dave with an odd scoreline, 1-0 through the first 30 seconds of the game. But man, Epsilon just battering E United so far in game number 1. It's a real shock to me.
This is a map you can beat them on. They've shown weaknesses at times, and Dave with the two-piece, 3-0 to start the scoreline, 66-0. Can E United get a single point going in this game?
They're trying to get onto cell block.
There we go.
Finally going to get a score here, as Vortex, just sitting on the outside, knows there's more players from E United. The inside of this hardpoint, going to slide in with the ERAD, not able to pick up any more. But you see on the top of your minimap, Epsilon, they've already rotated over towards Grave. They're going to give up the final few seconds here on cell block. And I like this decision. You don't want to just keep throwing good money after bad. You want to go to that next hardpoint and set up.
And let's see, you saw Josh with that Trinity rocket. It's going to fall on E United to try and get a huge control early on one of these hard points, force him into using that so he doesn't have it down the stretch. If this game does end up being tight towards the end, it's going to be Dave in the hard point, though, racking up time. Josh picking up kills outside. Dave, good job backing down, staying alive, smokes out, but perfect use here of the movement, able to find the kill. He is just doing an excellent job using the tractor inside. Hockey looking over him in the back. This is perfect, man.
And, for a lot of Call of Duty fans, these guys may not be necessarily household names, Epsilon, right? That you would say right now they're the second best team in Europe, but the one you may just know is Josh from this squad. Obviously played with Splice, knows some success on other Call of Duties, multiple games, multiple teams. But these other 3 players, man, Dave, Vortex, and Hockey, so talented. We saw what they did at COD Champs last year. And, they got off to a slow start at the beginning of this year, Maya, but they're really picking it up.
Well, they got off to a hot start here. Dave streaked out 8-1. This is just a devastating beginning for E United, but what flawless play coming in for Epsilon. So now you have 2 Trinity rockets to work with, a bombardment as well. If they keep playing like this, they are going to blow E United off the map.
You see, I feel like every time, you look at the kill feed, it's just dominated by Epsilon. You can take a look at the scores for E United. We're almost through a full rotation of Hills and Pristini, 2-10. Arcity's 5-8. It is not pretty. Gunless leading the team with 6 kills.
It's like, can someone let E United know that day 3 has started?
Clearly, they have no idea. You see at the bottom of the screen, now they're just hitting the wall run. Everybody on streaks for Epsilon.
Yeah, 4 streak for Josh, 6 for Dave. He just keeps going. Dave crushing inside. He finally falls. That's his 2nd death throughout this entire, 4 minutes of gameplay? This is brilliant. They've got a 100-point advantage. They need to keep it going. They're going to get the final couple ticks here in commissary. We'll head back to mid-map, and you know how lopsided this was. It was perfect from Epsilon to open the game.
And Dave will have score streaks. I believe Josh may have streaks as well.
He still has Trinity, I believe, yeah.
Still has the Trinity. So when we go over to Graveyard, you can say, if E United gets it close, Epsilon, they do have a lot of utility to break that. So regardless of what happens here, Epsilon in a very good position.
Well, let's get over to Vortex. He's actually picked up 4 in a row. If he can get streaks as well, dear God, he's only 200 off of Trinity. They're going to have the entire team with streaks. Now, he will end up falling, but you got to think, with this big of a lead, we know how many comebacks have happened here, but usually the comebacks happen, behind streaks if you get going, not when the other team still has so much to work with.
You can only come back if you start picking up some kills.
Yeah.
It doesn't, you can't really force a comeback. They're not taking anybody out on the opposing team, and that's really been the story of this game. Epsilon, they've come out hot. They've come out aggressive, winning a lot of their gunfights. You look on the side of E United, nothing. Completely flat, getting no production from really anybody right now.
Yeah.
Not a good game 1 from E United.
And I think Epsilon's outslaying them by almost 20 kills right now. We still have a lot to play. Brilliant stuff. The first team inside a cell block is going to be E United. Maybe this is their chance to bounce back if they can get a perfect hold. It'll be Pristini inside. You see on X-Ray, he's got a couple outside to deal with. He's being looked over by his teammate Arcity's. One comes in front. He's going to be taken out over the top from Hockey. And now Vortex also on the kill feed. Is this where Epsilon can burst in? The incidental melee ends up costing you there.
Yeah, I think Gunless actually thought that the player from Epsilon was going to come a little bit closer into the doorway, was going to be able to just slide in 1 bullet melee, able to take him out. Not the case, though, as you see Dave inside the hard point, searching for more players. Epsilon, though, they will retain control of cell block here for the last 20 or so seconds. E United just kind of forced the funnel at the hard point. They're going to rotate, and they can't really afford to rotate here. You're going to go over to Graveyard. They have all these streaks able to break it. This is definitely going to go to Epsilon. Epsilon's going to use these streaks. They're going to break E United's setup. They should be able to take a lot of time here.
They called in one streak. I'm not sure if it was from Josh or Dave, but they do find the kills behind it. There's still one player holding inside for E United. Can they take him out? Yes, Josh finds the kill. Now they're all going to be pushing out a cemetery. You're set up inside for Epsilon to deal with the pressure on the backside. Let's take a look at Josh's POV. He's trying to find an angle. Up over the top, there is one. Second around the edge, there's the second. Josh going off. There's two more in the back that you saw, and he's about to get another Trinity, another bombardment. There he is, streaked out, 7 for him. How can you even possibly win this game if you're United? You're getting smashed.
It's almost impossible. I mean, when the other team is playing this well, racking up so many kills just consistently inside of the hard point and consecutively as well, they're going to start burning, building towards streaks, have to use those payload abilities. It's damn near impossible.
You have 4 streaks now to use on Commissary if you want to close the game here.
You don't even need it.
Yeah, honestly, they may never even come into it. We talk about the importance of streaks, but you don't need them. Any attempted comeback by United is just going to be slaughtered from the sky.
I mean, Hockey is 16-11 right now. I mean, him and Dave tied, for the bottom slaying department in terms of Epsilon. That would be leading E United.
Oh, my.
An ugly game from E United.
And there you saw Dave make some noise. Now the bombardment coming in. The final tick. Epsilon crushes E United. Welcome to the 100-point club.
It's an ugly, ugly game there from E United. Epsilon comes out hot in our game number 1. You can't even say it was just one guy. I mean, they were just so dominant overall.
And in the objective, I think you had 3 different guys with 90 seconds or so. Plus, it was just a perfect game from Epsilon. Wow, and you know how good they get, when the energy gets high, when they're feeding off of each other, when Josh is screaming. But at the same time, we always talk about there's teams that you can never, ever count out in a series. I don't care how bad you get throttled in game 1. E United, remember, back to Dallas. Uplink destroyed them in the first 2 games. They fight back and push to game 5. They're not out of this.
Well, we also saw in S&D leaderboards, earlier over on the desk. And 3 of the guys on E United up at the top. I believe it's Gunless, Arcides, and Silly leading the way for E United in Search and Destroy. So this series definitely not over. E United, one of the best teams at bouncing back from adversity.
And if you think about day 1, remember Epsilon was able to beat Luminosity in that game 1, then things sort of fell apart. They lost all the momentum when they got destroyed in that game 2 Search and Destroy. You need to win this game 2. Keep your foot on the throat of E United.
Well, this also, I mean, the more maps that Epsilon wins here, it just forces Luminosity later in the day when they go up against E United to just kind of match their score as well.
Oh, I mean, if you're shaking in your boots right now if you're Luminosity and you just saw that game 1, because you're like, oh my God, they might 3-0 E United.
Oh, if they beat them, oh man, that is bad for LG.
Well, think about it. Since they have the map edge right now, by what, 0.4%, basically just based on percentages, if they were to 3-0 E United, then it doesn't even matter if Luminosity, because Luminosity would then basically have to be in a position to kind of have to 3-0 United depending on how those Millennium series go, but you're scared with the fact that Epsilon's already smashed Millennium.
Millennium for me is the most interesting thing coming into today.
They play spoiler.
Like they're obviously, not in a great position to qualify for playoffs. I think just a crazy circumstance were about to happen. But they're in a great position to play spoiler to one of these teams. Both in the middle of the day. Josh and Marky B have a big rivalry. I'm sure he's going to rally up the troops, really play well against Epsilon. And then you don't know. I mean, maybe they beat Luminosity. They feel good. They get another European team into the mix. I feel like Millennium in a great spot today to really make things interesting.
Well, that's kind of my question. Millennium, a lot boils down to just their map counts with Epsilon and with Luminosity. You just wonder if, is there going to be, more unintentional kind of passion from Millennium to want to beat Epsilon just due to the rivalry within Europe, also between the 2 guys like you mentioned. Man, this is going to be crazy. But next up in this first series, it is going to be S&D on throwback, and, you talked again about how insane those statistics were for E United. Will that be enough to carry him after an abysmal start?
And, on Crusher, we've seen Pristini with the sniper rifle, but usually on Throwback, this is where you see Arcides with the sniper rifle in his hand. So maybe just a little bit of a wrinkle that E United can use to throw Epsilon off.
If Arcides can make an impact early with that sniper, it will absolutely be crucial. But for Epsilon right now, you're flying high. You're just 100-point club, the 2nd best team in the world. Don't let it get to your heads. Deep breaths. Rely on Josh to be that vocal leader you need him to be. The gameplay is going to slow down a little bit now in Search and Destroy.
And I think the absolute worst thing for Epsilon would be if they go up like 2-0 and E United reverse sweeps them. Like, this is a team that can go on tilt
but
pretty bad. But they're still in a good spot because they're winning maps.
Exactly. Like you're not even okay. You're worried, but it's not that bad if they lose it to game 5, right? Obviously, you want to get the win here, and then Luminosity's terrified. But you get 2 maps off at United, and that's as much as most people likely expect them to do. But after that game 1, man, you got to be thinking series win right now for Epsilon.
I mean, if I'm Josh and I'm the vocal leader of this team, I'm like yelling at everybody. Like, this is a must-win series. And especially if you can win it in a 3-0, 3-1 fashion, like a really strong performance, like that sets you up great going through the rest of the day.
Yeah, it'd be nice for Epsilon if it was any team but United. You know, a team that tilts easily, a team that succumbs to pressure, a team that doesn't ever bounce back. Unfortunately for them, this is not one of those teams.
And United, I think they're a team, I know I was talking to them a little bit on stage coming into this match. Like, they could go 6-0. I mean, that would be the first team we've seen that's gone undefeated over the course of the weekend. I think just be very impressive. They can kind of set that tone going into playoffs.
It really would, especially with how well Epsilon has been playing, with how good Luminosity can be and has been at times. It certainly would be incredibly impressive. I mean, the best we've seen were the 5-1 split with Envy and Splice from the first weekend, as those two went back and forth with a 1-1 map count. Ooh, all eyes now. I mean, you got to think this has been a very frustrating couple of weeks since week 1, really, for European fans. You know, if you're rooting for those teams to get into the top 8 to play for that 500 grand, it has been tough. You've seen a lot of throwaways in Hardpoint, a lot of chokes. You know, Fnatic on the cusp of making it in the top 2, and then you had Epsilon throw some apps here. Millennium didn't perform as well as maybe you'd want them to, but right now is your best chance. But we're kicking it off with the statistical monster in search this weekend. It's Gunless.
He's going to go over the top, see if anyone's going to push mid-map through underpass. Doesn't spot anything. And now United, they see that there's going to be some fire at the top of the screen. But, oh, Vortex gets bombed down, does not get out with his life. It's a nice shot there from Arcides with the sniper rifle in his hands. We talked a little bit about it in the pregame. So good on this map with the sniper rifle. It's a risky shot there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be challenged. Oh, Hockey, be careful. But he will get picked up, and Silly that's able to clean that up. It's now going to be 2 players left. They planted bombs so quickly, though, that time really in their favor. Dave, a chance to clutch up. There's one more blow. He gets tagged up, comes back out, and Dave goes clutch. He's now by himself. Silly and Arcides hunting, but they're able to get the defuse because he's pushed back, has to deal with 2 players. Great stuff from United.
Yeah, I mean, Dave in that position doesn't know if there's another player from United going to come challenge him. He knows he has to check bomb, but needs to get some health back before he can do so. But Arcides right away gets on bomb, gets the defusal for United. They will take round 1.
All right, United strike first, and this is one of those rounds you need to win. If you're gifted that quick plant, yes, I mean the difference maker might be Arcides just getting that pick on the bomb planter, so it's not a 4v4 post plant spot. All right, let's see. Silly long-range gunfight, window to window. Now it's going to be a quick plant on the other side for United, and they can't get the kill. So now it's going to be a 4v4 retake for Epsilon. And it's Arcides again, man, another first blood with his sniper. You talked about how he can be a difference maker here, and he absolutely has. He's got another, just barely misses Vortex, able to take off his head. 2v2 now. Pristini and Gunless going up against Dave and Vortex.
Gunless going to just be watching the bomb. Can call that out to Pristini that nobody's on the site, but Pristini going to get challenged in with a huge fight there against Dave. Gunless on the other side of the map wins another engagement. 2 big wins from United.
And that's, back to what Clay kind of said last week. You know, you think a lot of times that game 3 is your swing game. You always think the middle game of the series is it, but he said, no, man, it is absolutely the S&D, because no matter how bad you get beat in a game 1, it resets in that search. It's so different from a gameplay standpoint. You can just turn the series on its head, and then that Epsilon crush it, that, you know, how bad they crush it in game 1 just sort of disappears, right? It completely out the window. Well, Arcides has 2 first bloods. Can he make it 3? He saw a couple of players trying to make up his mind. If that slide doesn't happen right when it does, Vortex's head is across the map.
He's so
scared. There it is. God, Arcides now, but 3 first kills for
But you die like that the first round when you're Vortex. Like, why even go back and do the same thing?
Well, this time they might be able to do it. It's going to be all on Arcides. Nice job challenge with the pistol. Can't get away, though, and that will be a round on the board for Epsilon. Well, how do you think they deal with it? Should they try and hit the other bomb site? How do they try and counter what Arcides has been able to do?
I think you just put some pressure through sidewalk. Like, you're able to get some stuns in the back by Lemon. You know, really kind of just put some pressure on him. Like, force him to hit like a crazy shot. Like, force him to, like, jump over Lemon, peek a guy on the top of the wall run, and take him out. Like, don't give him easy shots of guys just going on the bomb.
Well, let's see how he does it this time. He's gotten 3 opening kills for his team. Can he make it a 4th? Checking the underpass push. Nobody home. Window. No one there as well. He may have a chance in just a moment, but we'll hop off him for a moment as there's going to be a quick flank coming through. Vortex going to be pushing around the back with Dave. Tags up one. The call. It's going to come in now. 2 United to look to the back. He's already weak. Silly does get finished. Now a 3v2 advantage for Epsilon. Now it's just on Pristini by himself. First gunfight doesn't go his way. Josh gets it. They get the defuse, and they're right back in this. So good job weathering that opening storm from United. They get 2 quick rounds. They look great. Epsilon bounces right back.
And just like that, I mean, Epsilon turns the tides, right? I mean, they get their 2nd round on the board. We're all tied at 2 rounds apiece. And Dave getting very close to that camo. I believe he's 5-2 at this moment in time. Gunless on the other side of things. You know, he's getting the points for planting the bomb, but not really doing much after that.
Yeah, and we'll talk a lot about camo versus camo players. It's such a big payload. And Dave, who's taken a lot of criticism for his S&D gameplay so far this weekend, doing a brilliant job here. And another key thing, Josh, look at this. He's 75 off the Trinity rocket. As he's working on a bit of streaks now, he'll have a free plant here to open things up as there was a stack towards the A-bomb site for United.
We'll see how E United plays this. Josh will get the Trinity. Now getting close to the bombardment. He's going to fall all the way back here. Probably just going to play his life. I mean, they could use the they could hover the Trinity here, yeah, which it looks like it's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to call this out to his teammates. They're going to know exactly where the players are from E United. See if he can get anybody with this missile. No. So you're going to kind of burn that here. Now you're relying on him picking up a kill so he can get the bombardment.
That gives you, what, 10 to 15 seconds that you were able to delay this? Not a whole lot that United can do. 15 seconds on the clock, 2 players left. Now just on Gunless. He's not going to be able to clutch. He's tagged in the back, and Epsilon keeps on rolling.
And that kill will be the bombardment from Josh. So he will get that final streak. You use the Trinity, you bait out some of the clock, you end up winning the round, and you get the bombardment for Josh. A pretty good round there for Epsilon.
Well, we talk about how important streaks are in the respawn game modes and how you can't give them up early. They give them up early to Epsilon to start game 1. They give them up early to start game 2. And now Josh, a lot to work with. Reactive armor in round 6, bombardment, Scarab as well, and he's just soaring. They want to get aggressive here. Pristini already got picked. Pristini gets both those kills. Nice job opening things up as they'll have a man advantage here early.
For a second there, I thought they were going to invest the reactive armor into it, but you know, Josh falls before he could use it. Vortex catches one, not going to finish off a second. So E United, they battle back, get their 3rd round.
And that was all Pristini, man. It was what, 2 3-man hit for both sides on bike path. He comes out with 2 clutch kills with the ERAD. I think he finds a 3rd then. They needed that. You know, you're not getting a lot of that. What was it? Gunless and Silly were the top 2 overall S&D KDs. They haven't picked it up. Pristini looking to do it.
But Josh still has reactive armor, still has the bombardment. Dave getting very close to that active camo. It's a first blood there. Josh taking out Gunless. So Gunless not going to be able to earn any more towards his active camo.
Exactly. He was, you know, one kill away. So Josh is just dismantling people right now. 8-3, a 2 streak. Silly now by his lonesome. He's mid-map. Can he be the hero that E United needs in round 7? He's able to catch one, should be shot in the back immediately. 4 rounds for Epsilon.
It's a kill that Pristini has to get. When he comes through that mid-cut and he's shooting at Josh, needs to finish him off. Silly comes over the top, picks up one, quickly taken out though. And now, you know, it's only 2 more rounds needed to win for Epsilon. Great spot.
Well, think about it. You have the bombardment, you have reactive armor,
you have
camo. You've got a lot to work with and a lot that can close out the game. Gunless, a chance to be a difference maker if he can find a kill and get that camo, turn it in their favor. Dave, though, pushing. Dave winning again. It's Gunless dropping again. Gunless goes down so quickly, he's still not going to have camo. And out Silly, again in a clutch spot. They know where he is. Josh is flying over the top, uses the reactive armor, and just says, I'm using it, I'm popping it, we're closing the round. We still have bombardment, we still have camo. Let's just seal the deal and get us 1 round away from victory.
Oh, it would have been a huge clutch if Silly's able to win this gunfight. You don't know what the positioning that he's in. It looks like he was just going to get a little bit vertical on Josh there. May have been able to shoot straight down on him. But Epsilon, 1 round away from going up 2-0 in this series. would make today very, very interesting.
And remember, they already beat him in Uplink, right? I think that's the one they took in the series.
So Luminosity is somewhere watching, not too happy.
No, not at all. All right, now can Gunless actually find a kill to get this camo? There it is. All right, so he got the camo. You got to think about using it here if needed. You do have the 4v3 advantage. Saw one of the back. Gunless should have another kill around the back momentarily, depending on the timing as they both wrap. He gives away his position. There's still one here. He's kiting right to his right. They still have to work the defuse. I don't know if that's, I was going to say Josh working with the bombardment. He's already used that. Gunless, some shots in. He should be tagged up immediately. Somehow manages to stay alive. Under 30 seconds on the clock now. It's going to be a 2 versus 2. Make it a 2 versus 1. Vortex, now a chance to clutch.
They have no idea where he is.
They don't know where he is, and he has FTL. The bomb hasn't been popped yet. Gunless opens it up. Gunless closes it down and still has the camo. So E-United absolutely not out of this yet.
Yeah, for a second it didn't look like they knew if Vortex was going to go through mid rails or come back towards barn. It looked like, you know, Arceus was looking one way. Gunless turns around inside of barn, able to take Vortex out as he comes in. E-United not out of this game just yet. These guys just never go away.
No, they don't. They're like mosquitoes.
Well, you can get mosquitoes to go away if you buy like Raid or something like that.
The hell you can. That is a myth.
No, it's definitely a fact. It's definitely, I think that's what it's for.
All right. Gunless, he's been going off, you know, over the past couple of rounds here. 7 and 6. Remember, he has this camo to go. It's going to be on who makes a better play with this down the stretch, Dave or Gunless. No one can make a sloppy play at this point. You do not want to be the one that's picked up first. Look at the mini-map. You got a bunch. All right, so they're going to get the Centurion down. Gunless just trying to look for an opening to use this camo. He's gotten into a very aggressive position here.
Almost don't even need to use it. They waste the bombardment.
Wow. You hope
get bombed down.
He's get the bomb plate. And Gunless going huge, man. He continues to make big play after big play down the stretch. Some kills go back and forth. Gunless still in a sneaky spot in the corner. Dave goes massive. Dave has camo to work with as well. Hasn't needed to pop it. Oh, here it goes. That's going to be it. That is it. Epsilon 2-0 up. And E-United's weakness has been the uplink this entire weekend. Are we seeing a 3-0?
I do not know, man. In that last round, E-United, they have the man advantage. They have bombed down. They have the Centurion on it. If Gunless in a great spot, I believe it's Hockey who comes in and picks up 2 big kills with Dave right there. We're able to take out Gunless before. I mean, when it gets to a 2v2, then maybe Gunless considers using the camo. Like, if you're man up and you have that much control over the site and you force them to waste a streak, why burn the camo there? I mean, especially if you could have it for round 11, but
the biggest kill for me was Dave coming over the top and killing Gunless there top rooftop. So he doesn't get to use the camo, doesn't get to make a big clutch. They take him out of the round. Dave then has the power. That was a beautiful kill.
Well, it's also getting the kill and then sliding behind Lemon and just waiting there, like not challenging that second guy. And then I believe Hockey pumps out and kills him when he goes to try and challenge Dave. So some good situational plays there by Epsilon.
Today's getting sweaty early, man.
Yeah.
If Epsilon does this, it will be wild. But E-United, you can never, ever count this team out. Do they rally back? We'll find out after this break.
I should be an all-star because I'm the best player in the team right now and no one else deserves it.
I should be an all-star for my team because I'm the highest earning European player and I've proven to everyone that I'm the best.
I should be an all-star because I'm the best player on my team, and not only on my team, in the game.
I should be an all-star because I put a lot of time into the game and I don't get the job done, fill the gaps and do the dirty work.
I think I should be an all-star because if we do get through and you pick me, my big game will be like amazing.
I should definitely be the MVP all-star of this tournament because all weekend long I'll be horking and spitting on people.
It's our G Fuel key player matchup for E United versus Epsilon, and taking a look at Search and Destroy. I mean, coming into this, things have changed, Matt.
Yeah, Gunless comes in the best S&D KD, Dave the absolute worst, but he showed up big in that last game, played very well. Going into the uplink, he's got to show up in a big way, though. This Epsilon team has a chance to close out E United here 3-0. Be a huge win for their chances to get into playoffs.
And that is it for your G Fuel key player matchup. We are back, and the boys of Epsilon looking to do what some may have considered impossible. Not to beat United, but to 3-0 them was definitely not, I guess, what we expected from this series. And you saw the matchup there, man. Gunless versus Dave. Both the camo players for their team. Both with the most pressure on their team to perform. And so far this series, Dave has the upper hand.
Camo, a powerful ability. You're going to need it in uplink to win these games. If Dave can kind of repeat that performance that he had in Game 2, play strong like they did in Game 1 as well, and respawn, I don't even, it feels weird even saying it, Epsilon could 3-0 E United, who's been perfect up until this point.
And also worth mentioning, I mean, Dave's been really good at getting camo in these games. He's been playing well, and he has the most uplink scores of any player currently this weekend. So Dave has been phenomenal. I can think of two throwback. One more time. 2 uplinks where Gunless hadn't even earned camo. That's where he's significantly dropped off, and that's where the win percentage for United has dropped off a lot. They've been just dynamite in Hardpoint and Search and Destroy, but in uplink, they've struggled this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you see camo kind of goes to the player on either team who you think is going to put up the biggest numbers. I know most of the time. I mean, whether it comes in getting points in uplink throws, bomb plans, kills, etc. You're going to need that player to have camo to get that pretty quick.
All right, well, I mean, all the pressure is still on Epsilon, right? That's what's funny about this spot. You think there'd be pressure on United. They're down 2-0, but the pressure still remains on Epsilon to get maps, to get a win. And they have been doing a brilliant job to start this series. Josh just went off in that Search and Destroy, earned a Trinity, earned a bombardment, made a play with reactive. They need him here in uplink.
He's been great with the NV4 in his hands. We've seen it on numerous maps. See how he's going to play this on throwback off the start. It looks like he's going to go down bike path. Just watch to see if anybody's crossing over. But Vortex in the feed first, Josh with another. So Epsilon has the man advantage. They need to push towards mid-map, try and get some drone control.
I like this from Josh. He immediately is going to go on the flank and try and make a play. We talk about the EU guys doing that quite a bit. He actually gets picked up. It's Silly going big there in top window as he shuts down the push from middle and on the rear from Josh. Just solid stuff, just making sure that Epsilon can't strike quickly, but Josh right off spawn, right back to bike path, and outgunning Arcides.
And we'll have to just keep an eye on it, but usually this map is like Erad, K-Bar, maybe one NV4. At least from the kill feed at the start, it looked like, Hawkey, Dave, and Josh all running NV4s in this map.
A lot of NV4s right now is everyone just trying to get control at top mid and start to make a play. It's the blue arrows working their way up the minimap. They may not realize that Silly is in behind. Silly has to rotate back. He needs to make a play. He's not going to be there. It's man advantage right now for Epsilon, at least in the base, but Arcides and Pristini do a good job on defense. Hawkey, last one remaining, and he gets taken out. So no one has been able to strike, and the thing that United's probably struggled with the most has been kind of just their lack of offense. They haven't been doing a very good job of control and actually getting points on the board. Now, a good opportunity as they wrap around back silo. Gunless going to try and go over the top, gets it out. I think that's far left. Yep, it's just a little bit off. Not able to put the first through. That's not an easy shot, though, with gunfire coming in.
Yeah, but Arcides is there on the other side of things. He's able to pick up the drone and throw it in for a one-point play. So it is a miss by Gunless. Very difficult shot, but his teammate on the flank is able to pick it up, put it in for a point. So you will have E United here scoring first.
All right, so damage done. Finally, a couple minutes into the game, E United getting it going. Let's watch Dave right now, mid-map. He's been playing so well this series. He's going to be on a bit of a flank. His teammate did get one underneath. He should find him before he's able to get the limit. No, he can't finish the kill. He might get gunned here now. All right, closes it out. And now it's another 1-point opportunity. Silly able to bury it. So nice job from E United getting some points on the board.
It's going to be 3 dead, though, for E United, as here comes the push from Epsilon. It's going to be Pristini, though, on the defensive end, able to get one. Epsilon trying to rotate that drone towards the top side, but you see the arrows from E United. They're pinching on these guys. RC's over at the top, picks up one. Pristini with 2 more. Good defense here from E United. Let's see if they can turn it into offense.
Yeah, they've been finding a lot of those kills at mid-map. Pristini just had free reign there to do as he wanted, as Epsilon tried to use Courtyard. But they had very little map control. Now you have several down for Epsilon. Everybody coming off a spawn. Gunless trying to get something going with the drone in his hand. We'll hop back to him. They're looking to make a play through Grandma's, trying to dodge nades, bullets. Arcees finding a couple assists, wrapping through the back. There's one more player. Arcees gets all 3. He's opened it up for the team. There's the 4th, and here's the dunk.
That is such a smart play. So Gunless tries to wrap it in, but they know they have Silly coming right down the middle. Arcees calls out after he picks up 2. They go back around. That player gets baited right into the gun of Silly, and they're able to force that one in for a 2-point play. So smart from Gunless and E United.
Yeah, this is one of the first times we've seen E United have an edge like this early in a game. Now, though, the counter, the dunk for Vortex. Epsilon, just like that, strike like a python and get back into this game. Vortex trying to do damage in the back. He gets that. Everyone coming off a spawn maybe buys his team a little bit of time to regain control, but regardless, loses the fight. But Dave is still here, and Dave almost finds a couple of kills.
Josh trying to get up into this top window. Gunless absolutely abuses him with the E-Rad there.
The strafe, man.
You see, I mean, the strafe plus, you know, how dominant the E-Rad is in close range. It's a very difficult fight to win with the K-Bar. And
especially
Silly.
with a red dot on.
Oh, yeah. Silly getting behind enemy lines. He's able to pick up 2. And I feel like Silly, you know, we talked about it. You know, at Dallas, he was a very good performer for this E United team. He showed up big this weekend as well.
And this map, you know, you talk about getting in behind. It can be flank on flank on flank. You get shot in the back quite a bit on throwback. It's who's going to make a better impact. So far, it's been E United doing a better job of it. Again, shooting players in the back. Gunless set up in a position to make plays. Now looking to move forward. Doesn't hit a bullet there is Hockey. Able to close it down for the time being. Silly still in top window. Epsilon can't get out of their base right now. This should be more points for E United. He's just waiting patiently. Perfect job. There's the opening. Tries to slide across. Just gets caught. Hockey doing it on defense, but there's still a push here and a presence for E United. I believe that's the last player that tries to make a play. Sorry, Arcity's actually still in the back.
Yeah, Arcity is still on this streak. Make it 5 in a row for Arcity's. He's done a nice job locking Epsilon in the back of their base. He's finally going to get taken out. But going into the second half, only 5 seconds left here. The score will remain at 4-2 in favor of E United.
Yeah, and it was a very good half for E United in the sense that you really only had that one counterattack for Epsilon where they got that dunk on the board. I mean, that's the only offense I can really think of. They didn't have a whole lot of momentum pushing towards E United's base. E United controlled the pace, the tempo of that one throughout.
Still, though, just a one-possession game.
Yeah.
And this thing could flip on its head in a second. I mean, it just takes 1-4 dead, and that changes everything in favor of Epsilon. So, see at the start, these intro kills so big at the beginning of these games.
And Josh has had a couple of these games where, you know, he hurts him. He goes double negative. He talked about it on day 1. He's struggling right now. 8-16, they need him to get back to form. He was brilliant in the first couple of maps. Can he bounce back? Now let's talk about the camo players. So they're sitting around the same spot. Gunless is going to be a little bit ahead of Dave due to the fact that he got 2 points on the board, as he is getting very close to finding this camo and having advantage over Epsilon in that capacity.
He's trying to make plays in the Epsilon base with the E-Rad. He drops, but you see Silly right there to pick up the pace. Epsilon cannot get close to mid-map right now. And we talked about it, you know, Josh, he can't hurt this team. Like, really, if you're looking at Josh as a player, like, you just want him to go even. Like, if he goes even, he puts you in a great spot to win these games. It's the games like this where he's double negative right now. Really needs to bring things back if Epsilon's going to come back in this match.
Well, let's see if he can do it here. They try to get it over the top and make a play. They haven't been able to yet. Again, Silly shooting people in the back in a sneaky position, but here comes the offense. Dave, just a second from getting that one out of his hands. There was one more player there in Hockey, but he gets shut down as well. Vortex doing what he can to at least make sure there's not a quick counter strike for E United, but they're taking it out Courtyard here and starting to build it forward slowly.
Josh picks up one more kill inside bar, and that's probably a 2-point play for Epsilon, but here's going to be a few kills for Epsilon on the top side of the map. They do have drone, but such a dangerous place to have it. This field is so wide open. They throw it forward for yards. They can get gunned up. Now you have the drone in Vortex's hands. It looks like they may try and force this one in for 2. Slides around the corner, and it does not get reset. Josh there, not able to pick it up. And now it'll be E United able to hold serve on the defensive end. They needed to just get 1 point there.
You had a 1-pointer. You needed to. You're right. I understand you want to go for a dunk. You want to tie this game up. But with it being this low scoring, nice shots from Arcees. With it being this low scoring, you just take the 1-point play. Now you have overdrive for Arcees. He might just try to flood this through. Let's see if he looks to make the play. I think he was thinking about doing it, using the overdrive around the backside. Gets caught though. Nice kill.
Yeah, so with overdrive, you can actually jump out of bounds. Obviously, there's the out of bounds timer where you'll die if you're out of bounds, past the timer. But if you jump over to that baseball field, use the overdrive, you can get around to the other side before the timer runs out.
It counted. I didn't think it actually triggered it and used it, so wow. he actually popped it.
Okay.
Interesting. I didn't.
He may have popped it, and he was alive for like a split second before he dropped. So
yeah, I was thinking, did he pop it off a spawn? I didn't think he actually got the use off there. Okay, well that's big. So he won't have a chance to make that play over these final couple of minutes. Let's take a look. Gunless almost to camo. Dave getting close as well. They still have a few minutes to work with, but now the strike coming forward. You have a 3v2 here in the base. 1-pointer over the top. Nice shot going in. 3-point advantage. So think if you were Epsilon, you just took a 1-pointer there, you'd still be in a 1-possession game.
Yeah, it's a huge missed opportunity from Epsilon. That previous offensive attempt, they try and go in for 2 to tie the game up. They leave with 0 points. Now you find yourself down 3, so you're going to need a score. Then obviously another 2-point play, potentially 3 1-pointers to make this a comeback. And see Dave with drone in hand. Now he's going to.
Oh no! And it reset. Oh God! So that it could be 5-4 right now. Instead, you have a miss. You have one where you don't even get it tossed away.
Like the equivalent of throwing a layup over the top of the backboard.
I might have done that a time or two.
That's embarrassing.
I'm very strong, Matt. And all the kills going towards E United. You still have 70 seconds to work with. But his Gunless needs 1 kill to get camo. So okay, 2 kills. I lied to you. He's very, very close. He has the potential to do the dagger here. There's the kill. He now has camo. This could be the dagger if he gets thrown in an aggressive spot. He's just going to grab this. He has a lead blocker in front. This should likely be the game.
All they need is 1. You just don't need to do anything crazy here. Gunless going to go off the wall run. Dive and bive, people. That'll be a 2. That'll be a kill. That'll be streaks. Most likely, that will be game as well.
It's got to be. I mean, Dave doesn't have his camo. He's getting very close, and here's the streaks to stop any kind of push or any kind of backup. They're cut down backside of Grandma's as well. We're going to 5 games.
Gunless still on a streak here with the bombardment. They're going to throw the drone over. He's going to try and put more points on the board. Epsilon, they had the chance for a 3-0. It's not going to happen. Ake's going 3rd person. Looked kind of cool for a second.
He's a clever fella. 10 seconds now to tick away. And the game where I think Epsilon likely should have won it, should have closed it out. You think you have those 2 points, that dunk and scrap time, you're actually up 1.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's just when those games are this close and you know it's going to be decided, by last final position.
Down 1. I don't do math.
You can't just miss the 1-point throws in the position you're in. You can't try and force them in for 2 and not result with any points. It's like if you're going to go in for 2, you have to be sure that you're going to get it, especially when you're down like that.
I mean, really it comes down to those 2 plays. Dave coming up a little bit short on getting camo. If he gets that, you have probably 1 more guaranteed dunk. You have those 2 points, and then you actually take the game by 1 point. But just outplayed a little bit there, and Gunless with the dagger down the stretch. I mean, they got fortunate because Arcees, if he gets that overdrive off and gets to the edge before he gets shot, that's
like points.
Yes, exactly. But as it stands, this is what you expect in an E United series, that you know that they're going to fight back at some point. It happens now in the Uplink. We're going to be going to Retaliation Hardpoint, I believe, next. And if I remember correctly, that's where they had the crazy game. So,
crazy game towards the end,
yeah. So one where they can certainly play each other tough. Last night versus Luminosity, that's where Dave went on that 11 streak, and they got the big series win, which made today so interesting.
It's different, though, when you go up against E United. I mean, obviously, a championship team, like those closeout games are so difficult. To beat a team like Optic Gaming, the first and second map, I don't want to say they're easy, but they're significantly easier than that closeout game. It's like E United's the same way. You can take maps off them, closing them out is very, very tough.
You expect this one to be a hard-fought battle. Oh, God. I mean,
breakout S&D Game 5. That's a toss-up, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen enough of a small body of work, at least, to see what teams excel on that particular map. Just because it goes into the rotation here before stage 1.
I like your small body of work. It's like we saw, I think once in week 1, maybe twice in week 2.
Not much.
We haven't seen either of these teams, any of the teams here this weekend, play it. It's a very, very small body of work.
Isn't it non-existent?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, all the stats on that map you can kind of throw out unless we have a larger body to go by.
That'd be a fun Game 5.
And I mean, Epsilon, you don't know how much they practiced it, right? I mean, they come here a little bit early, don't get a ton of practice in. Obviously, teams don't practice S&D that much. It's not played at Birmingham. So they may be, not prepared at all for that Game 5. Puts even more importance on winning this Game 4 retail.
And again, all of the pressure on Epsilon. United, I mean, sure, a victory here helps. You want to go 6-0. You want to take the top of the group. You're still at risk of maybe taking a second spot, but it's Epsilon that's fighting for their chance to get the playoffs.
I think United wants to get the 6-0. They want to make a statement. I know, and I was on the stage talking to them when they were warming up. Arceus is like, why are teams picking us not to go to playoffs? I guess some of the other teams here, in their interviews or whatnot. I'm like, I don't know. It's kind of crazy. I mean, they've been so good thus far. And I think there's still a lot of the community that just doesn't give them as much respect as they probably should have.
I remember even for me, I believed in them just because you know how I am.
You have Luminosity getting relegated.
But I had the United top of the group, but I know I put more stock in online play than some people do, but I thought that the United was going to perform well at Atlanta. They did. But then even after that, with the Paris performance and stuff that went on,
I wasn't sure either.
Like another question mark sort of popped up for me, and then they rebounded Dallas, and they proved to me again that they're a top team. I just think that there's some, they don't have maybe the big names, the household names that some are used to. So there's some doubters, some haters certainly still. But yeah, I'm with you. Yes, I was crazy to say LG might get relegated, but yeah, you're insane to think that the United wasn't coming out. They proved all year, man. They are elite.
I mean, they are clear-cut, I think, the second best team in the game right now. I don't know if there's really a strong argument you can make against it anymore. I think maybe you could have, maybe like a month ago, 2 months ago, but I think, post Dallas and in here to week 3, I think it is definitely clear where United stands in the Call of Duty competitive hierarchy of teams. Right at the top there with Optic Gaming. But Epsilon, the chance to knock them off here in game number 4. Can't stress it enough how big of a map this is for Epsilon.
Who are your key players here to look out for in Hardpoint?
I think you're going to need to see Dave really go off for Epsilon. I actually think Josh may be a big factor as well, just because, Josh has a rough game 3. He needs to just not hurt them. Can't have one of those double negative games. Need to stay around even. If he stays around even, I think this one could go down to the wire.
All right, off the break, hitting bridge. It's going to be an NV4 party to start things off. Josh, first kill with the car onto Pristini. They're now going to look to pick up control. Gunless in the back. Everybody getting tagged up. There's a final player here at curb. They're looking to push this out. Josh is going to get aggressive with it. Gunless, though, of course, being gunless, stays alive for the moment. Tries to find a kill as his teammates come off a spawn. But so far, nice job by Epsilon. They're in aggressive spots, and they've got complete control of bridge right now.
And we've seen so many times throughout the weekend, I feel like, Maeve, that a lot of the time taken here on bridge ends up helping a team so much later in the game, right? I know the other team ends up taking broken, and all this time that you get on bridge is just kind of buffer for that, right? You can give up some time on broken, you can give up some time on grave, because you take a hill where you usually don't see a ton of time being taken on. But as I say that, Epsilon had a big lead. E United completely erases it. They get back to virtually even here because E United going to rotate down to that lower street first. They will have Pristini there trying to hold it down.
All right, so Dave looking for a secondary gun here, maybe in a K-bar, but as we rotate out, it's a few kills on rotation, 3 actually for E United, so they'll be set up at lower street. You can see on the minimap, it's now going to be those blue arrows starting to collapse and try to fight back for street control.
Dave currently on a 3 streak. He's going to fall in the hallway. Too silly. We saw Dave go on an insane streak yesterday on this map. I believe it ended at 10 or 11. But not the case right now. So you see all the kills in the feed going to go in favor of E United. They have complete control of the lower street. See Epsilon spawning so far away, not even getting close towards the hard point.
Well, Epsilon desperately trying not to get 60-0'd here on lower street. They're trying to fight back. I want to go over. Let's listen to the team chatter right now for Epsilon.
Goodness, big kill.
It's on streaks, I think.
Yeah, it's got me.
Come on, set this up now.
He's back right a hill.
Yeah, back right, Charles.
I got curve.
I hit me 4 bullets in hill.
Naded that,
I hit me 4 bullets.
One's close left.
I'm watching the curve flank.
I got killed on the cross.
There's 2 outside of it.
Market, do you want to jump it?
Spawn lobby.
2 one's really weak, one's really weak.
Weak at the back, I'm on a hill.
One's back here. I spawn lobby.
Spawned out a bit.
Market dead.
That's because I'm coming.
Far back a hill, He's gone last 3.
Oh, one lobby.
One shot.
Lobby. Yeah, he's got streaks. He's 100% got streaks. Well, we need to step this up now. Come on, let's fucking go. Talk.
I'm in lobby, I'm just holding lobby.
One push up front, dead. Nice.
I got naded.
One more curve.
I'm getting shot from home, I'm nading that.
In hill still jumping
Shot
up
my
and
guy
down.
curve for me.
Curve, one bullet dead.
Back at the back, I'm staying up in the back. Challenge him.
Scarp. Let's go. I'm trying to.
How dead?
Listen, I have streaks. Stay. I have streaks, so when it's match we go hard.
Play ball with me.
P1. One shot. Raped him.
Nice, go curve, Dave, I'll go ball.
He's curve,
I'm
weak.
one shot.
He's gonna charge him behind him. Where is he?
Oh, he's in on your left,
Talk, man.
On your left.
In bar, went back to little pitch.
What are you used to?
Hill's so weak, dead. No, he's still alive in Hill, one's weak, one's
Yeah, I'm gonna die at this guy close, probably.
He's pushed up P1.
He's bar. Nice big kill.
How challenging?
I'll say this was close.
I'll be in curve. I'm going in curve.
Hell up at weak.
One's gonna be in bar. Can't see him in bar. I'm moving in.
We can your left corner, Steve.
Tank, jumping him down.
Still on the left.
Tank.
I got flank cover and one shot tank.
Let's kill us. Nice big kill, nice.
Listen, hill.
One's orange boss and one hill. Orange boss pushing up.
He's pushing up, yeah.
Weak.
Nice.
For a team that started so hot those first couple of games, the comms seem a bit off. I mean, you never want someone to be yelling, where is he, over and over again.
Yeah, when somebody has to call out talk, that's usually not a good sign. It means people are just kind of shutting down, not necessarily giving up, but you can see kind of the score has gotten completely out of hand in favor of E United. They're about to be up 100 points. And I think we saw at one point, they're trying to go in towards broken Epsilon, and the one player just walks in, and he doesn't know there's a player in his corner. The callouts come so late, he gets shot in the back. So not too impressive of team chat there from Epsilon. It's going to be a huge mountain to climb if they're going to come back in this game.
And during that, Gunless gets a Trinity rocket. Those could be huge if Epsilon starts to mount a comeback. But right now, it's been all Gunless and company. He's 13-5. Just destroying. He's got a freebie in front, keeps on cruising, not able to snap onto Dave there. We got 30 seconds left. Epsilon finally able to get control. If they can hold a bit here. I mean, they're not out of the game by any stretch, but E United has looked damn good.
I mean, somebody needs to do something other than Dave. I mean, he's 19-10 right now. Vortex has 5 kills. Honky has 8. I mean, Josh has 7. You still have Dave on a streak here, on just trying to stay alive. It's quickly going to be sought out, though, by Silly.
All right, well, you heard Epsilon, a bit shaky. Comms seemed a little bit off. E United, though, they've been cruising. Let's see what it sounds like.
Good job. All right, let's get hill and bus. All right, pushing up. Try to get wall.
Trying.
Josh is in hill. I need a wall for you.
I'm using a car. He has a trophy.
I mean, they're outer.
Close court.
Pinching hall.
On hill, weak. They're all there.
Nothing hall.
They're all there.
Nothing hall. I'll kill him on hill. If you outer dead. Whoa. Good job. Yo, one more. Inner.
Inner, one shot.
I'm pitching inner. You guys
you're good.
You guys will spawn up.
We still have a Trinity.
He's outer.
One outer. Stand on.
I have your inner. Don't look at anything else.
Josh, one shot.
Yo, he's at wall, Dave. Dave, one shot wall. Another one. Another one challenging. Close right. Close right. West gets hill on you.
Oh, I thought he pushed me. Fuck, he's hurt. I got 2 shots in him.
What shot, man?
Try to get patio. We're fine.
Yep, 6 seconds. Let's go.
At Nude, scaffolding, super weak.
On Nude.
He's bedroom. Okay, we're snaking. One's patio. We have camo. On me, dude. Patio. Yo, he's main, dead.
Got one. Kill weak. Josh.
One shot, Hall.
During that, we see Epsilon start to fight back. You've got Hockey here. He has 4 in a row, looking to maybe build some streaks, because I believe you still have the Trinity rocket on Gunless. Not able to find it for Epsilon, and the struggles continue. I mean, Dave's been a one-man army. And on the other side, a much more of a team effort. I mean, Gunless right now has 2 minutes in the hard point. He's 21-9. Like, what more can the guy do?
He's so good. Oh, it's just silly.
Well, that's one of those gunfights you usually expect him to win, right? Any of those where you're using cover, bouncing back and forth, he usually takes it. That's a testament to how hot Dave has been on the other side, as he's 25-14. Now, Epsilon gets the break. Look at the final 10 seconds.
And Epsilon, they've put themselves in a position that this game is kind of manageable, where they could potentially make a comeback. They're going to take the last few seconds in lower street. Hockey picks up a big kill at the top of your mini-map. He's going to go right in towards this hard point. Epsilon needs to be fast. They need to get over and help him out. He's quickly going to fall.
Oh.
You almost need to use the camo here to break.
Yeah, look where they're spawning. They've got a mile to run to get into the action here. Pristini just going to try and tag somebody up if he can. Dave does find the first pick for Epsilon. That gets picked off with the grenade as well, so it doesn't give a whole lot of information to RC's on the push. Vortex gets another kill. Do you consider investing camo here, or can you save it for another day? They get cut down. Silly goes big. 2 kills for him. 30 more seconds here. I mean, you have to think about camo at this point, because you get these 30 points. It's 240. You have a Trinity rocket with gunless still. This game's done.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation. I mean, there's no great spot for them to use camo. Like, to push out these last 30 seconds and use camo and not get it, I mean, that is game over. I mean, maybe you rotate here. E United, they'll be at about 238, 239. I mean, still a very good position to close out, almost up by 100. But we have seen crazy comebacks happen in the hotel hallway, though. I mean, if they use the streak here, they don't get control. E United, Epsilon takes a ton of time. Then you get to the hotel hallway, you have that camo. Now we're talking a completely different game.
The problem is Gunless has that Trinity rocket and the camo. So you got to think, if they're used properly, he's got 2 cracks at breaking bridge if we actually get there, and we would if Epsilon goes huge in hotel hallway. But before that, they need to hold perfectly here. So far, so good. Hockey and Josh holding the perimeters as players trying to cut up the map. It looks like everyone going to be hitting bridge now. You see all those red arrows. They're all going to be hitting up that top side of the minimap. A lot of pressure coming Dave's way and a lot of pressure coming quickly.
The fact this game is still winnable for Epsilon just kind of blows my mind a little bit. I mean, Vortex with 12, Josh with 13. Dave has just been a one-man army. Picks up one more, another slides in. Not able to take out Pristini. They need to get back to the hill, Epsilon, to try and contest. They have one chance maybe at this.
They got a close spawn, so they should be able to at least try to break in. A couple kills going their way. It's 2:45 right now for E United, but Epsilon able to do just enough. Now it's on hotel hallway. Who's going to go huge for their side? It's Silly finding 2 entry kills as we get started here. Silly almost gets a third, but at least tags him up for the assist. Gunless decides it's time for the camo. Does work with his teammate to get it. Just need a few more seconds. There it is. E United roars back, pushes it to a game 5. They never go away.
Nope.
They never go away. It's like Rich at the office.
Oh, man.
Rich, we love you, buddy, if you're watching.
Yeah, Rich. But Rich is probably at home like, oh, man. Why they have to single me out like that? But you just see Epsilon. They just look kind of dejected right now. I mean, Dave, I mean, he's got to be looking around like, guys, like, I mean, if you guys get close to 20 kills, I believe we're talking about Josh and Vortex. I mean, this is a game. I mean, that they could easily have taken.
But again, you know, the story coming into this series wasn't about Epsilon 3-0. It was about Epsilon maybe getting a win or at least getting maps. So you've already got those 2 maps, so it relieves a little bit of pressure. But God, man, if they win this series, yeah, obviously, yes. But getting maps is so important as well against a team like United. But now, I mean, I would love to see what the player rounds looks like right now. Luminosity is all have to be like.
I'm telling you, with the way Epsilon can tilt and just kind of lose all confidence, like to go up 2-0 and get reverse swept would be bad, because then you go into that match against Millennium. Probably means a lot more than it does kind of currently at this moment in time. And Millennium's going to come out fired up because they just don't want to let another European team beat them, get into playoffs potentially. So that could get dangerous for Epsilon.
All right, for this series, you just have to think about it. If your Epsilon is reset, we have one map to decide this, and that one map is coming after this quick break. United now on the verge of reverse sweeping their 2 toughest opponents this weekend. They did it to Luminosity to end day 1. They have a chance to do it now against Epsilon. This team, man, I think Deserto just put out an article kind of talking about why they're so clutch. I mean, there's a ton of reasons, but man.
They're just cool under pressure. Like, they just don't care. Like, as ridiculous as that sounds. Like, I mean, you kind of talk to these guys, whether it's, game 5, game 1, it's the same kind of demeanor, same kind of mindset. It's just crazy to watch from a team that doesn't have a ton of experience.
And it's rare to have a group of guys like that, right? Like maybe a player like that, but a whole group that doesn't feel it. But it is game 5 coming up. If you're just joining us, you can see how we got there. A brilliant game 1 from Epsilon. They take the search and destroy, but then the United, as always, pushes this to a long series. And now it is time for game 5. They got it done in the Uplink. They took care of business in the Hardpoint.
Man, these series have been so close.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why anyone would waste their time watching Cavs Raptors today when you can watch this. The Cavs are just going to sweep the Raptors. That'll be over.
Could have told you the Raptors were in the playoffs, Matt.
Yeah, no, they're always there. They always make it to the second round. They just never win.
All right. Starting off with Arcides, he made his presence known early with the sniper rifle on throwback. He wants to do it here on breakout as well. Last week we saw Nagafin do it. Yikes, Josh almost gets a haircut.
We have not seen this snipe spot yet. I believe we saw Nagafin do some nice snipes from the opposite side of things on offense, but Arceus getting very creative. And this is why I was worried about Epsilon on this map. Obviously very early, like the first few seconds, but you just see some of the spots that E-United has. You imagine they have a lot of tricks up their sleeve for this map.
And you can see how scary it is when you have a sniper on the map like this. You can see everyone basically hiding right now from Epsilon. They do have the first player to drop, but the bomb does get planted. Can they get away? He did such a good job picking off that bomb planter before. Silly tries to wrap through steps. They're watching it, though. All of a sudden, it goes in their favor. Epsilon explodes in that first round. And those are those big ones, man, where you get first blood, but you still come back and win.
You cannot lose those rounds if you're E-United. 2 kills by Josh through the side stairs. Puts away E-United in round 1. The round where they get first blood. Epsilon bounces back, takes the round.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the play call was there. I mean, I know we haven't seen a lot of this map, but you know how crucial a spot stairwell is there when you try to push up and flank through, depending on what side the bomb is planted on. But with it planted for the backside, you gotta, if you're silly, you have to think there's some set up in back grave. He doesn't have a chance there. He just comes running out.
Now Gunless on offense with bomb in hand. The A site completely open. He'll get that down. He'll get the points towards Camo. Josh with 3 kills in round 1. A very good start for Epsilon. It looks like Epsilon going to try and pinch on this. They're going to send players through mid-map. Josh with yet another kill. Finally taken out, though. Pristini with 2 big kills there for United.
Pristini puts it in their favor. It's Dave able to answer back for just a moment now. All on Hockey. Is he able to clutch up? First gun fight. Nope. They're at both doorways. They pinch him. He drops. E-United able to answer back. Yeah, they get a quick free plant and they do the job. But I mean, it was really on Pristini at the beginning of the round. I mean, he gets the trade on Josh. He finds another kill there and loading. Gives them advantage throughout.
Yeah, Hockey in that position can actually see bomb. And with the NV4 to just slide in when you know 2 players are going to come at you, very difficult position. Maybe he just stays on that outskirts, looks just straight across. At least you can see 1 doorway. Right? I mean, the player slides close, you kind of back up to that corner, maybe bait him out, but ends up just running into the bomb site, falling. We'll see what Epsilon does here on offense. Arcides going to put the sniper rifle away. Just going to play this close corner.
And we've seen this either work out brilliantly or a player get caught. But let's see how it works for Arceus. You see on the minimap there are 2 players right over the edge. I think he's trying to, there we go. Now we see the third person, one right behind him. Look at this. That didn't need, it was basically, it's actually his trophy. It's able to pick it up as it comes over the top. So do they realize he's here is the question.
I still don't think they have an idea. Oh, well, never mind.
Yep, they do.
As soon as we leave third person, we're not able to see that Dave knows exactly where he was. He just jumps over the corner. Spots RCs. Josh with 1.
Oh my, Dave. He checks for a final one he thought might be at steps, but it is going to be Gunless, the clutch master. That's his first kill. 1 versus 3 now, 30 seconds. He's on defense. Now bomb gets planted. He's got 45 seconds to work.
And this is huge for Epsilon. I mean, Dave, look how close he is to that Camo.
Yep.
Starting off 4-1. He has 2 bomb plants already on a 2 streak. Still very early in search and destroy, but Dave making his impact felt. Gunless knows exactly where he is behind the B-bomb site. Just look at the backup, though, from Epsilon. I mean, this is a round that would be an Epsilon collapse if Gunless is able to win.
Well, he's not. Yeah, he's going to take a dive. Because to say, best case scenario, you find a kill or two there and you work towards camo. Worst case, you feed a kill to Dave. On the other side, he wisely goes off the map.
The two players with active camo. Gunless for Reunited, Dave for Epsilon. Dave so close, getting off to a fantastic start. Now, we talked about it. Now, coming into this one, had the lowest SND KD of everybody here this weekend. So far, through both searches, he's played quite well.
Yeah, he picked a hell of a day to start picking it up in search, man. This has been awesome to watch. Let's keep watching him. Dave, on X-Ray, you see there's one here. Can he trade the kill? He does do it. There's a second. He tries to get away with his life, not able to do it. Maybe you go high up over the wall run there and stick to that side, thinking you're going to get shot in the back, but he tries to get back to Josh, not able to do so. So Josh and Hockey going to now be in a 2 versus 3. Josh will be the first one to attack here. He's waiting for his teammate to get to him. Oh, God, he tags him up so much. Can they trade the kill? Oh, I thought he'd be able to tag him up. He got to this close corner. He couldn't spot him. He had 2 lined up then. Now it's all down to his teammate. No kills come through for him. Good job by United holding there inside of Showers.
That is a kill that Josh needs to get. Gunless somehow able to stay alive through all this fire.
Of course he does.
Picks up the final kill there on Hockey. I believe Hockey and Vortex still shut out from this match. I believe no kills for either of them. Epsilon going to need one of those players to step up big, make some big plays here in the next coming rounds.
And, we talked about it, but Gunless is caught up a bit now with camo because he's had a couple of plants. Davey, though, just 1 kill away, really, from making an impact. He's been working with the MV4. This time has the K-bar in hand. Josh does find the first kill. Vortex doing what he can to stay alive. Good movement there to get away. He's getting chased. There's one behind him. Can he get to the edge of the box? Still running. He does play his life. Gets baits one right into Josh. Good cover there from Josh in the window.
The bomb will go down. There you see it. Active camo available for Epsilon. You have the man advantage. You have bomb down. No reason to invest it into this round. Hockey he's gonna use it right away.
I don't. Why? Why? You have man advantage.
So weak too. Like, you don't even need camo to kill that guy.
Maybe.
Of hell.
Well, the one thing I can think is maybe he just want to guarantee a round, and now he thinks he can get it a second time. Use it early. What are we? Was our 5th round?
Guarantee a round, man.
I agree, but we can see everything. Maybe he thought there were 2 players there.
You could have came down the stairs and killed that guy.
Maybe.
So weak.
Maybe. My hands don't work as well as they used to. But I got to think maybe he thought there was another player there. The only reason I don't mind an early camo use is because if you start out hot, you can get it a second time. So even if this goes down to around 10 or 11, there's a good chance Dave can earn it again.
Even if there's a second guy there and he dies, it's a 3v2 and they have post-plant positioning.
Yeah, I mean, not a smart use, but if he gets it a second time, does it really matter that much?
You're going to bank on him getting it a second time?
Dave's getting a second camo, buddy.
All right.
We're going to round 11.
He gets a second camo, we're not going to see a round 11.
Yes, we are.
I mean, he would have been playing so well. The game is definitely going to end before that.
We're seeing it. Round 11, 2 Dave camos. I just have a feeling. And they're usually wrong. Vortex still 0-4. It has been the Josh and Dave show. On the other side, a more balanced effort from EU as they trail around. Gunless now going to work the plant. We'll take a look at the mini-map. Is Epsilon all stacked on the opposite bomb site. So they're going to have to now rotate back. Let's see if they can make a play. Arcees gets cut down. What a big kill, and it's Dave! It is Dave!
Hey, maybe he doesn't really need camo.
They call him 2-time camo Dave. Dave with another one. Almost halfway there already. He sees the third. I want to dance. He's getting shot from both players. He doesn't care. Finally, we'll get dropped by Pristini. It's now in Hockey. Somehow it turns into a 1v1. Gunless up against Hockey. Gunless so short on camo. Wouldn't this be a good time to have it? But with 15 seconds left, you still have to work on this defuse. He thought maybe wrap around the backside. With the timing here, does he look back towards mid? 8 seconds left. Not going to be able to do it. This will be a round. Bye-bye. 3-3. I mean, he knew he was mid-map. You just have to chase it for the kill. I know he was tagged up. Maybe he thought he was going to, well, obviously he thought he was going to wrap back through cell block.
I wonder when Dave is getting shot at mid-map if he had camo, if he would have lived there.
He killed 2, though. I mean,
no?
He killed
Kill more. You're screaming at him to go off.
Oh, yeah, he probably won't get a second camo, but in my heart, he does. Okay, here we go. Round 7. Dave gets eyes on 1. He's going to catch a nade in a moment. Tags him up just a bit. Enough to back him down. Another thing to point, in this map, The sniper from Marcy's hasn't made an impact like we saw it do in that first throwback. It is going to be a first blood now for Gunless, and he has camo. That would have been a beautiful kill for Dave. Needed one more bullet.
So now E United with man advantage. They have camo on the defensive side of things. This is a very good round for E United. Make it a 4v2 in favor of E United. See Gunless here, just watching the top mid. Just kind of hanging out. So you see now we'll jump over to Arcides over by the B bomb site. It's going to spot one, so they're going to have an idea of where one player is here. For Epsilon, Pristini's just going to charge him. Now Pristini has reactive as well.
Yep.
And now E United 2 rounds away. You have camo, you have reactive armor.
Yeah, you're definitely going to be wishing you had that camo down the stretch it through Dave, unless you really go off here. But God, man, E United just keeps sticking around. When Epsilon looks like they might have control of this game 5, E United playing tough. I love that though. It's like Pristini, Arcides spotting over the top. He's like, go get him, bro. Pristini flies at him there in Cemetery. Okay, so now it's going to be offense. It's been a lot of quick and easy plants for the most part here on Breakout.
Vortex is killing them right now.
You had a 4-man stack last time on defense at the B site. This time they send just 2 players, and the offense is going to come this way. It'll be interesting to see if they can hold. And yes, Vortex is a broken limb for this team right now.
Yep, it's definitely hurting them. It's Gunless trying to get in here towards B.
Nice
kill. Shot in the back, so that's quickly traded out though. It's right at 3v3, but Epsilon knows where the bomb is. They can just play exclusively for this B site.
Nice choice. As soon as Pristini saw him back down, he's like, we got to get this bomb planted. Goes ahead and gets it. Now, can he get away with his life? Yes, he will. So they're set up nicely. Epsilon all over the map right now. They need to group up together and see how they want to hit this. Pristini's got eyes on one. He's going to get an easy kill there on Augie. He pops reactive, though. That's one nice thing you have for him. It should run out as soon as he gets back, but he's in a good position here with cover at the bomb site that he could make a play. Both come running. The timing, I thought, was going to prove poor, but they get the round win anyway, and Gunless still has camo.
And you just think some of these rounds, what if Dave had camo?
Yeah.
Be able to push onto the site. Maybe the last round you're able to win.
I just want to know. I want to ask him what was going on.
What was the call out there to pop it for no?
He had to think there were multiple players there. I don't know why else that happened.
You have it's a 4v2. I have a 4v3. Yeah. I mean, even if you trade that out.
I'm trying real hard to make it make sense.
Yeah, just doesn't. Here in Game 5, playing phenomenal. 11-4. You can get a look at the minimap. See how things are playing out. So it looks like Epsilon going to go over to A here fast. Josh going to get tagged up. So E United going to know the bomb is going down here. I think we got to get on with Gunless, see if he's going to make a play with this camo.
He's got the camo. He's going to play behind this. And there is the first kill. Now the second likely to come with camo. He hasn't found it yet. There it is. Does he get a third in behind? It hasn't been traded yet. There's only 2 players left now for Epsilon. 1 player left now for Epsilon. It's all on Hockey, and Gunless is on the bomb. He has to try and get back. He's not going to get there in time. And E United with yet another reverse sweep. It's like, I don't care if this was a best of 11 and, you know, they're whatever maps they're down to 0, you feel like they're going to fight back. It's unreal.
They always figure out a way to win these games, man. You think they're down, you think they're out. They just storm on back. But Epsilon, man, that Game 5, and I really want to know what the idea with that camo was. I mean, it's so strong, you can't afford to burn it like that in that type of situation.
But for Epsilon, again, I know that is heartbreak, I'm sure, for their fans, but you got 2 maps, which is still a very, very big deal with how things came into this weekend. So they still hold the map count edge on Luminosity if Luminosity were to fall to United later. I mean, there's a lot of different ways this can go, but you just have to regroup, think, hey, we got the 2 maps, but I know it's going to haunt them. I mean, that could have, maybe should have been a 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of games to be played today. Obviously, Millennium could be a spoiler for Luminosity or Epsilon, if Millennium's able to take a series, but that is a good first series for Epsilon. They win some maps, but still, that should have been a win. You go up 2-0, you need to put that series away.
Well, a big part of this, the reason this team just never dies, always stick around, is the man Silly, and we've got him on stage with Jack.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Fantastic casting, but the person that did even better is on here on stage with me. It's Silly, leader of E United, and another series victory now, 5-0. This team can never be counted out. Let's first talk about why did you guys even go down 2-0? What was not working out for you guys in those first couple games?
I think they're more warmed up than us on the breakout. It's also our worst map. We've been 100-point club 3 times. It's been on the map every single time. We can't seem to win that. And then the throwback, we just made a couple mistakes. And as long as we win our uplink, we end up reverse sweeping everybody we play. So.
Well, it showed right there with that uplink win in Game 3. Now, you guys are 5-0, sitting pretty atop this group. From everything you've seen so far this weekend, you as one of the leaders of this team, what does E United need to improve upon before these Stage 1 playoffs?
We just need to practice our breakout more and practice our throwback uplink. Just put a lot of time into those maps. We should be fine going into playoffs.
Absolutely. Well, 5-0 in this group. Still one more match to play later on today, but our next match coming on up will be Millennium going up against Luminosity. Do you have any predictions for that series? Where do you see that one going?
LG 3-0.
Wow. Okay. All right. So LG 3-0, simple as that from Silly. They get the job done yet again. They've yet to be defeated so far this weekend. That's going to do it for us, though, on the main stage. Puckett and the analysts, take it away.
Thank you so much, Courage. Congratulations to E United. They remained perfect on the weekend, but they had to do it with 2 reverse sweeps. So, fellas, let's talk about how this all broke down, starting with the first hard point. Dave came out firing. Josh was also lighting up the scoreboard. Hockey and Vortex were involved. The whole Epsilon squad came out much hotter to open up this day.
We talk about how momentum is very important early on in the day. I think we saw it perfectly on that one. Silly explained it. They weren't really warmed up. It's not their best map, but overall, you have to give props to Epsilon. Josh was screaming at the top of his lungs almost every single kill he was getting his team hyped up. Unfortunately, that hype did not keep out throughout the series.
Now, we keep pointing out that Dave is the guy to watch when it comes to Hardpoint, but TP and I were talking, Merc, about Vortex and how important he was as the lone ERAD player on Breakout. Why is that such a difficult role, and why was he so successful in that first game?
I mean, you heard sort of the North American teams talk about it, or Luminosity when they first played. It's just unheard of, and the reason is because, of course, you can put pressure all over the map when you're inside those hills, and he was making big plays, but the problem becomes is if you get out-rotated, if you're the submachine gun player trying to rotate to those hills, you're running into K-bars and NV4, so you put a lot of pressure on yourself to make sure you rotate early and get into those hard points. And that's what he was doing. When they were rotating, the cell block, the cave, the commissary, he was the first one in those hills.
And Felony, as we saw, Josh, the key player in game number 1. We talk about Dave. We talk about the highlights from Hockey. It was the captain, Josh, showing up big in the respawns, and that seemed to be the difference maker for them in day 2. Coming into the search and destroy, though, this was a fresh game mode. Did you think E United was going to bounce back and take this one?
No, for the simple fact, United's already played this map, and Epsilon's probably watched it, and they did the exact same thing. Arstides gets on that bus on offense, snipes across, his teammates hit A. So I'm assuming Epsilon watched that match, went over some film, went over some strategies to counter it, and they ended up taking the map.
They're looking pretty darn good. Dave with the K-Bar and NV4 throughout this one, kind of setting the tone early. Here was one of the early clutches. And then Arstides pulling out the sniper, not as effective as we've seen him in the past.
Arstides also got 3 first bloods for United the first 3 rounds of the S&D, but yeah, very good job from him. Just need to close out the rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, I think United's going to go back and watch this and just, Epsilon, they put themselves, or E United, they put themselves in advantageous positions. They were getting the bomb plants down, but Epsilon just did a great job of retaking that. And those 3v3s, those 3v2 situations, I think E United probably goes watches that back and just tries to fix those mistakes.
I think one thing I want to touch on as well, rounds 7 and 8 from E United were a bit uncharacteristic for me. They're one of the best teams in the game in Search and Destroy, in specific of not just throwing their lives away early in S&D rounds. We saw Gunless do it multiple times on that map, and I think it just goes back to not being warmed up or confident in their shots. Usually when you see E United play throwback S&D, they're flying around, team pushing, just making these sort of crazy calls. They weren't doing it there, giving up a lot of map control. Epsilon played it well.
Epsilon playing great. Josh was playing incredible, topping the leaderboards in both Game 1 and 2 for his squad. Felony, before we get to Game 3, any final thoughts on the search?
Yeah, it was very important that both Dave and Josh went off early in both search and destroys. They're able to get those kinetic and active camo payloads early into the game. And along with Josh getting full streaks, it's really impactful because in the back of E United's head, they have to remember that, hey, they have camo early in the game. They have full streaks, So it's very important.
And Gunless did close out the game with the camo in his back pocket. He got killed before he was able to activate that. We could have seen E United bouncing back and stealing game 2. Instead, though, you have Luminosity, who's sitting up top in the Pro Lounge. I was hanging out with him, and Nikki D is so nervous. Classic was just hoping to see the comeback, which eventually came in game number 3. Let's talk about the uplink on Throwback, fellas. How did it play out in your eyes? Why did Epsilon seem to lose some speed here?
I think overall, they're just a good uplink team in general. I think they had a lot of map control early. Gunless with that SMG, I think Epsilon made a pretty big mistake of not running that SMG. Vortex did such a good job of it on the breakout. Why not running on Throwback as well? You know Gunless is going to run it. But overall, United was able to get those 2 scores early. Epsilon does answer back with a quick score. But one thing we need to focus on as we get into the second half is some of the mistakes that Epsilon made.
Yeah, and I just from that first half, I mean, this is definitely one of them. Dave obviously misses that one. There was a number of times where they did take that drone barn. If they make it, you know, that's a 4-4 game, and it's no longer comes down to this dunk by Gunless, but really just that first half full control for E United, just slaying all over the map, and that was really the big difference maker. A slow start from Josh and Hockey, and that just allows Arcides and Silly to control the map.
And Silly had a fantastic day too. In fact, I believe Mr. X was saying he was kind of the X factor for this squad. Drops 31 in game number 3. They're awake now, and now Epsilon has to come and challenge once again in another hard point, one of the greatest strengths of E United. Let's talk a bit about this game number 4. How did it play out? Did you think this was the chance for Epsilon to seal the deal on the series, Merc?
I did not. As soon as I saw Retaliation, Hardpoint, this is one of E United's best maps. Every time you think of an E United sort of run, you always talk about Retaliation. And really just the story was really early on. They rotated so much earlier. You look at Grave, you know, that's really the big difference maker in this game. You know, 81 to 24, you know, Lower Street. Just from the start, that seems to be one of Epsilon's biggest problems. If they go back and watch the hardpoints, they're not rotating. I specifically remember a Scorch hardpoint yesterday. We're like, what are these guys doing? Constantly hitting scrap time.
Yeah, Dave starts off really hot that game. He starts off 6-1. Gunless starts off 5-2. The big thing that Epsilon needs to take from that is Epsilon needs to make sure that after they're getting this first hill hard point time, they need to make sure that they're rotating over to the second hill and then flipping out spawns early on that hill to make sure they get Grave, because E United held almost 2 full Grave hills, and that really hurt them.
Go ahead.
Yeah, one more thing I want to bring up is Dave was having a hell of a game, but we were questioning his camo, you know, not usage, I guess. There's many moments where, you know, if E United got the rest of the hard point time, they're actually going to win. So there's, what, 3-4 situations where, like, Dave, when are you going to pop it? When are you going to pop it? It ended up not really mattering that much, I guess, but if he's able to make a big play with it, get a 2-piece to break, whether it's Cathedral, Grave, anything really, it could have made the difference.
And we were talking about it here at the desk, also up in the Pro Lounge, that the difference maker in these 2 series was not the individual slaying that you saw between Gunless and Dave, because Dave had a fantastic series, so the respawns was contributing in the S&Ds, but that payload use, that specialist ability that he was clearly outclassed by Gunless in most of the respawns. Clearly didn't make fantastic use of it either in game 5. Mr. X was touching on his frustration. You have Dave at 5-1. You have a teammate challenging a player, and Dave pops the camo. There's no one else there, and that camo is no longer available later in the game, and E United's able to walk away with the search and destroy. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here, guys, and just general thoughts here. How was E United able to close out the reverse sweep, Felony?
So for both E United and Epsilon, all 3 of their round wins going into 3-3 were all offenses. E United went A 3 straight rounds, Epsilon went B 3 straight rounds. This camo play right here, it just wasn't a very disciplined play. The offense before, they won a 3v4 at the B-bomb site. That camo right there is a little unnecessary. They're not really going to be able to break through the spiral steps, so kind of a waste in my opinion.
I mean, you just have a 4v3 with the bomb planted. There's only 25 seconds left on that bomb. There's no reason to, but really the difference maker for me for E United was every single time there was sort of a 3v3 or a 4v4 situation. You look at Pristini, look at that kill feed. He was always picking up, you know, a big, you know, 2-3 kills in the middle of the map, and that really changed the rounds and gave them sort of the momentum to close out this game.
Epsilon did not look comfortable over towards that shower side. You could see when, especially Hockey in certain situations, didn't really know which doors to peek at a certain time. The timings obviously haven't been practiced enough, and United take complete advantage of it. If Epsilon has that extra sort of strategy in their back pocket, they only went to that left side on offense most of the time. They use a better shower strategy, I think they could have got this game a little bit further on to round 11.
And I hate to call them out on it, but I have to do it. It's part of our job. Epsilon did not practice this game mode coming into the tournament. This is a huge mistake. If you are a professional team, this is your career, you have to be ready for every single game mode that is going to come up. They were clearly not prepared. They got some early success working as a team, but United runs away with it, winning 4 straight rounds to close it out, Felony.
Another big thing to note about Epsilon this game is Dave and Josh were both stepping up in Game 5 along with Game 2, which was really important because they were the Kinetic and Camo players once again. But later into the game, after Dave kind of wasted his camo, it probably would have been a little bit smarter for Josh to grab the bomb so he could work towards his Kinetic, and they would still give him the bomb to Dave. It just didn't really agree with it.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back and watch that game, I mean, Epsilon, they just played retake the entire time, right? Like, they were giving up that A bomb site, allowing Gunless to just get free bomb plants and showers. It was just an easy offensive rounds for E United. Didn't seem like Epsilon knew how to counter it at all.
Got to close it out. In a Game 4, it seems, if you're going to be playing up against E United. You can't let it go to that decider Game 5. They've done it twice. They beat Luminosity day 1 on a Game 5 reverse sweep. Now they've done it here on day 3. E United sits on top of the leaderboard with a perfect 5-0 series record. But really, here on day 3, it's all about now who is going to finish in second place. Luminosity, so thankful that E United clutched up, and Millennium as well was saying, we have like a 0.5% chance of getting into the playoffs, but if there was any way to do it, we needed E United to win. E United doing both teams a favor.
And the biggest thing we have to note on, yes, Epsilon kind of choked that series, get swept on, but those 2 maps could be so vital going into later today. You don't know how that E United versus LG rematch is going to go, so a 3-2, it's really not that bad of a situation.
And for me personally, if I'm Epsilon, I'm sort of happy that Luminosity is playing Millennium first, because if they do beat them 3-1 or 3-2, maybe even a 3-0, you know that Millennium's pretty much done. You have to play them second, and they know they have to win as many maps as possible. Look at that map count now. In Luminosity, they're going to play Millennium next, and at the end of the night, they have to play E United.
Yeah, here's a look at the whole shebang, guys. All 4 teams here. E United has 1 more match. Luminosity will be playing Millennium later today, and the rematch against E United. So they have a chance to go 4-2. Epsilon, they only have 1 more match. So they're going to be sitting, watching this Luminosity Millennium match, hoping that Millennium can steal some games, just like they did against E United. Talking about the tiebreaker rules here, though, there's a lot of questions on Twitter. How does it work? What really made it interesting here was that when Luminosity played against Epsilon, they both beat each other, but more importantly, they had the same map count. So then it goes to even more crazy tiebreakers. We're looking at the tertiary or the 4th level of tiebreakers. Joe, break it down for us. How does it work today?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously head-to-head. So when you're talking about, Luminosity and Epsilon, they both go 1-1. Then you go head-to-head game win percentage. What are we talking about here? Well, Luminosity beats Epsilon 3-1. Epsilon beats Luminosity 3-1, so it's tied. So then you're looking at overall map count throughout the entire weekend, and that's why we're talking about those map wins that Epsilon just took off E United, because they got that too. Now the pressure's on Luminosity. Not only do they have to not lose games versus Millennium and win that match, later on tonight they have to take as many maps off, if not win, against E United later on tonight.
We got our score streaks going on all day long. Make sure you are playing along on MLG.TV. You're going to want to stick around for this next one. Millennium could play spoiler. Will they be able to put Luminosity into the hole? That match is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. It is the final day here from Week 3 at the Call of Duty World League, presented by PlayStation 4.
North America, Europe, as well as APAC. Nobody can stop this man. 30 seconds left and Gunless gets through. He gets 3. Can he win it? Oh, it barely.
Are you going to live through this one?
I am.
When we played LG at ESWC, they obviously had a pickup. He was Panda. There was like a really aggressive team, which we noticed, and the respawn game was really good.
Going into the series versus Millennium, we're feeling very confident. When we played them with our full team at MLG Atlanta, we beat them 3-0. We kind of know what to expect for the most part. They haven't changed their roster, so we've been watching them play versus NA teams and seeing what they've been doing and stuff. So we're fully feeling confident going into that match, and I think we should be able to beat them.
The difference maker will probably be our aggressiveness. I think we just really need to step up the aggressiveness against LG, and they've got the chemistry because they've been together quite a while. So I think it's just stepping up our trades, being aggressive as a team, and just constant communication.
I think with most European teams, especially Millennium, they are very selfless players. We have, like I said, a really strong respawn team, and I think with the first match being against them, we're going to come out hot and we're going to look good.
This is a huge series for Millennium if they want any hope of making it into the playoffs or even stealing a third place, securing themselves a spot in Stage 2 and Call of Duty Championships. They need to get it done right here. They're in the hole 0-4. They're going up against a very tough Luminosity squad that looked like they at times could have stolen the #1 seed for the weekend. Instead, though, EU United able to shut them down in a Game 5, and then last night, big spoilers once again is setting up a rough Day 3. Let's talk about Luminosity's strengths, though. What do you need to be worried about if you're Millennium coming into this?
Everything, just their skill level. I mean, you talk about Slack, Octane, Classic, Saints, all really good slayers. Their respawns are always on point. And if you're Millennium, you have to win those search and destroys because Luminosity, they've seen to improve. They have a little bit of a strategy, really just sticking together in sort of those later rounds that they believe to change up. But if you're Millennium, you have to come out hot in that first hard point.
We heard it from Slack yesterday in his interview. He said, we come out too slow. We're able to battle back in the second half of hard points, but we need to get better in the first set of rotations. Looking at the numbers here on the leaderboard, we got Octane all the way at the top. The man gets so many defense, hill time, and he also has the best KD this weekend.
Yeah, and then you'd have Classic, who probably has the most defense. Actually, Gunless beats him out by 0.4, but Classic, even the guys with the lower KD on that roster, they're getting all of those important kills as well, and you have your entire team above a 1.0. Like, that's just nuts.
And looking at PD, where is he? He's not in our top 10. That means he's in the bottom 6 of the 16 players playing this weekend. Felony, how big is PD going to have to be in this series? He's been kind of their primary sub. He's been running quite a bit of the ERAD. Do you see him using it on these maps?
Yes, this is a all-or-nothing series for Millennium. They have to win this series. They can't lose a map. With Luminosity, with how they said they started out slow, this is where Millennium has to take advantage early in the series and go up and close it out quick. They can't lose a map.
Yeah, and then to follow up on the PD bit, he's been their guy, at least in Birmingham, with the most engagements by a country mile. Like, absolutely insane, and he was putting up a nice KD as well. Well, now he's lagging behind on the team, so his only benefit is he's dying a lot and at least giving you information. But if your fastest player isn't getting those kills, it's a huge crutch.
We talked about Millennium's struggles yesterday. It seemed that the two duos were going off at times. Never did we see all 4 players playing well. As we take a look at this 5-game series, guys, I need quick predictions before we send it to the casters. Starting with you, Felony. Who takes this series? What's the final series score?
Millennium 3-1. They're going to lose the throwback S&D.
I'm going LG 3-0.
LG 3-0.
Luminosity 3-1. They're going to lose the uplink.
Maps are going to be so important today. This one could go either way, but if you're an LG fan, you're hoping to make this swift and clean. Will they be able to get it done? We'll find out as we send it over to our casters. We got Courage with TP.
Got a little preview of us for a while there, but thank you, Puckett and the boys with their predictions for this series. The last time Luminosity and Millennium will match up this weekend. I'm joined by TP here at the casting stage. And TP, I guess I'll just throw this question right to you. You heard the other analysts' predictions. Yours now for this series. Where do you think this one's going?
You got to give it to LG. I'm going to 3-0. I completely agree. I think they know what's on the line here. They can't give away maps. They're going to come out in these ones very, very strong.
No shot at all. They can give up anything right here. Now, Moose, actually a player where you could talk about forever on this Millennium team. He is their catalyst to give them any chance to win this series. And Teep, I was sitting upstairs with Luminosity yesterday as, okay, those shots a little bit shaky from him, where Luminosity were watching Millennium play, and Moose was putting up crazy performances and numbers, and Millennium were still finding out ways to drop maps. What does that do to the psyche of a player, their mindset when playing some of these games? Does it mess with you?
I don't really think so at this level. All these players have the potential to have these crazy games. Yes, Moose has been very, very consistent for these guys this entire year. I really wish I got this Moose when I teamed with him back a few years back. No offense to him, he's a god right now.
No, he definitely is. Arguably the best player in Europe up to this point in Infinite Warfare. I just bring that up because Luminosity were saying this man needs help. They felt bad for him from what we were seeing. Right now, he is 3-1 with the majority of the time for his team. As now Moose and crew will look to break towards a cell block hard point. So what do we know about this map as a whole? Millennium, we've seen them struggle on it a little bit so far up to this point. Right now they're spawning so far out, and with that depth and middle map, this is going to be an awkward play. Thankfully, Marky B has found a way to snake around this backside.
Huge kill from Marky B, picking up that kill on the flank. The pinch needs to come in. Those players on the wall run need to go right now as Marky B distracts the other team. If he's able to get this other kill at this cart, not able to get it. Moose is in the hard point, though, contesting as long as he can. 30 seconds left in this one. He's being pretty crazy on that wall run, but LG holds strong, lock it down. They're going to have a crazy lead going into number 3.
And now, TP, while all this has been breaking down, I've actually been fed some information from our director. I'm trusting him on this because I feel like we haven't talked about this enough, but apparently Millennium have yet to win a hard point this weekend. They have not secured a hard point victory, which, now that you bring it up, kind of sounds like it could be correct. So I brought up their breakout struggles. That seems like it struggles across the whole game mode. And a lot of it comes down to them getting leads and throwing them away. Right now, they are down by 40, though, as they look to get a potential 60 on this Graveyard Hill.
They're very good at rotating to particular hills on each map. They have no problem getting a good setup. Nelson with a nice double right there to keep his team in control. The biggest thing, though, is I feel like as the game goes on longer and longer, that focus on rotation on these crazy money hills, whether it's Cell Block or this one at Grave right here, they kind of lose focus of what's important in a given moment, and they sort of, get punished.
Yeah, and right now, look at this retake opportunity from LG. They're trying to trade things out. Classic got 2, make it 3, all 4 from Classic. As he gets behind this bulldozer area, TP, the 4 times multi-kill, he slid in, basically baited his teammates, and got the job done.
Well, that can't happen, obviously. Classic makes a huge play there, sliding around like crazy, 50 away from the bombardment, already past halfway towards camo. Going to try and bait his teammates a little bit to see if he can get these score streaks that are so darn useful, especially on that Grave Hill once we get back to it on the rotation. Taking his time, playing this smart with his teammate. There is one player playing in the corner, though. Moose picks up the first. He gets the trade, though. That's exactly what they wanted to do. They got the streaks. Now they're playing for these back spawns. LG, clinical hard point right now.
Oh, gosh, he's out of ammo. He'll still clean this one up with the help of Octane. An 11 and 4 start from him. You mentioned clinical hard point. They know what they're doing. Millennium are now getting desperate. They're having to hit this outer wall run. Little do they know, 4 blue arrows in the hard point. LG have swarmed this hill. They've now doubled the lead, and a lot of it comes off the back of the performance from Classic. This is where LG are at their strongest, and team, they saw how close Epsilon played E United. For folks at home, remember, later on tonight in MLG Primetime, our final match of the weekend will be LG versus E United to finalize where these top 2 teams go.
The fight for second place, the fight for that playoff berth, so important here. LG doing a great job of getting initial lead on this first rotation. Millennium getting some pretty crucial scrap time here. Classic with a hell of a start, 11 and 5, has these score streaks, a bunch of utility at his disposal, getting ready for that camo soon, I'm sure, as well. One thing I want to highlight, though, is that sort of setup on commissary that Millennium had. You saw how it was just 1v1 gunfight. They need to play a bit of a tighter setup, in my opinion, help each other out, and get some team shooting going. That's what I see what the main difference is with these guys.
Watch out for these team shots as the game goes on. Millennium slowly clawing back into this game. PD, a 3-9 start from him. Not the performance you want to have from someone who at one point was considered arguably the top player in European Call of Duty. I remember back in Advanced Warfare where he was an absolute beast. Right now, struggling just a little bit off the break of this first map. Remember, if you are just tuning in, Millennium, they need to be perfect. I think, from what I've heard, they literally cannot lose a map if they want any chance of getting, I believe, second in this group is still possible.
Very, very, very slightly.
They need everything to fall in their favor.
Moose making a good play, focusing on this rotation. They do have the spawns, and this is exactly what I wanted to see. However, they can't just throw away their lives in this situation. A nice little spot from Moose, looking through that bit of a crack to get an advantage on that player, and they have the back spawns, 14 and 7. Moose continuing the dominance here at week 1. Come on, teammates, pick it up. Moose is a god.
Moose most certainly is, and now here comes the pressure. 3 Soren Adam, 1, 2, and there's the 3rd. Moose gets him 1 shot. Trying to clean him on up, though. Not going to happen, but either way, the damage is done. He's earned the streaks. And the 70-second lead earlier from LG is now down to just 30.
Just the woes of Millennium continue to happen. Some contesting going down. PD making a play through the back, but LG cleans it up again.
Done.
So pretty much the same thing we saw in this first cell block hardpoint. LG clears it out again. And if one player on Millennium gets a kill there,
yeah,
they're fine. Moose is putting so much work in. 17-9 now on the rotation. But now these score sheets could come into play from LG.
Look at how similar these scoreboards are. You've got a monster game from Classic at 19-9, and you've got a big performance from Moose at 17-9. Both of them leading in slaying. Classic has everything to use for this retake. How does it wind up playing out? First does come the entry kill onto PD, and now the Trinity Rockets, which you'll see, will force the players out of this hard point, giving up bulldozer control. You should see some backup, but no, now the streaks come in for Moose. All they're trying to do is zone each other away from this bulldozer, as now both teams have a presence here.
Next level warfare with all these score streaks. Classic just walks through though. He doesn't even care. Moose decides to pop the Trinity. I'm not sure how, if that was really a good call. Maybe save that for a bit later on in the game. He has this camo at the ready. The bombardment and the Scarab trying to hold off the enemy team. Back and forth fights over towards Cave. LG racking up so much time though. I don't know if Moose should have, dumped so much into this.
You mentioned what was put into this play. Classic just uses that Trinity Rocket and then takes matters into his own hands, literally 23 and 10. More kills than almost 3 members combined for Millennium. Crazy performance from him, and now look at the lead, the largest of the game for LG, and now they're using more streaks to push for these back spawns. Last time it was a clean break from LG once they got control of this helipad area, as they look to do it again here.
Marky B holding strong, using that back helipad to his advantage though. This 1v1 going to be happening. Octane versus Marky B. Marky B picks up one. His teammate, the FDL, comes in. Nice movement from Octane to get those spawns. You can see his teammate get around the back, number 2 as well. The wall run coming in. Moose decides to drop the bombardment on that wall run, it looked like. Picks up one of his teammates.
So this is what just happened. He killed his teammate with the bombardment, which let Octane get in the hill, which gave him 100 extra seconds. And then because he's defending the hard point, every kill gives him 125. So right there, he earns essentially a free Warden, as now LG have 5 streaks to work with. The Warden is in the sky, and I think the end is near, TP, in this first map.
Just beautiful plays. LG playing these spawns so much better on Commissary in particular. Marky B just needed a little bit help at the back. He didn't get it. They clear out. Octane gets the Warden. He has another streak, 2 streaks in his back pocket if they do need it. Classic been holding this camo for what seems like 20 minutes as well. LG has so much stuff in their pocket to pull out if they get into a bad situation.
And TP, talk to me a little bit too about the dynamic of this LG team. The ability for Octane to get, 2+ minutes, it feels like, every time we see him in the scoreboard and the objective. What does that free up his teammates to do on the map?
Just wreak havoc everywhere. Saints and Classic, usually those faster players putting up those high KDs, a bit of a struggle, but it is Breakout, a bigger map where that, that pressure can be difficult to put on at times. But when you have someone like Classic stealing all the kills, I guess they can't find any.
Now, another thing to point out, all players from Millennium actually have blind eye on, so you're not going to be seeing too much interaction with that Warden. I guess they were expecting something to come into play right there, so it will not actually get any kills, but either way, you could just see how LG continue to feed off this momentum up by 80 seconds. They'll get the last little bit of the scrap time and push for one final break on the cell block. This could be the final hill of the game if LG push on through.
So Millennium gets this set up again. There is one player on the top side from LG trying to work over towards middle. Millennium needs to hold this if they want a chance to come back here. The camo is popped though from Classic. Gonna hit this wall run with his teammates. Finds the first on a Moose. There is one more player at the back. I think he's alone in this situation, but no, Nosen goes huge. They do end up holding. So camo burned.
Yes.
I think there might be 1 or 2 score streaks left on the side of LG if we get further on in this game, but Millennium holding strong at this wall run.
This is still possible, but those 2 entry kills could be absolutely huge. Here comes the Brigade of Luminosity. They fly on in now. 4 players just contesting, floating on the wall run. Thankfully, PD and Nolson decide to bring the action to them. It's Slacked all by himself. All right, Millennium will hold up a TP. Here's the thing. Because of that push, it did not let the boys of Millennium rotate early towards this new hardpoint. Now they're trying to frantically get into position, but look at these blue arrows. They are fully set up for this push. There is no utility for Millennium, and you've got streaks in the hands of Octane. I do not see how this break's gonna come in for the European squad.
Such a tight setup. Slacked watched the flank as well from such a solid position. Octane raining down, being that turret we know him to be, putting on some pressure over towards Bulldozer. Classic flying forward, Slacked as well. There's no way Millennium can do anything here.
GG. Game number 1 going to go to the North Americans in Luminosity Gaming as Millennium's Hardpoint struggles continue at a final score of 250 to 181. TP, that entire retake came in from the pinch. They were waiting for the pinch from Moose. Little did he know Slack was already there laying down watching the mid-map cuts. LG do not give any chance for a comeback in that game. As what performances we saw from not only Classic but Octane towards the end as well.
If you're going to sacrifice that much time to rotate to these hard points, you cannot get broken in the first push. Millennium took too long to fix those mistakes. They finally held a good cell block at the end, but like you said, they didn't get that rotation. It's one or the other. They didn't sacrifice enough and set up well enough early in that game. Yep. They go down too far. The Warden comes in. Classic dominates. Just too much to handle.
And TP, you mentioned how long Classic was holding on to that payload. A lot of players would just pop it right away. I know if I was at a pub, I probably would too to make a flashy play happen, but Classic saves it for when it's at its most dire. Millennium, a couple players start to go on streaks. They have a full setup for 60 seconds in cell block. What does he do? Wait for his teammates to rotate from middle. He's standing inside showers, pops the camo, uses that as a tool to get the entry kill into the hard point. It's why even you were talking about yesterday, you could make a case for him to be top 3 camo players right now in Infinite Warfare, and it showed right there. 30 kills, I think, from him in that map.
Yeah, him and Octane were the duo on that one. Yes, Saints and Slack, a bit of a slower performance from them, but it doesn't matter. Overall, that Team KD had to have been positive with those two guys just dominating the map. Millennium, though, Moose, man, the guy
doesn't stop.
PD has a pretty horrific game, to be fair. It's just I feel like it's the fundamentals, though. They're not playing Hardpoint right. They haven't won any Hardpoints. That's just indicative of huge mistakes.
We will take a look at our box score to see where exactly this 80-second lead came in from the boys of LG early on in that game, and look at cell block to Grave. Typically, that is not the score line you see. The team that holds cell block normally does not win most time on Grave because they have to rotate over for that hill. Instead, this time around, LG do both.
And the one thing I want to highlight, too, number 4, Commissary. Yes, Millennium gets more time overall in that game. I'm going to go out and say LG played that hill way better, even though they lost it. You have to think, they're fighting from behind. They got all the time at Cell and Grave, so that means they're automatically not in that setup to get Commissary. For them to get that much time, both times on rotation when Millennium got that intro time is impressive in itself. Yeah. And the fact that the setup was so poor for Millennium, that should have been the difference maker for Millennium. They don't execute on it.
Think of how Octane earns those full streaks. It's a team kill from Moose's bombardment, and then he easily cleans up a one-on-one gunfight. You're not beating Octane one-on-one when he's inside that hill. There's Saints on your screen, a quiet map from him, but when his teammates are playing as electric as they were right there, you don't need much more. Now, when we talk about this squad moving forward, if you are Millennium, because there's going to be some whispers, you know, people are already talking about the roster change between Stage 1 and Stage 2, which teams are going to switch things up, which teams will stick together. You experienced Moose on your team when he came out of an environment where he was successful, then came over to North America. He had his more than fair share of struggles. If I'm someone looking at Moose, and I think, yes, he's succeeding on this team, do I share that same worry, though, about potentially that occurring again, where we bring Moose into a new environment? Yes, he might be great at Millennium. Will he fit on our team?
I really don't think so. I think Moose has been a top-tier player. We saw his individual performances in multiple events throughout this year, and that's why I have a lot of confidence in him if some sort of roster change does go down. That's someone you look at that can be a benefit to a lot of teams that probably are not having too much success. And man, I think you look towards him.
In any region. Yeah, it's also really a thing to point out as well. Moose, his stock is so high up there right now that all eyes are on him as this one goes on, but I can tell you one thing for sure. Millennium, I don't think they want any changes to happen, especially with Moose on this team, so they've got to turn things around right here. That might have just stapled basically no way that they can get top 2. Again, the worry for them, just getting those top 3 places to qualify for $2.7 million or $2.2 million in tournaments as the year goes on. Let's get into game number 2 as LG do have the 1-0 series lead.
So the contention to make it in somehow is probably gone, but however, they can be the spoilers for one of these teams. Oh, yeah. Maps are very important, and I know these guys, they're going to try to win every map possible just for the practice.
Yeah, people are saying how, you know, if Millennium really do struggle in this series, don't win, go to 0-5, they face Epsilon later. I can tell you the European rivalry there is still going to be there. Millennium will still be playing like they're at a COD Champs Grand Final, which has me excited still as the day goes on. 4v4, it's a quick plant and getaway for Millennium, and this is a great setup they now have, TP.
I don't know why more teams don't do this often. You can back up towards blue. You have a nice line of sight. Obviously, PD with this AR can look towards this bomb, and it forces the other team to make an uncomfortable push over towards front blue. No cover for you.
Look at this.
They can't do anything.
20 seconds left. They try to just smoke and hop on the bomb. That's not going to work. Moose on the flank, though, does get spotted by Saints. 18 seconds left. They've got to begin to push this out. They know Nolson's in this close corner. Still 13 seconds remaining. 7.5 needed for the defuse. Do they kill the bomb diffuser in time? There it is, and it's a beatdown from Nolson. One-on-one gunfight.
They're dancing.
Nolson gets it. Octane's going for fists, and I don't even know what the hell he's doing. Doesn't get the defuse in time for LG. As Slack, I think Slack tried to hop on it 2 different times in that round.
A very weird round. Unfortunately, Octane runs out of ammo. He does get that player, the pick onto top blue, and I thought it was over. I thought they did it. I'm like, uh-oh, Millennium just made a huge blunder, but not enough ammo in the clip.
Does the ending of that round not perfectly sum up how frantic of a situation that is for LG when they give up that site and everyone can get away on Millennium? It puts you in spots like that where you have your final guy run around with a knife in his hand. As now tacticals are thrown out towards middle, will give Millennium some idea of where LG are pushing towards.
Middle map control early for them. Classic going to try and lead the way with this Erad. PD in a nice spot, though, to pick up the first blood. He gets out of dodge as well. Takes a second fight. I don't really agree with that. You got the kill that you probably shouldn't have gotten. You need to get back to your teammates. But regardless, 3 versus 3 situation, LG with a strong push.
And Saints did spot that player near Barn, so I'm wondering how Slack plays this. Yeah, I like that. Just get away. Don't get pinched. Marky B, thankfully, for middle map for Millennium, does even things back out. But just like that, Slack and Octane each find one of their own. It's Nolson by himself. He's getting chased down. Does get around the corner, though, to play his life.
Good movement from Nolson to try and get away, make this round last as long as possible. Spots that player again, and whew, nice shots from Octane. The laser beam shot makes Nolson a little bit weak. Now, looks like they're moving over towards his bomb site. 1 versus 2 situation from him. Has to get the defuse as well.
And Octane, I mean, he's just sitting top train for the majority of that, not worried at all about whatever fight comes his way. Slack now just dancing around this bomb, using it for cover. And Nolson's going to try to push up, and that's not a gunfight. You're going to win there. 1-1 as LG bounce back.
Millennium's setup was perfectly fine. PD in a nice spot to pick up that first kill on that high wall run. Why put yourself in a position to challenge again? Yeah. And that's a big difference maker teams need to notice in Search and Destroy. When you get a kill in a situation where you probably should not have, and you get away, you don't get traded. Get away. You have the number.
Yes.
Like, that's when you can just play a retake. You can go to the back corner of your spawn and not do anything until they plant.
And I think the big thing you're talking about, too, for viewers at home, they're saying it didn't really look like he was challenging that much, like he wasn't flying out. It's the difference between laying down and just holding that angle where your teammate can shoot them as they push you, and moving to your right, giving them the opportunity to get that angle to hold and get that advantageous gunfight. It's the difference between him sitting still and rotating to the right there that gets him killed. Bomb planted again in a 4v4 scenario. Let's see if Millennium can win it yet again.
Looks like another retake coming in from LG. They almost did it on that first round, but this is the different bomb site. Classic making a play up towards the sidewalk with this Erad. Moose watching it, though, from a quality spot in that corner. Now a couple of players on the bomb site stacking up. Slack able to get one. Saints getting some pressure with that Erad. And now, number situation in the favor of LG. Nolson and PD have some work cut out for them.
Beautiful FTL jump from Slack to get behind the player on bus. LG win another round where they get first blooded. And Teep, it's because of these 1v1 gunfights that they just keep losing. Saints there in middle. If he dies, that's a round win for Millennium.
It's just not fundamentally correct. You have the bomb down. Make LG work harder for those kills. And what I mean by that is don't just peek out and let them shoot you for free. There's no trades going down. They're not having to run all the way across the map. They're just sitting on the bomb, the top train, front window, and challenging gunfights is just so poor for Millennium. You can waste so much more time when you have the bomb down.
And now look at how scary this is. You've got Slack at 4-1, but big thing to take note of. The bottom right of your screen, he plants this. He earns the Trinity Rocket, a tool to basically secure your team around after that objective is planted. And Millennium are now sending 4 towards B. They have no idea that this bomb is being planted. Oh gosh, they are so far from the objective, and Classics is buying his team more time.
Beautiful, gets the kill as well. That's exactly the point I'm trying to bring up here. Gets the second as well. That was just a nice shot, nice play from Classic. That's probably gonna be a top play in my opinion, just for the fact that he stayed alive. Now Marky B in a 1 versus 3 situation. There's no way he can make it to the bomb or probably even get into a gunfight at this point. Yep. Just a beautiful round. LG just looks like the better team. He does pick up 1, but only 12 seconds left. He can't even make it over there. Another round for LG.
And look at how badly Slack wants this kill. He's peeking whatever he can in middle map. Because if he does, he'll get the bombardment. Another big thing to
gotta get off the map, my dude.
Marky B's not gonna jump off in time, which will give Slack the bombardment. they have no idea too. They don't know he has these streaks as well because Marky doesn't, because they can't see him because there's no defuse coming in. They don't technically know that he's got enough score to get these streaks. Marky doesn't jump off and just gave a free, not only Trinity for that plant, but the bombardment as well.
A bit of a tough situation. Yes, you can look at Marky B. He's on a streak. He's close to the FTL, but you're not close to a payload really worthwhile in comparison, right? I think you just kind of hold an L there, jump off the map, but now Slacked has all these crazy bombs to blow up.
And already Classic with the first blood, the NB4 from range. Watch out for LG now to flood the map and take this round by storm. Classic with another challenging the final one. PD, that's not going to happen. LG show off their prowess from range right there as they strike with a quick round victory.
Just straightforward rounds from LG. I mean, they're the better team in this scenario. They're obviously shooting better. The teamwork is better. Everything pointing towards them. Seems like Millennium is crumbling a bit. It's not looking too good.
Is there a positive you can take right now from Millennium in this S&D? Maybe that they've done a good job of pushing a site and planning?
Yeah, they play these early round scenarios pretty well. I will
try to help them.
I will give them the credit. It's just those later round decisions where someone's trying to make this hero play. Hero plays usually don't work in a scenario like this. It's competitive Call of Duty. It's 4 versus 4. Top players, it's really hard to take over.
Well, Marky B pops his FTL jump to actually stay alive long enough to get 2 kills in that round. This is their best chance yet of winning a round in this game. PD knows where both players are, does cut down Octane, and just like that, it's Slacked all by himself.
Slacked able to get 1, does earn that FTL. Could possibly use it to get this clutch here. 2 players in front of him, finds the first. Oh, some nice shots onto Moose, but Moose is able to win it. Another round going into Millennium's favor, 2-4. And imagine if Slack just flies over with FTL, gets the first, that would have been wild.
That would have been, that's the second FTL of the game. We're just 7 rounds in. Shows what Slack's doing for his team right now. With the objective in the crowd, getting a little bit behind this Millennium team with their round victory right there.
So a quality retake from them. LG making not too much of a mistake. I think Marky B just getting aggressive, getting that 2-piece with that ERAD. It's just a quality play. The setup from LG was good. Marky B breaks it basically on his own. Looks like Millennium going to switch it up a bit, take this bomb over towards this site. Classic peeks out. He gets that information to his teammates. The rotation will be coming in. Will number 7, though, Will Saints for a late flank.
They still don't know he has these streaks.
Yep, here it comes.
So now they have no cover at all. Missile's going to rain down. It's going to force the hand of Millennium to push through. And now they're in a choke point inside Barn. 3 versus 2. Here comes the flood from LG. They know they've got these players pinned. Look at how these arrows are set up. They have every single door watched. Nolson, they're just jumping around trying to stay alive. Beautiful play.
Just great. That's the use of score streaks. LG can just give up that entire bomb site. As soon as they call that in, Millennium goes, uh-oh, I don't have an umbrella. I have to get into Barn. And then they just completely pinch in. There's only 3 doors to get out. Octane wraps around from the back, watches the front. The other 2 doors are locked in. Saint says, I'm bored of sitting here. I'm sliding in and killing them all.
I don't know what type of umbrella you have that stops missiles from the sky, but I need to invest in one of those. As we now get into round 8, Slack still with utility to work with. He's already got his 2nd FTL jump before anyone else in lobby gets their first payload in this game. And as I say that, the trophy system defense is enough for a camo from Classic.
FTL still at the ready. Marky B answers with 2 of his own. Moose answers with the 3rd. Octane stuck in this scenario.
There you go.
Where it's not going to go well for him. 3-5 now. Millennium showing some life. They're really good at this team push situations. Probably should just keep doing that.
Yeah, and Marky's doing everything he can for this team. 3 kills in this round. I believe that's 10 for him now in this map. A quiet 10, because we've been talking so much about LG. But really, the 2 rounds that they've won, or three of the rounds that they've won, 2 of them were directly inspired by an opening 2-piece by Marky B.
Quality plays from him. Trying to keep his team in this one 10-6. The rest of his team, not too much on the scoreboard. Classic does earn this camo. Slacked has FTL again, but Marky B has his also. So lots of FTLs in this one.
Oh yeah, people are gonna be flying all over the place. His Slacked, he will at least show it the bombardment and get some information for his team, which, look at this, it gives Classic the confidence to move up the map. Again, just splitting this off, can easily rotate towards middle or to B, wherever the call out comes in from. With 1 minute left, Millennium has yet to move out of their base.
Slack gonna wait a little bit later on in the round to call this down at whatever bomb site. They're just trying to peek out for information. Millennium is the one that has to make the play. Bomb is moving towards the top side of the map, towards B. This could be another scenario where bombs start dropping and they're forced to make a play.
Here it comes. Classic will be the first to spot. Does get tagged up. Does he use the camo? Doesn't appear so. He'll get out with his life. Again, Classic continues to get out with his life when he's the only player on a certain side of the map. Moose does plant in the 4v4. Just like that, bombardment comes in and kills 2.
Like, Are you going to make the same mistake twice? Marky B does get out. 2 kills. PD gets it. How? What?
Marky
How?
B. Marky B.
He's a beast.
The 2-piece ERAD phenom of this map does it again, the 3rd time now, where they've won a round and numbers have been evened out or given to his team by a 2-piece from him.
I'm sorry. I was about to roast. Same mistake twice. What are you doing? Marky B says, no, Teep, you're stupid. I'm going to just kill them all, FTL out. That was an awesome play.
All right, so Millennium do keep in it, and there you see. Bye-bye bombardment. No more streaks for Slack, and they're just down by 1 round. How does Classic and crew play this? Do they use this camo as the entry? Doesn't appear so as of yet.
One thing you have to note, why does Classic have the bomb? He's got his payload already. Scarab coming in for Marky B. Trying to pick up one of those players on the bomb site.
He doesn't know he's
doesn't
behind
know. Oh, he's keeping an eye on him. Okay, he's getting that information for his team. They know he's going for the trade with that Scarab. Nolson picks up the first on a Saints. The slide coming in. Nolson gets the call out. Perfect 2-piece from him.
I thought Marky B had no idea it was there. Meanwhile, he's just much smarter again than it appears from that 3rd-person perspective. As he's watching the Camo player, as Camo's about to push out and go for first blood, they get him 1 shot, cut him down. Teep, you're clapping for him. Where was this Millennium at the start of this game?
Why do they let the game get so out of hand first and then start making these awesome plays? But regardless, we are going to around 11. They could play spoiler. Every single map could come down to the wire in terms of who qualifies and who doesn't.
Yep.
If they win this, LG's in a tougher spot.
Just think. Classic did not use the camo in that round. Moose with 1 of his own. It's about to be a camo fest in round 11. Which player makes the bigger impact? That's what it's all going to come down to, TP.
Invisible battles are always fun.
Oh, yeah. Oh, here it starts.
It early. I like the play. Use it first, get some sort of advantage with it. Drops down on the bomb site.
Oh,
the team kill comes in. 1 versus 3.
What?
Situation.
Oh, my God.
Double kill with the nade.
And then double kill for shit.
I don't know what's going on.
Slack versus Nolson. Slack versus Nolson. After all of that, it was a 1v4, a team kill, a 2-piece grenade. And Slack has seen where he is. Is this about to be the greatest collapse in around 11 from what I've seen? He's on the right side of the bomb, though. Slack will be able to react right away. FTL jump doesn't even need to use it. What a throwaway by Millennium. What a throwaway by Millennium as Brycey is crying real tears in his home right now in the UK.
No.
What just happened? What just happened?
I don't even know.
Look,
I don't even
saw
know.
Marcus here. Are you kidding me? Look. Look at that. Oh, no. I think he was saying some words that I can't say.
Well, he had like 20 kills in this one. No, it's more like 13 or 14. But like,
wow,
that picture says it perfectly. That's how I feel.
Does that not sum up this whole weekend? A great camo play to at least get the kill. They got fed a team kill to make it a 2v4. PD cleans up another 1v4. Then, because it happened so fast, I'm repeating it for viewers at home. A team kill grenade, or a team kill, sorry, from PD, I believe. Then a 2-piece grenade flechette. Did Slack just drop that on the ground and fall out of his pocket?
I'm fairly sure, too. Mr. Patrick Price just told me. I think Classic was camoed, and Saints just pegs him in the back of the head with a grenade, blows him up. That all happened within like a 10-second period. I want to say unlucky. It is kind of unlucky. How does that even happen? Grenade kills going on like crazy, and then Slack gets the perfect sort of timing where he spots the player over the bomb. A collapse.
I think we all need a couple moments here before this game 3 starts on up. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the LG Millennium series continues with LG somehow up 2-0.
I think the standout player this weekend will be Nolson. I think he's been putting in the extra work and been putting in a lot of effort online, especially the last week at the boot camp. So he's been put up crazy stats, and I expect him to do the same this weekend.
Standout player of the weekend will definitely be Classic. I think the way he's been playing online and on LAN in these past few events, he's just a solid, well-rounded player. I think he's really going to break out this weekend going against E United and some of these top teams. I think he's just a really well-rounded player, and I think he's like if he's going off on our team, we're looking really good.
I'll have to say Classic. If he goes big for his team, like kind of just plays the game how it's supposed to be played. Like he doesn't look for kills, doesn't look for, to kill or anything like that. He's just baits himself out, gets the job done, and does what needs to be done.
Stand-up player from this weekend's got to be Dave again. He played insane at Birmingham. He's proven to most people that he's one of the best players in Europe and in the game. So I think he'll show it again versus Americans.
It is day 3 here in the yellow group, and it's time for another G Fuel key player matchup. This one between arguably the MVPs for their respective teams so far this weekend. Octane has been a monster, especially in the upcoming game mode in Uplink with a 1.28 KD across the weekend. Also to note, Luminosity have yet to lose anything on Throwback, which will be our Game 3 map. On the other side of things, Moose puts up a monster performance Game 1 for the loss. A little bit quieter in that Search and Destroy, but now in Uplink, they need him more than ever. This weekend, Millennium on the verge of another series loss here. This has been your G Fuel key player matchup. We have regained here in the MLG Arena after what was one of the strangest round 11s I've seen in competitive Call of Duty TP. I know it's a crazy play. When I look at you during the break and go, what just happened? You go, Jack, couldn't tell you how that was possible.
I think my face during that sequence of events was I was saying whatever I was saying. I just went,
you stop.
What?
Yeah. A two-piece flechette, a team kill, not only from LG, but then from Millennium. I mean, that was literally one of the most ridiculous rounds I've seen in the Pro League so far. Either way, it's behind us. We're going into Game 3, and we just mentioned during our key player matchup that LG have yet to lose, I believe, anything on Throwback, let alone Uplink, but Hardpoint and SND as well, and that's what Map 3 is going to be, as if it couldn't be worse for Millennium.
However,
okay,
Millennium's been quite good at Uplink in general.
Yes.
So I think they do have somewhat of a chance here. I was expecting like an LG 3-1. Well, that shot's not really, making me more confident. Hand in palm right there. But I think they have a chance.
Oof. All right, game number 3. We were hyped, so hyped for Millennium in this group. Yes, were they coming in as the underdog? Absolutely, but that's why they came out here a week early. They land practice at the arena against everyone from that blue group last week. And now to be on the verge of being 0-5 must be so heartbreaking and frustrating for this team. They've got some heart, though, and they're going to try to fight now for the reverse sweep in this series. What can they do? It's map number 3, Throwback Uplink between LG and Millennium.
I think they're doing it.
Yeah?
They're winning at least this map. They have to.
That was me.
They've been close.
I'm excited.
Well, the one person clapping like that, Jack.
Hey, I'm here to support you, Teep. As now, kills being traded right away between Saints and Marky B. Again, you mentioned Millennium and Uplink have looked good so far this weekend. What is the difference for you for Millennium in this game mode that has made them better than other teams?
The drone control and what they do, the movement of how they make the other team rotate to a pretty bad scenario in order to get points. Yeah. I think that's one thing that some NA teams can kind of take a page out of their book, but regardless, you have to pick up the kills in order to make that happen. LG picks up the first couple. Drone moving very quickly. This is going to be an easy dunk. I don't think they're going for the 1, but okay, that's fine. Still points on the board. They are still slaying in the base. They're going back for middle map control. Oh, nice shots with the ERAD as well.
Yeah, he's at least going to slow that play down. The drone being thrown over, PD clearing out his base, 3 kills off the respawn. Will at least stop the pressure for the moment, as Octane again will do his best to live in middle map, and just like that, 2 pieces like that are huge, because now look what it's done for LG. They still have Octane flying around here, 5-1 off the break, a 5 streak now. He knows there's someone in this close ticket side. No, he cannot. Thank you, PD. Does finally clean him up, but either way, Octane does a great job of stopping Millennium's pressure towards his base.
Some huge kills. Nolson answering back to get middle map control. Looks like they might take this drone over towards this barn side. They're really good at doing this and executing points. They do have that lead blocker pretty far up in Marky B. PD high up on this wall run. Should get taken out in just a second. And unfortunate, Marky B wasn't able to pick up that first kill. They might have been able to get that one off. They're not able to. Drone control back in the hands of LG, and they're just pushing up blue. I like it.
Fine, let's go. Let's bring it towards field. You want to make this area a priority on the map? LG say we'll fight fire with fire. And it starts by charging out of blue. Thankfully, Marky B holding the angle there to at least cut down 2. And now it's Slack all by himself, trying to at least just keep the pressure on towards this Millennium side. And he'll do it for a few seconds before the drone control goes back to Nolson. And Teep, you're questioning that push on Marky B. He had no one to follow up there from his team.
They don't have numbers. He knows he needs to play his life and pick up a kill for anything to possibly happen. He just kind of throws his life away. Don't really agree with it, but regardless, Drone moving up pretty quick from LG. Octane picking up a huge kill at Underpass, 8-3 start for him. Slack gets taken out by Marky B, so things starting to stabilize here. Marky B picks up a second to get some map control. Yep. Hopefully they can get some points over on this strong side of the map, the side they should be on.
Yeah, and that's actually a really good play for Marky B. He knows how key it is to get bowling, to stop a rally potential for that drone to be thrown over the top ticket window, gets the bus, stays alive, actually gets 2 kills with it as well, so kind of adding insult to injury. Didn't only get good map positioning, but also cleaned up half of LG. Just like that, though, it's Slack and crew winning these first gunfights, and Millennium are now again in a position where they're 4 dead.
Man, these kills just look so easy from them. They just 4-stack, get a team push, Drone moving up towards Underpass. An easy dunk going to be coming in. Nolson is the last line of defense for Millennium, but he gets taken out by Slack. A dunk for them.
This should be a double score.
It should be. Yeah, they're going to take this drone, chuck it right back over to the player towards point. The overextend coming in from Millennium, and I like the heads-up play from them. Octane's going to get this drone, does get the one off, and just beautiful relay.
And that's a smart play from him, because if he goes for a dunk there, he most likely either doesn't get it or dies before he can at least earn 1 streak. Instead, throws it in for the 1, gets the Scarab, then picks up another kill to earn the Trinity. It's little stuff like that. LG not getting greedy, even with all the control they have so far this game.
So Drone is going over towards Barn. It hasn't been successful thus far in this first half. Only 1 minute and 30 left, and that's exactly why that side of the map is so hard to push that drone. Saints is able to play that sort of weird corner. You can't possibly check all those random crates, boxes, things in the back right. Saints picks up 2, stops the play.
And TP, I gotta ask you, how many times have we seen Millennium push up and not just have 1 or 2 die, but 3 or 4, and the whole team is wiped? LG can then flood. What does that do for you in the game? I mean, that's got to be the most nerve-wracking feeling, as you know they're just pushing down your base.
Oh, it's just so much pressure. The 1 does get off another point, 5-0 lead for LG. Marky B does clean out base with a 3-piece with the ERAD. And the biggest thing I want to touch on, though, what Millennium has been struggling with, is usually they do that rotation over towards Barn, but they usually take it back once the other team is rotated. Finally, they get some success over on this side of the map. They should be able to get at least a 1 in this scenario. They might try and force the dunk. Classic picks up 2. They get greedy with it.
How many are dead? How many are dead? All 4.
All 4 are dead.
Again.
I kind of understand why they went for the dunk there. It is greedy. I think you have to just make some points on the board. So, I don't know.
It's kind of like watching football, right? Where maybe your team's getting slaughtered at the half and they kick a field goal to at least, you know, have something
chip
to go
down that score.
Yes.
Exactly.
And right there would have brought the game from actually a 3-possession game to a 2-possession game. Another 1 gets thrown in by Luminosity. Not only have they shown they can push from this bowling side, but they've also put up some points near blue. At the half, it will be a 6-0 lead. And you talked about, Teep, how you thought that this would be the game mode where Millennium have their best chance, and so far it's been pretty one-sided.
Yeah, just not really utilizing that strategy that worked for them. Yes, they were taking it up towards Barn to force the rotation. You saw multiple players rotate from back Barn from LG.
Yep.
Usually they would take that back towards middle, go to the strong side of the map, but they weren't doing it. They tried to force it up Barn. Saints or someone, Octane, would get into a quality position. They kill the drone carrier, and that's the biggest thing too. You need that lead blocker to lead the way. That lead blocker wasn't getting a kill, was getting taken out so quickly, and it's sort of a chain reaction where your team gets wiped.
And I hope people at home realize, I mean, we're not trying to roast Millennium for every decision they make, right? LG's had their fair share of misplays in that S&D as well. But the big thing is there was so much hype built around Millennium from them being in the arena last week. They scrimmed every team from the blue group with more land practice than anybody. They were here. I was hearing from certain players last week how good Millennium looked in their scrims. They thought they had a chance to take this group. And then to now be on the verge of 0-5, where they just never really looked as like a cohesive unit. It's just tough to watch, and especially when they're making little mistakes that cost them big time in these maps.
And they're having individuals moose on some of the other maps. Marky B here already has 13-1 confrontations on the map. When you have individuals performing like this, you should be scoring more points.
Yeah.
And that's the things I'm trying to highlight. These NA powerhouse teams are so good. LG, for example, the slaying, it is in their favor, but the fact that they're able to score off of every single wave of kills is the difference maker.
And even here, look at how Octane's team dies, and he just lives at bus. He's just zoning this area. Millennium try to throw the drone forward. They can't challenge him. His teammates spawn up. They rush right towards him. And just like that again, Octane, he's still the one engaging. 27 engagements now on another 3 streak. He's got the most points for his team. This should be at least a 1. LG connect again. No interception from the side of Millennium. 7-0. Now a 4-possession game.
LG just playing impressive Call of Duty on all of these game types. Yes, that S&D kind of got out of hand for a second, but they're able to clutch it up with that unique scenario at the end. But this uplink, it's just not even close. Octane with a hell of a scoreline, 18 and 12, 4 points on the board, has Overdrive at the ready. He'll probably get some more points here.
This has been their best chance yet now of a score for Millennium as they get 2 dead, and look where they're positioned. They actually have 2 players on the bowling side of the map. Classic now knows this. He's just going to wait for them to try to collapse back towards middle. And every second that goes by just favors the North American team, folks. We're on the verge of a 3-0 as LG look like they're playing some of their best Call of Duty so far this weekend.
Looking very strong. They need to get this 3-0. Looks like they're going to lock it in. Marky B earns that Overdrive as well. Finally, a wave of kills. There is 1 player alive. Classics being a nuisance on that drone reset. Marky B is pushed up, but this is sort of the separation. Yes, they get control of the enemy base. Marky B throws his life away. That's exactly the points I've been bringing up. I hate to just keep hammering it home of all the mistakes that Millennium is making, but it just adds up so quickly.
It adds up to a 7-0 scoreline. It's basically where we're at now. 3 dead again. Octane with Overdrive of his own. They're just going to play it right towards the Millennium side. So think of this. That play from middle map to Millennium getting some pressure into the base of LG to Marky B getting set up was about a 35-second time. That was just drained off the clock for 0 points. They're now 8 minutes of this game without a single point, and they need at least 7 to force overtime.
Classic playing this middle map so well with this E-Rad, just staying alive for so long. Millennium can't just push this drone for free. Marky B does get it in his hands though, pops the Overdrive. He's gonna try and make it past this player. He's able to do it. Dunk goes in just barely. That 1 player alive was bowling. Marky B takes him out. Now he has control of the base. They could try and set up some sort of relay. And I disagree with this. They need to move the drone quickly if they have any sort of chance in this game. Yes, I realize he's watching the overextend, but you see what I mean? That extra couple of seconds where the hesitation comes in, they may have not gotten the score, but the fundamental decision is wrong.
Fundamental decision. Some SAT work coming out of TP. As right now, it's Millennium still down by 5. LG 80 seconds away from the sweep, and that's huge for their map counts this weekend. Their matches still to come. 1 more to play, and it will be against the group that's 5-0 in E United. Our next match will be a battle of the 2 European squads. As Octane just still staying alive near bus. Again, just waiting, zoning out, forcing players to give him attention. As now he does get 1, and there's no way to rally this drone if you're on the side of Millennium.
Do get the 1 off. Drops a little bit low though. Players are cleaned out. And that might be...
If I'm LG, I just leave that there.
Yeah.
Don't even reset it. Just leave it.
Or just take it over towards the blue side. And force Millennium to rotate to the side of the map they don't want to be on.
There you go.
That's exactly what you do. They have that player already pushed up. Slack's going to watch that overextend through the middle of the map. Picks up 1. Well, probably pick up the other 2 that are just kind of hanging out. Now they're trapped, forced to make the decision. This should be, it's just an easy win for LG.
Yeah, they're just playing keep away at this point, TP. GG's all around as LG show up when they need to in their first match. And I can tell you right now, even going to this game 3, they were probably already thinking about playing E United later on, as that is where all their focus is. If you are just tuning in today, we've got 2 more matches to come. One being the European battle. The other, LG versus E United. 5 seconds remaining. GG's. LG with the swift 3-0 victory over Millennium.
LG doing what they need to do to stay and fight for this number 2 spot in the group. They want to make playoffs. E United has been the top dog. LG showing that they contending here. And they belong. They need to get these maps wins. They can't drop any. They make this series look easy, as they should.
There they are, showing some good sportsmanship over to the opposition. Either way, though, TP, that one was quite one-sided, especially in that uplink. And you think that's the best chance for Millennium, but it just does not show. And now we've got ourselves a situation where Epsilon, they obviously lose their first series today. They keep it close, but they do get reverse swept by E United. Now Millennium lose. We could potentially see the 2 EU teams bow out in 3 and 4 in this group.
Well, that would be pretty disappointing. For as much promise as these 2 teams have shown, Epsilon still has a fair shot, so you can't count them out. They got a couple of maps, but it definitely could happen. LG looking extremely strong. Going into this next one, we'll see if Millennium can chip any maps away.
Well, there's that series in the books. I know on the main stage, though, we have the player from our key player matchup, Octane, ready for an interview.
All right, Octane, before we get into this series, I want to talk a little bit about, I guess I want to know what it was like for you. I'm assuming you were up in the player lounge as you were watching the previous series where Epsilon's on the verge of beating United. What was that like for you guys? Were you getting nervous when you saw the way it was going?
Well, they went down 0-2. We were getting kind of nervous, but we got reverse swept by United, actually, so that's just a team that's like out the game. You can't really count them out. So they got that that uplink, and I was sitting there like, dude, this is possible. And lo and behold, they bring it out last map.
Unbelievable. It leaves a little bit of pressure for you guys, but still a lot on the line. Now, I want to talk about coming into this series because obviously it's got to be hard when you're thinking about that series later with the United. That's the big one. You needed to get a 3-0 here, but how were you able to focus on this when you know United's looming later in the day?
Because we control our own destiny in a sense. It's important for Epsilon to lose maps. It's probably going to come down to map count. If we lose to United, it's going to come down to that percentage, which is huge. But all in all, we do control our own destiny. So these wins are huge. 3-0s, 3-1s. We need those.
All right, now I think a lot of people at home are probably curious what went down in that round 11 because it was a cluster. I think everyone died outside of Slack in about a 5-second period. Can you talk to me about what it was like from your point of view? What the hell went down?
The round it was, like I said, 30 seconds long. We ended up team killing Nick on I think Nato naded Nick. It literally just died everybody on a bomb. We team killed both camo players actually. They team killed Moose, we team killed Nick. Both of them had camo at the time. I naded the right side of the bomb, and then Jerry naded, so I had them weak. They got the 2-piece. I died, and I skipped my kill cam, and it's a 1v1. I was like, oh, okay, well, Jerry has FTL. I'm fully confident in my teammate, and he ended up clutching it up.
That was awesome. I wondered how they were weak, how he got the 2-piece, so it's from your nade as well. So that was amazing, man. Congrats again on the victory there. You still have the big series with United, but that'll do it with Octane. We'll toss it over to the desk to break down that 3-0 for Luminosity.
Thank you so much, Maven. So Luminosity, they wanted to get it done quickly, and they pull it off with a perfect 3-0. So now they're still in the hunt for that official second-place finish. They are tied up with the score going up against this Epsilon squad now, and we're going to get a chance to see Epsilon going up against Millennium a little bit later. But the big takeaway for me now is that we know Millennium's dreams of finishing third or even finishing second crushed, right? Yep. They're out. Do they still have the potential to play spoilers in our next match, guys?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if there is a rivalry between Epsilon and Millennium, and I'm sure there is, they can go and even beating them in the match, that would ruin Epsilon's hope.
Yeah, this is where you play for pride. This is strictly pride. This is, hey, guys, we can't get second, we can't get third anymore. Let's just play to play, get some practice in, and play your best.
And now Luminosity, of course, has their fate in their hands. They will be able to secure their second place spot with a big win to close out the night against United. And let's talk about the strengths of this Luminosity team. We touched on the players before the match. What did you guys see, though, specifically in that game number 1? Who's playing well here on Championship Sunday?
Octane has been pretty consistent the entire time. He's top of the leaderboards in that Hardpoint. He's getting hill time as well, probably the most so far in this tournament. But then Classic, of course, in that game number 1 was an absolute monster. Put up a ridiculous KD, had a monster start. There you see, he's got streaks, and we're nowhere near halfway through this game on that 6th streak. Phenomenal performance from both of those guys.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't hear Classic's name too often. He's very underrated because he has Octane/Saints, some of the top slayers in the world on his team, but obviously getting it done at this point. He's 15-8, and Millennium, they started to come back, but Luminosity, they were just going on some huge streaks, just slaying all game long. It was tough for Millennium to get back into it.
Yeah, it was honestly the story of Millennium all weekend. They went down a little bit on that second hill, and then as soon as Moose starts heating up, they started to come back. He gets full streaks. And then as soon as the Grave Hill came into effect, Classic goes on another streak, has full streaks, and camo, and it just, from there, the game just starts breaking apart.
Yeah, and once you end up with a Warden, which Octane doesn't take very long to get, that's pretty much the defining stamp. Now, yes, the Warden doesn't offer much for you because once you put on Blind Eye, it's not going to get any kills. But still, when that comes up on the map, on the opposing team, that's just heartbreaking to know you allowed someone to get that far. Like, it's a rarity to see, and it just adds to kind of the depressing story coming from Millennium.
Yeah. Take a look at some of these numbers here, Joe. You can see the big difference maker, Luminosity, the Cell Block, and Graves, just basically doubling up on what Millennium was able to do on hills 2 and 3.
Yeah, and you look at that scoreboard, I mean, just look at Octane. Not only a 1.53 KD, but as Chance was saying, 134 seconds in that hill. That is a ridiculous, and he's been doing it all weekend long. Really, he's just posting with those NV4s. His teammates are flying over him. He's just watching those long sight lines with that NV4.
On the bright side for Millennium, you had Moose showing some potential. PD, though, was a non-factor in Game 1. He finished at the very bottom of the leaderboard. Nolson, again, a guy who wasn't in our top 10 list for the Hardpoint KDs. He didn't show up big in Game 1. Game 2, though, at times it was a little bit sloppy. Other times we were impressed with the executions. Let's talk about this one as it went the distance.
This play by Nolson here was great. Basically, his teammates end up dying. They have bomb stretch planted at B, and instead of going for that first kill right next to him, he goes straight for the bomb, knowing that Octane's not going to have enough time to get the bomb defuse here, and then he ends up closing out the round. So good way to start the game for Millennium.
I wish they would have boxed it out.
Right?
I'd love to see that.
Put the guns away, boys. Bring out them fists.
Where's the honor? No, but I mean, Luminosity going out to a hot start, but then you saw them start to crumble a little bit. I mean, they have a 5-2 lead, I believe, and then it goes all the way to a round 11. You got a little nervous for them, but that crazy round 11 was just the story of Millennium.
Yeah.
So far.
Even just to get to that round 11, though, Millennium really did have to clutch up. I mean, this is ultimately the map where their backs are completely against the wall as far as they can go. And there you see, they're down 5-2. Marky B playing aggressive with the E-Rad, picks up a 2-piece. Quick round win for them. Then there's the future round. You actually see Slack picks up 2 with the bombardment.
Yeah.
Marky B immediately picks up 2. PD follows them up. So they're down 2-4. They know the other team has streaks. They make play calls that don't work out, but they still clutch up in the end. But of course, as you said, that kind of sneaky round 11 where you see the first team kill coming in. 2 kills get picked up by Millennium. Then they kill the other guy. Then Slack blows up the 2. And I think kind of what Octane said kind of lays it out perfectly. He was like, I just skipped the kill cam, and all of a sudden it's a 1v1. So just crazy stuff going on. But of course, Slack clutched up in the end.
And you have to feel for Marky B, the captain of this team, dropping 13. He shuts down both rounds where Slack had those score streak advantages, somehow wins the rounds for Millennium, and at the end of the day, you only get 15 kills total from your teammates, Joe.
Yeah, it was tough for him. I mean, and he was taking over in a way we haven't seen him. He was using that E-Rad. He was putting a ton of pressure on throughout the middle of the map. I mean, 13-7 he finishes, and I feel like that sort of helps PD. We've talked about PD sort of struggling. I feel like maybe he's just a bit quicker than his team. He's always having that E-Rad. So there might be some pacing issues throughout the team where PD's constantly getting baited first, so maybe that helped him out a lot.
We talked about kind of the lack of trade ability for Millennium when you compare it to squads like EU United, like we even seen from Epsilon yesterday and early this morning. Millennium, they play a little bit too individually at times. They don't seem to be patient enough waiting as a squad to get those effective trades. But let's talk about Game 3. Once again, it's Classic and Octane putting on a show, not only in the kill feed, but also on the objective, boys.
Yeah, I mean, it just got completely out of hand. Octane had been on fire the entire series, and he just never really slowed down. But the uplink, pretty much just abusive at this point. I mean, if you think from Millennium's perspective, their backs are not even against the wall. They're on the other side of the wall at this point. There's no hope for them. And of course, Luminosity, as they said, their destiny is in their hands. They need to make sure to stamp this one out.
And of course, Octane right there was able to get streaks. He got the Trinity Rockets, immediately converts it into a 5-0 advantage. Felony, though, when you look at this big picture, what were your thoughts watching Luminosity? Because they seemed to struggle in Game 2, but they came out firing again in Uplink.
Octane all weekend has been performing really well in Uplink, especially. And I feel like this Luminosity squad, every time you looked at the kill feed and that they chain together kills, they always got points from it. And on the flip side, sometimes Millennium, they'd pick up 2 or 3 kills, and then you wouldn't see the same from them. It would go right back to Luminosity ball control. But Luminosity did a very good job of turning kills into points that map.
And just when I looked at that scoreboard at the end, you saw PD again. He has 25 deaths, I think. I think the next lowest one is like 19. Again, we saw that last week with FaZe. It always seemed like Zuma was playing just a little too quick, and he needs some help. So maybe just some pacing issues from PD. Maybe he just, just slow down sometimes, camp those corners.
Well, we talked about how important each map is going to be. This was a big series sweep for our Luminosity squad. Let's take a look at where we stand across the board with all 4 teams. EU United, they're locked into first place. No way possible for any other team to reach 5 series wins. Luminosity now with the win over Millennium will be at 3-2, playing EU United later in the day. And Epsilon, earlier I said Luminosity tied up the score. Everyone's kind of banking on Epsilon being able to beat Millennium, who has not won a series here. But as we take a look at the map count, how do they need to get it done in this next matchup, boys?
I think they have to 3-0. I mean, you just have to. It's going to come down to that map win percentage. And, Luminosity, even if they sort of lose that last game, if they don't 3-0, puts a lot more pressure on Luminosity to win 2 or 3 maps. So, if you're Epsilon, you're looking at those percentages and understanding the importance of this match.
We got a big matchup. Millennium trying to play spoiler, going up against the other countrymen from the UK. That match is coming up in just a bit. Before the commercial break, though, we want to remind you all, we have announced it, the 2017 Call of Duty Championships. It's going down. CWL Champs, use the hashtag Tickets on sale May 12th. Get them next week. They're going on at 9 a.m. PDT, noon here on the East Coast. Get your tickets because we all know they're going to go fast, knowing this is the first time we're seeing champs in Orlando.
Absolutely. Can't wait for it. It's always the best event of the year. Switching up that location. East Coast, it's going to be a great time.
We know that United is going to be there. You're also going to see the second team to come out as well as third place. It's looking like Luminosity as well as Epsilon. Coming up next, it's the battle of the EU squads, Epsilon versus Millennium.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's the final day of the yellow group, and we're down to the most important matches, which means it must be prime time here on the main stage. It's the battle of the two European teams. One, well, they've had a weekend they probably want to forget. The other, still fighting for their life to secure a top two spot in the yellow group. On one side, the squad playing for pride up against their European brethren. It is Millennium. Absolutely, absolutely. But on the other side of the stage, the team who has fought for every map they can get this weekend, and they still have a chance to get a top two placing to join the only other European team Splice so far in the CWL Pro League at the Stage 1 playoffs. It is Epsilon. Ladies and gentlemen, you know that this is where it all goes down. The main stage in the MLG arena. It's prime time.
more on the line than ever. It isn't necessarily just about the prize money. You're fighting for that spot at the Global LAN League.
You wish everyone could be involved, but realistically, only the 16 best in the world can be.
Congrats to all these guys earning that invite.
These, for me, are the right teams in the league.
EOGs has left the final qualification position in the CWL Global Pro League.
The best in the world are here to compete on North American soil.
This is big. The Global Pro League is on the line.
The LAN League is pretty much everything. That's going to be the season for everyone.
This is what we've been working for.
Every year there's only been one thing to play for, but now the LAN League is everything this year, to be honest.
If we don't make the LAN League, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
United will enter as the top seed in their group.
The boys on Luminosity are headed to the Pro League.
And Millennium will get their chance to go to Ohio.
Epsilon sneak in with the final spot out of Europe.
The Gunless gets cleaned up all three.
He's gonna put it in for a three-point play, and this is it, Jack.
Welcome back. It is prime time, and now we have our EU battle. Last time around, it went in favor of Epsilon. Millennium trying to play spoiler as they match up in the rematch. Epsilon must win this if they want a chance of moving on to the $500,000 playoffs here in Stage 1. Joining me at the desk to talk about this upcoming matchup, we got TP Chance as well as our Rise Pro player, Felony for the weekend. And guys, we got to talk about this because coming in, we're looking at the map count. 60% win rate right now for Luminosity. Epsilon, they're at 50%. If they 3-0, they can improve up to about 56%. So they really need to give themselves a good chance here and hope that we see Luminosity struggle against E-United later in the day. If you start losing maps here to Millennium, your chances are dropping lower and lower with each loss, Keith.
Yeah, especially we have to note that Epsilon got a couple of maps versus E-United earlier. LG will face them in the last match of the day, but you're right, Chris. Basically, every map matters. They have to get that 3-0, especially after LG just 3-0'd them pretty handily. So, going to be very important stuff. Every map matters. Epsilon needs to go clutch.
And as we take a look at the best-of-5 series here, guys, we are looking at the maps here and talking about what could be a spoiler in map number 2. Breakout Search and Destroy is the newest of the game modes played at the professional level. And we've already seen that Epsilon admitted to not practicing this a whole lot. I wonder how prepared is Millennium going to be coming into this search? They just took LG to around 11.
I mean, either way, that's just a huge window anyway. Like, you know a team's coming in unprepared. That can give you that little boost of confidence that team definitely needs to try and make any sort of life into their tournament run so far. So they're looking for anything they can get. That just might be the door.
My team personally, we have scrim Millennium on S&D Breakout prior to this event, so I know that they have some practice. If I was Epsilon, I would have rewatched that last S&D that they lost against E-United, and I would have taken some key notes from that to try to improve going into this, and hopefully take away the 3-0 so it can make today interesting.
And Epsilon, if they learned anything from their first series, they have to close out strong because they opened up hot against E-United, our #1 seed this week, and they went up 2-0 in that series, ended up getting reverse sweep. So you can't lay off the gas pedal. Even if you go up 2-0, you have to finish strong in Uplink, something they couldn't do against E-United. And in a game mode that is Millennium's best so far, out of their 3 wins, 2 of them came in Uplink.
Yeah, definitely. The one thing I want to note on Epsilon as well, the communication was on fire the first couple of maps in their first series, then it sort of dropped off. We had to listen in with them, and Josh was literally asking his teammates for information that shouldn't be happening, that breakdown of communication when things are going poorly. That's when the opposite should happen. That's when things should pick up, when you need to give more information to your teammates to have some sort of success. We'll see how they bounce back.
Chance, we got 15 seconds.
On that note, the first time they played, Epsilon absolutely brought the fire. All the words coming out of Josh were nuts, the communication on point. So at least the first time they had the EU battle, they pulled it off pretty well.
1 sentence prediction, starting with you, Felony. How does this one play out?
Epsilon 3-0, make today interesting.
Chance?
Epsilon 3-1.
Epsilon 3-0.
3-0, 3-0. He's saying they're going to drop a map. Which one is it, Chance?
Oh, the one they lose.
All right, search and destroy it is. We'll see how this one plays out. We got our casters ready. Maven, Mr. X, take it away, guys.
All right, let me explain this in the most basic way that I can. You heard 3-0, 3-1 a lot for this. If Epsilon 3-0, that means LG has to beat E United to get the number 2 spot. They cannot lose by any kind of map count. They'll be out on percentages if Epsilon 3-0s. If Epsilon were to 3-1, and E United beat LG 3-1, they are tied in overall map count at 13 and 11. They're tied 1-1 in head-to-head. We'd be going to another best of 5 to decide who gets into the $500,000 playoff. That's what I want
to see that. I want to see that. Screw like Game 5, Round 11. I want to see a playoff. I can think, what was the, we had one playoff at COD Champs. It was a 3-way tie. I believe it was Merc and Envy to get into bracket play a few years ago, and that was epic to watch. It was like a one-map S&D. This would be a best of 5 series, though, between those two teams if they do tie. But Epsilon starting off nice here. You see they get a few kills, jump onside the hard point, but quickly taken out.
And not to promote myself, but I did tweet out the same thing I just said. So if you look at @Maven on Twitter and want to read
which is a direct promotion.
Hey, I just want to say there's a breakdown of how it works. You can go to my Twitter, you can say hi, and be like, God, man, you're a mathematical wizard.
Yep, just taking that information for League Ops and just stealing it.
Well, I did that by myself.
Yep.
I did that by myself, but Dave right now starting out 3-0. 3-0 is what they want here desperately against Millennium. They were able to do it the first time through, but you know, we talk about just the, not animosity maybe, but there's a bit of rivalry here between these two teams. So you know Millennium, even though they're out of it, they're going to come, they're going to try and beat Epsilon and knock them out of this thing.
And I think Millennium, obviously you just don't want to get goosed on the weekend. I mean, you haven't won a match yet. You don't want to be the one team through 3 weeks who comes in and didn't even win a game. I mean, for all the flack we give Aches and Cloud9, they won a game. I mean, at least they did that. I mean, this is a Millennium team that came in, a lot of practice, really looking to impress.
Yeah, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. Let's talk trash on the guy driving the Codcaster right now. He's just going to go to dead body after dead body.
The third person, there we go.
Oh, God. Eggs, we love you, buddy. All right, Dave, inside a barn. You see on X-Ray a few players pushing forward. He's got Vortex looking over on the barrel in the opposite corner. Epsilon starting to grow this lead a little bit. Dave gets vision on 2 coming through the back. Should be an easy kill for him. No, Moose just devours him there, but Vortex and Josh pick up the scrap.
Yep, it's going to be an easy hold here for Epsilon. You see Josh going to pick up one more kill inside of the hard point. He has played well today. He came in a big question mark. Him or Marky B in this series, those are the 2 X factors. Josh has played phenomenal throughout this second day.
He had one bad map, but then outside of that, he was brilliant versus United.
Yeah.
And you got to talk about it. Like, some guys put up big stats against teams maybe they should. It's when you're putting up against those, those stats against a team like E United that's really impressive.
It's prime time. I mean, it's like in the NBA, right? It's easy to score like 20 points in the regular season. Like, you get into the playoffs, like, it gets a little bit tougher. Like, those big matches, you need to be able to put up those numbers, and Josh has shown up for them in a big way today. You see Bike Path going to be contested here. It's going to be in favor of Millennium right now. You see 2 players on the minimap for Epsilon inside, just contesting right now. Dave doing a good job, not letting Millennium build up any time. Comes right around the corner, able to take out Moose there. Vortex able to take 2. This should be a break for Epsilon, and more importantly, maybe they flip the map. So now they have spawns for the next hard point.
And another important thing through that stretch is Vortex does get streaked out. So he's got Trinity and Bombardment down the stretch. That can be key at Statue, on rotation, used at Bike. It's very versatile on throwback with how open this map is, especially at funneling players together and making a play. Let's watch PD now for the moment, see if he can go big for Millennium. His teammate Nolson finds Vortex in front of him. Now you see they're spawning blue right now is Epsilon. It's going to be PD trying to hold here behind Statue, but Vortex says, screw it, it's time. I want to make hell rain from the sky and pick them off in the back. Doesn't connect with anything outside of Nolson, but will that be what they need? The answer is yes. They've gotten the break. They've got control from blue.
Yep, it's just Marky V for Millennium coming over the top. Not going to be able to pick up any kills. Dave in the kill feed with 2. As he's now starting to work on streaks. Just 3 to his name. He's been very impressive this weekend. I know, talking with Nameless a little bit. After their last series, going over that play that he made with Camo, he's like, Dave is a beast.
He is. And that's what, I think kind of separates a truly elite player versus a very good player. I mean, we've seen Dave have flashes of brilliance, right, where he is just beaming people. But he's had some really, really poor maps as well. On the other side, Octane, did you see him miss a bullet last series or really this weekend?
Octane's been sick.
He's been spectacular, man. I was talking to him before the interviews, asked him how he does it. It's just, it's like a joke on his team. The guy just doesn't miss.
And you see right now, Epsilon in the lead going into the second rotation of Hardpoints. And you look, I mean, Hockey, 4-11. I feel like every time this team cannot get away from either Hockey or Vortex having a poor game, and Nelson there was on a little bit of a streak. He finally falls. We'll have to check if he got any score streaks during that.
Yeah, I think he got up to a 5 streak right before dropping. He just got the Scarab, so nothing too powerful to work with, but maybe an entry Scarab to get into Barn could be useful down the stretch. But so far, the game has been very back and forth, Matt. Millennium trailing by just under 20 points right now. Josh inside a window will get pushed by Moose. As Moose, man, he just continues to be so good. 5 in a row now at 12 and 10. He's the Slayer they'd need him to be all year. And you wonder if, you know, I'm not trying to predict the future or talk anything down on this Millennium team because I love watching him play, but with how good Moose has been, how long is it till he gets picked up to maybe a different roster? Is that something that's feasible?
Yeah, I mean, you got to question it, right? I mean, I'm sure Fnatic could use a player like Moose on a 7 streak right now. Millennium has brought this game back, and you know they have not won a Hardpoint so far this weekend. So it'd be a big game 1 win. It would actually put a ton of pressure on Epsilon going the rest of the way in this series.
Oh God, you're about to get full streaks for 2 players too. Moose is going off, PD now at 6 in a row. What is happening? Hockey, buddy, if you can hear me, you've got to get it going. You're 6 and 15 right now and getting absolutely thrashed by Millennium. And we're talking about their need to 3-0, 3-1. So we're clear, if they lose this series, I mean, they're toast. There's not a whole lot they can do. Oh God, man, they need to pick it up, and they need to pick it up right now.
Yeah, you're gonna need everybody to put forward a good effort. I mean, Epsilon has really gotten here off of the back of Dave. I mean, he has played lights out throughout this weekend, but they're going to need everybody to show up in their final series. See Nelson able to take Hockey out there with some nice shots with the NV4. It's going to go down into Bike Path. 2 members for Epsilon. You see it on the minimap. They're playing for those next spawns, but they're going to get taken out, go down to Bike Path, and now you see the streaks coming in from Moose.
So Moose got streaks. Can we check on PD real quick? What did he get? Okay, so he got the Trinity Rocket. All right, wasn't sure what all came through, but you see Moose make a difference with his score streak. PD now inside. Oh God, they're investing a lot right here. They're trying to bury Epsilon. I don't know. How do you feel about this? Using 2 of these streaks when you already have the lead? Is it really needed right now?
I mean, maybe you think you use these streaks, you're able to take a ton of time here. You start to force Epsilon to maybe kind of funnel 1 by 1 at the next hard point. But you do still have, I guess, the bombardment of Moose. If it does kind of get dicey down
there. Oh, yeah, the Trinity.
Trinity, okay. So
and I think Vortex on the other side still has 1 streak to work with, unless he does have the bombardment. So you've got a streak on either side here. Millennium has now turned this game around in a big way. They were down 20 or so points. They've now taken a 50-point advantage. That's nice shots by Dave, but
if Millennium loses this, I cannot look at them on the stage again. I mean, every time we go to them, it just seems like Moose is just so crushed. I mean, he has played so good throughout the weekend. They just have not been able to convert into wins. I mean, every time we go to him, I mean, the poor guy's got his hands on his head. And see Moose now with Camo, getting inside of the hard point, able to get 1, quickly taken out by Vortex. So Epsilon trying to hold on to baseball here, and it's going to be Vortex picking up 2 big kills. Now he's on a 4 streak.
Yeah, and he still has a bombardment. He's about to pick up the Trinity Rocket again, but it's Moose calling streaks right off the break. I like that. He uses the camo. It wasn't enough to bust through. He says, screw it. I'm using the Trinity Rocket as well, but you got to win here. You can't let Dave just hold this off by himself. He damages a couple. You get a close spawn there at mid-map for Epsilon. They're flying right back in. So what? Moose uses camo. He uses a Trinity Rocket, and after it's all said and done, they get 15 or so points.
Yeah, and Dave used camo as well for Epsilon. So both camos are gone. You had a lot of streaks being burnt there.
Everything's been burnt now for Millennium. It's only Vortex that's holding anything.
And I mean, if you're Epsilon, you're just 1 good barn hold away from being right back in this. You got to wonder, with how Millennium has played this weekend, we've seen them just kind of blow these games. I wonder if it's the back of there. It's just a mental thing at this point.
Yeah, I think that develops over the course of a weekend, and I still think it's just they got hit too hard and hit too early. They came in so full of confidence with all the scrims they've been doing with North American and European teams last week as they came out early, and just to get beat up like that day 1, man, they did not expect it. But Vortex, how many times am I going to say he's almost going to earn his Trinity Rocket again? He's on another 5 streak. Him and Dave, hard carries right now in the slaying department. Oh God, almost beams Nolson at range with the K-bar in the back. But did he fall 1 kill short of the Trinity again?
I believe so, but look at how close Epsilon has made this game. They've taken a ton of time here on Train at the middle hill, and now it looks like they're going to set up for Barn. Millennium's going to need a really early break here.
And I just got to wonder if all those streaks that Millennium invested for, not a lot. Maybe 15 points at Bike, 15 points at Statue. It didn't really give them full control that they were able to play with. Nice play by Vortex there. But, and sitting at the end of this, after all this, you're going to still have those streaks for Vortex, but Nolson working on it. He's 33 and 18, having a monster game. One at the back at Lime. Not going to take that gunfight as he's at a disadvantage. Wants to work with his teammates up the middle.
His teammates can't pick up any kills, so he can't really trade this out. Finally, they get one. He's going to earn Trinities, but he can't push straight into the hardpoint. So many players surrounding him for Epsilon. Epsilon holding on here to Barn. Maven getting a ton of good time. It's going to be Moose coming around the back, not able to pick up another. And you hear on the stage, we can hear it here in the venue, Epsilon is starting to get loud.
That was Hockey. Remember how poor he started? He was having a horrendous game. He's now 17 and 26. He found 3 kills there in the hard point. They lose it. Who cares? There's 5 seconds left. You're not going to give much up. You've regained the lead. Nice comeback from Epsilon after it looked like Millennium could run away with the game.
Now going down the bike path, it'll be Epsilon in control here at the beginning. Millennium needs a break here. It's going to be PD with 1. The streak's coming down. Nolson team kills PD inside of the hard point. Able to take out Dave in the back, but you hear more streaks coming down. It's going to be in bombardment. Not going to be able to get anybody. Josh picks up 1. Vortex using the high wall run. Going to get 1. Trying to turn. Not able to finish off the second. But it's going to be Epsilon. They're doing a nice job, Maven. They're contesting this hard point. They're not letting Millennium get a ton of time, holding on to the good spawns here.
Yeah, keep working on that, and then you still have the bombardment when we get back to Statue. So even if somehow these spawns get flipped and Millennium gets in control, you can still break it with Vortex. Still stuff to work with. Josh making sure he holds the back with 15 seconds left. He's already rotating. His teammates picking up the kill inside. Wow, so you end up getting the final 10 seconds or so, and Josh is already set up. Plus, he has reactive.
Yep, that reactive armor may be huge for Epsilon. So we're going to go to baseball with Epsilon with a chance to come back and win this first game. We talked about the scenario they in. They need all these map wins here against Millennium. A 3-0 would be huge for their chances. Josh able to get 1. Pops the reactive, looking for more. Able to turn on a second.
What a play from Josh. Going big, trying to stay alive behind Brick. Has to bide his time as his teammates are coming in. They need 5 more points. This is the last push for Millennium. Josh keeps holding. Somehow Josh is still alive despite the fact he's slowed down. And there's the final kill. And there's the final ticks. Josh with a 5 streak to cement the win.
They win a game where Hockey goes 18 and 30. I believe Nolson goes for 40 on the other side. Millennium, they can't buy a hard point. That may be the last one we see them play this weekend. Have not won one. They've been so close. They had a lead in that one. We've seen them just blow these hardpoint games time after time.
I am pretty sure that Millennium could write a book titled How to Lose Hardpoints. And with the number of ways they've done it this weekend, there would be multiple pages to that very short book.
You can just see, I mean, the faces of those guys. They have practiced so much coming into this event. You know, they're here early. 10 days, they're down scrimming against the teams last week that were in the Pro League, playing online, and they just have not been able to put it together at all.
No, they haven't. And again, there's that team every week that has close matches. They fight them tough, but they can't get it over the hump. I mean, but they are at risk of obviously not winning a map, which we haven't seen happen yet. It's
a series,
it's
a series, not a map.
A series, sorry.
They have one map.
Yes, they have done that. But when you talk about Millennium, I mean, over the course of the year, I know more recently we've talked about Fnatic being kind of top 3 and Epsilon being in that top 2 spot. But for most of the year, I think people tend to forget that it's been this Millennium roster. Like they were the most consistent. They had a couple top 8s. They were performing very well.
And they've been a team, just in Call of Duty history that's always performed pretty well in international competition. A lot of the teams coming into this weekend, were saying that they were worried about Millennium. They heard really good things from some of the teams that played them last weekend. Maybe, Millennium, they started to hear all that talk about how good they were. Maybe they got a little bit to their head coming into this one.
Maybe.
You don't know.
Well, let's take a look at this. You see Nolson with the 40 bomb. Not enough, not involved in the objective, but he was the one slaying out around it, that's for sure. But just taking a look at the hard points, I mean, Barnes, 102 points, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was that second time on Barn. I think we were talking about it where, Epsilon had gotten the game close and Nolson is on those streaks and doesn't want to push in and none of his teammates are picking up kills. Epsilon gets a ton of time here and just blows the game open.
And that's one of those situations, not calling out Nolson, but maybe if he's involved in the action, pushes forward and doesn't worry about the streaks, that they're able to break. But you have to play behind streaks. Everyone always does. I mean, if you're working on streaks, you have to play to try and pick them up. But yeah, it was tough to see where he was like kind of just waiting for his teammates, like, please intro there or give me some free kills so I can get fully streaked out. But amazing game from Nolson is not enough. And for Epsilon, yeah, you survive a horrendous game from Hockey.
Yeah, I mean, for Millennium, I feel like you can just swap Nolson's name out for Moose. I feel like that's what we say after every game. Like, Moose had a great game, not enough. Nolson had a fantastic game, not enough. It's just got to be extremely frustrating for these guys. The amount of work they put in just to qualify. I mean, they've been going to all the international events, playing well there. It's a roster that's stuck together. It's just, it's got to be pretty disappointing.
Well, we'll get ready for the search and destroy here. Just a reminder, and I'll probably say it a couple times through the series. Epsilon, if they win 3-0, that means that LG has to beat E-United to take the #2 spot in this group. They can't get in on any kind of loss. I don't care if it's 3-2, they cannot get in due to the map win percentage. For Epsilon, if they 3-1 here, and E-United were to lose 3-1 to United, they would tie 13.
United cannot lose to United.
Oh,
Luminosity.
If United beats Luminosity 3-1, Luminosity and Epsilon will be tied exactly 13 and 11 in overall map count. They'd be tied in head-to-head, and we'd be doing a one-off best-of-5 to decide who gets into the playoff.
I hope we see that.
Oh, I want it terribly.
I hope we see that. What's funny is, you know,
Chris Puckett's birthday. He's just ready to go out.
That would be a Chris Puckett birthday special. It's like Chris is always wanting the Game 5 round 11. It's like, we'll one-up that. We'll give you an extra series, a tiebreaker series. You know, a winner takes all to get into playoffs.
I want to start with Dave in this just because, you know, we talked a lot about how bad he was in Search and Destroy through 2 days. He's been great today.
Lights out today.
He's been much better. I want to see what he's able to do. I glanced away for a second, and I think Ake switched it. I thought for a second he had switched to reactive armor. I was like, when did he do that? Nope. But no, he's still got camo. Okay, Dave, off the break. We'll see if he can get first blood for his team. He'll be your camo player, your bomb carrier as well, as he's trying to weasel his way up loading. Marky B, though, gets that first pick, getting aggressive with the E-Red.
And you heard Felony say it on the desk. They have played Millennium on this map. And mode combination, they said Millennium, you know, is prepared. Epsilon, we saw them play it earlier in the day. They lose the map, but maybe they learned some things coming into this one.
I mean, they looked very good for a lot of that one until kind of the later half of that game where E-United took over.
Josh and Dave looked very good during that one.
Oh, that's right. They had like basically all the kills. Let's see. So PD going to be laying prone and behind. Hockey is able to tie things up. PD's going to give away his spot as one slides across through the spiral staircase, but it seems like Josh and Dave are stuck in a bad spot, but Dave turns this in his favor. Now going to be a 2 versus 2, just under 30 seconds on the clock, and he still has to work this bomb plant. You basically have one player from each side covering a bomb, but PD in a pretty good spot to rotate back if he needs to. As the challenge comes in, Hockey able to win it, gets the headshot onto PD, now it's on Marky B. He just tries to fly out. If he gets that kill, turns into one. No, he does get it. Able to clutch up. Now, 1 versus 1, grenade over his head. He's playing sneaky, playing safe. Is he going to get challenged? No. That's going to be Hockey playing in the back. He's already got 2 kills in this round. Marky B knows he has to go. Not a lot of time to work with. Up over the top, Hockey in a nice spot there, and he gets 3 big ones to secure the first round.
That planting position there from Epsilon. The bomb's planted for Marky B, makes it much more difficult for Hockey to win the round. He knows the bomb is planted for him, can back up a little bit, force Marky to come out and challenge. NV4 versus E-Red at that range should be able to win the fight.
Yeah, that was played very well by Hockey, and he made it look easy. All right, so they strike first after weathering a big early game in Game 1 from Millennium, and coming back to secure that. In case you're just joining us, it was one hell of a Game 1. What kind of treat do we have in store here for Game 2? It was a nice start for Hockey. You see Vortex going to be playing inside of showers to cover that A bomb site. He's working here with Dave, and the pressure is going to start to come. You see the arrows coming in. You see the X-ray. There's one on the opposite side of this. Dave wants to go ahead and poke. He's got one to the edge. Does he realize there's one up close here is the question.
I don't think they really have an idea. Maybe he's trying to bait this second player out and come in towards the site, but It's going to be Nolson challenging right away. Dave able to win that second gunfight, though, so it's traded out.
He's looking for a gun here. I was saying if he can get like a K-bar or something, maybe he could have fought Moose in the back. But Vortex said, screw it. What a timing he got. He hits the wall run, I think, as soon as Moose turns to go. So Vortex is going to have a free kill. As long as he can catch up, they are not going to be ready for this at all. There's the kill. Fantastic stuff from Vortex. Unlucky stuff for Millennium.
Millennium cannot catch a break all weekend long. See Petey with bomb in hand. Marky B up for Millennium as well. So he's going to hit this spiral stairs. Does not spot one. Now he's going to see two. He's able to get one kill. Petey also moving up towards the site. He's going to fall at the hands of Dave. Dave on a 2-streak, 3 kills with camo.
Is he going to hit the bomb? He's not going to be able to get to it. I thought I was wondering if he had it. It's right there on the screen, and he had like 4 seconds. So nothing he could do. He got a kill.
Yep.
That was, I mean, that came down to me for what Dave traded the kill effectively, and then Vortex, I don't know if it was lucky timing or fantastic timing on his part, but as soon as Moose and them decide to wrap the bomb to B, he gets him behind.
Now we'll see if Millennium can bounce back. Now they've lost these hardpoint games in crucial, just crucial moments, bad decision making, and then I feel like it's just kind of mentally gone on them and just kind of carried over into the S&D. Now Josh trying to work over towards Showers here. That's Dave right behind him in the middle map.
There, inching forward, just looking for a kill. You see there's 4 arrows just clustered up here, and the first one's going to go to Josh. It's traded out by Moose. The bomb planter should be able to get him behind, but it's actually Hockey at distance there from Commissary Hardpoint that's able to find it. Now going to be 2 players left. Petey, though, within an inch of his life. Nolson, can you help me, buddy? Nolson over the top does just that. Turns it into a 2 versus 2. Hockey, though, yet to die. We'll stick with him as he's getting close to Scarab, close to Trinity as well. They're watching each other's sides. They don't expect the push from the left. Now, are they going to catch? Okay, they just rotate out. Say Petey, he gets there a second or 2 earlier, might have a free kill.
I wonder if one from Epsilon. Here comes Dave. Going to go back and check the site. Does not spot the first player that comes in. You can see on your minimap, both players just circling him. They have not found him yet. Such a good play.
Such a good play. He's got it close to the camo as well. It's a 1 versus 1. There's no time to work with. Let's see if he can finish it up. It's Petey, though, with the E-Rad, able to take him out, but not enough time to work with. Not enough time for Millennium in several of these rounds.
Just both those players just dancing around Dave. Just does a fantastic job. Just keeps poking out, checking the site, checking the site. Finally able to just kill the player going for the defuse. So Epsilon has gone up 3 rounds to 0 against Millennium in map number 2.
And if you were watching earlier and you heard my interview with Octane, the reason he says they control their destiny is if they are able to beat E United, they're good. They just have to get a W. But Epsilon can put a lot more pressure on them here, a lot more with a 3-0.
Not an easy task.
No,
just go in and beat E United.
But technically, they control their destiny. You hear that a lot in like NFL playoff scenarios, right? You win out, you're good. Unfortunately, right now, you got to win out against the second best team in the world.
I mean, there's got to be a part of E United that if that match comes up, and they know what's at stake, it's like, hey, we have a chance to keep LG out of the playoffs. We got to win this.
Hell yeah. Moose now going to be by himself versus 3 players. 30 seconds on the clock. He's trying to defend. The second he pokes, it's Hockey again over the top. And I'll tell you what, Hockey had a rough game 1. He's having a hell of a search and destroy.
Yeah, he's shown up big in this series. I mean, in the last one, towards the end, it's not great. Good first 2 maps here against Millennium. Maybe a team he feels a little bit more comfortable playing against.
Wasn't Hockey the one that struggled really bad? I thought he was the one that really was like 18.
Oh, no, yeah, sorry. Okay. Game 1, he was not very good.
But I flipped around some names, which I am very guilty of, but...
I think you were intentionally, I think you were trying to talk about Vortex in Game 1.
Who knows? I like to mix you up. All right, here we go. Round 5. Epsilon up 4-0, working their way towards a 3-0 sweep. If they keep playing like this, they'll have bomb in hand. Wrapping top side versus the B site, getting set up engraved. They want to get the Scarab out, see what information they can get for the Millennium positions, and then attack around that. But you actually see it's kind of a 2-pronged attack. They're using the Scarab to spot at B, and then they have 2 players down at Showers. Vortex has one right to his right. If he drops, can they trade it out? Perfect job by Marky B. Now, can he get away before he gets tagged in the back? He can't. So great duo work there from Epsilon to at least make sure you trade the kill. Vortex almost...
How aggressive he is.
Finds a second. He's flying right now. absolutely flying. And now he's going to go over the top. Petey's not ready at all. Not ready at all for this push. Okay, where did you just go?
He flew a little bit too high there. He was like, it's like a car out of control. You saw him like in the middle of the map, he's just darting at people, then he's hitting the wall run.
He forgot he had a jetpack. I don't know.
It's almost impossible to forget you have one.
It is. That's what got him on the wall run in the first place.
Use it quite often.
And that probably happens partially just due to the fact that this map hasn't been played as much, so maybe just not knowing exactly what angle you can hit over the top. I'm trying to find excuses for
He flew
him.
off the side of the map. You can clearly see there's a rock and a fence there. There's no excuse to go over the side of it.
Maybe he thought he could sit on top of the fence.
Oh, that'd be a hell of a move.
Yeah.
Off the wall run, lands on top of the fence.
Yeah, wall bounces off of it, right? Dave will have camo here, so not carrying. Oh, God, there's two just shut down. Nice shots by Dave. It's now on Nolson to try and clutch up. Yeah, if he finishes that kill, maybe he gives himself a chance. He does. Can he get away into the corner? Goes vertical. Somehow he drops there. God, that almost catches Josh off guard, I think. But they're able to take the round.
1 round away is Epsilon from going up 2-0 in the series. Looks like this team has no signs of slowing down. As they have camo now. Think they use it here. Secure a round win. Put that second map away.
It's tough. You can see Millennium, there's just a... I mean, are they playing bad? No, they played great in game 1, but there's just a lack of, they look deflated, right? Just a lack of energy, kind of. It's got to be tough right now. You know you're going to relegation. You're trying to muster it up here. You want to beat Epsilon.
It's just like a clutch factor. I feel like every time where they've needed to make a play, like they just have not come up with one. Or the big kills have always gone the other team's favor.
Dave with a chance to put this one away if he can make a play with camo, but you can see it's a 4-man hit through mid and flank from Millennium. Well, the heads of Epsilon turn in time for this. They're setting up for the backside, so this should work out brilliantly for Epsilon. They even have one player up close and personal. Marky B actually, I guess, saw him cross. PD's able to pick up that kill, but 2 go the way of Epsilon. PD and Marky B trying to clutch. Here's the FDL jump in from behind. We wanted to see what a third person would look like. He gets there, but unfortunately, he runs into bullets. And Epsilon now 2-0. So Luminosity, sitting in the Pro Lounge. They're wondering, God, if Millennium, can you please take one map? Because it gives us just slightly better odds in this scenario.
The way that team's looking right now.
I can't look at this shot.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, just knowing how much, what sucks is just knowing how much they care and how much time they put in. And it just has not paid off for Millennium right now.
Well, as casters, you don't exactly root for people, but you root for the good guys, right? The ones that that are passionate, put in all the effort, grind day in and day out to try and be the best they can. So this Millennium squad, yeah, we're fans. We want them to do well. It's been a tough struggle to see how this weekend has played out. But on the other side, for Europe, you've had Epsilon playing very, very well. They are still in a spot here to possibly take top 2 and get to the playoffs. We'll see if they can close it out in the Uplink. Your G Fuel key player matchup for Millennium versus Epsilon will be Moose versus Hockey. Talk to me about these two players, Matt.
It's quite odd to take a look at these stats and how similar they are. You talked about, Hawkeye's struggles at times, and Moose, we've seen him have huge games, but you see the stats very similar. Hardpoint, obviously, Moose has the advantage, but both the other game modes, dead even.
I'm actually shocked to see this. It's a great matchup to show how close they are despite how brilliant Moose has been at times. It's Moose, it's Hockey, and that is your G Fuel key player matchup. Epsilon looking to set up what could be one of the best of fives we've had throughout the CWL, GPL. If they take this 3-0, it is one best of five. Luminosity,
man.
E United. Luminosity wins, they're in. Luminosity loses, Epsilon is in. But hey, don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Epsilon still has to close this series out.
Yeah, still need to win an uplink against Millennium. That is the one game mode I believe they've actually been able to win maps in so far this weekend. So Epsilon cannot let their foot off the gas. They need to take Millennium out in this game 3.
And you know that Epsilon, I hope, before they went into the series, they knew what's at stake. So you got to think,
they would.
They don't let off of this, and they are just trying to bury Millennium. They know Millennium are down on themselves already. As much as it sucks, you just have to put the knife to the throat and end this thing. They need the 3-0.
It's quite violent.
Yeah, that was. I don't know where that came from.
Yeah, it's pretty violent of you.
Yeah, I'm a lover.
If there's a map that Millennium would like to play spoiler in, really kind of, give it to their European counterpart, this would be it. I mean, thought they could have done it in game 1, get their first hardpoint on the board. They were so close. They end up losing it. The S&D, not that close. But this uplink, this is the one where Millennium can potentially, strike back.
I just don't think Epsilon is that worried about Millennium. I mean, they 3-0 them the first time. They haven't had any trouble with them, but maybe that's where it could become scary. Frost uplink is not the map. It is Precinct. And the interesting stat about these two teams this weekend, they're both 100% win rate.
Really?
So here we go. Here we go. We're on Josh. Third person, you see his jetpacks fueling. He's wiggling. He's ready to rock. E-Rat in hand.
100% win rate in Precinct?
Yes.
Okay, I was going to say
What did I say?
Yeah, you said just 100% win rate.
Oh, I thought I said
really
Precinct.
Give me specifics.
Well, then
because I was doing the math. I was like, how could Epsilon have 3-0'd them and Millennium be 100%?
No. I thought I led.
I just had to clarify.
I thought I led with the Precinct, ended with the 100%, but hey, sometimes I speak in foreign language.
You're a brilliant analyst.
I am.
Let me tell you.
Do what I can.
Just lots of detail out of you.
Yes, that is what you'll get from me. But it is Vortex with drone early on. 2 players this side. No, I should probably not go that way. My teammates are dying. I'm still going to go that way. Okay. And that's Marky B getting the kill. Thought maybe they're going to wrap it back. So they were waiting on Dave to try and pick up the kill. The timing a little bit off for Epsilon.
But it's a good first offensive attempt. Within the first 30 seconds, Epsilon has the potential to put points on the board there. Now we're going to go with Millennium. Marky B able to get one. Not going to be able to pick up a second. The drone is down. Millennium just trying to throw it forward, trying to slay out here. But Dave picks up some big kills. Petey able to stay alive through a lot of gunfire. The kill's just being traded. And now Moose, he needs to go make a play for the drone. It gets reset.
It's reset, but is right into the arms of Marky B. They'll be down a man as Moose gets taken out. Marky B also will fall. So this is going to be a slow build now for Epsilon. PD finds the first. Nolson picked off from Statue. That's a nice kill from Hockey to pick him out of a power position. PD, though, won't let them get forward. They're still trying to make a play. Drone back to mid-map. It'll be Dave that's going to go collect that. Dave is, I believe he was #1, I think, at least a couple series ago. He's #1 overall in uplink scores. So he's been really good at getting the drone through the goal, working towards that camo more and more. Not shocked to hear that stat from one of your camo guys.
He's been extremely good in every facet of the game throughout this weekend. His S&D was struggling up until today, but today he's put up some big numbers in all their S&D games when it matters. Now you see Moose and Co. trying to wrap drone all the way through construction, trying to go Cherry Blossom with it.
And last time they tried this, they basically ran into a brick wall. That is the Epsilon defense. Unfortunately, that's a gas tank to the face for Hockey there as he will drop. Dave's here to back it up. They keep them pinched back at Cherry Blossom. Won't let them get anywhere. I don't know that this is the proper route right now for Millennium. Every time they try to push out, they're just getting mollywopped the second they get out to the edge. Not going well.
Nope, there's one more player behind. That was Petey, just trying to make a play for the drone. Marky B coming through the middle of the map. It's a really odd uplink game thus far. Marky is going to pick up a second. He has like no idea where these players are coming from right now. I mean, they could be spawning anywhere. I mean, you see players spawning top security, players now coming from construction. He's going to get pinched, and now the drone going to go back to mid-map. So both teams outside of that first push from Epsilon, not a lot of offense.
Well, yeah, I mean, 90% of the game sometimes is spent by statue, right? I feel like 90% of the game has been a gas and Cherry Blossom so far. It's been a little bit odd to start things off. But with 2 minutes to go in the first half, no one's been able to strike first. Millennium still trying to play spoiler here. If they can take a map off of Epsilon. We're watching Josh right now, a leader for this Epsilon team, the newcomer as well, who's provided a lot for them this weekend. A melee about to come in. Ooh, just a little bit short.
And Millennium playing on the preferred side of the two. So this is a side where we usually see more points put on the board from. Moose up top, trying to lead charge. This could be points for Millennium. Moose able to pick up a second one. Moose currently on a 5 streak, doing an excellent job locking down the back alley. There is points for Millennium, fully streaked out for Moose.
Uh-oh. Now things start to get a little bit scary. You got the streaks, you got points on the board. Some plays you can make for Millennium. You still have time to get something through for Epsilon. Just take a look at the minimap at lobby. Marky B is waiting. Dave, though, able to pick him up. Now the pressure slowly building forward again for Epsilon. They get that first pick on Nolson on Statue. There's a couple more in from behind. Josh has drone in hand, needs to toss this forward and get gun up. Can he finish one more kill? Able to do so, but he needs some help. There's just 2 of them here. It's Josh and Dave trying to do all the work, and Marky B just guns both of them.
Yeah, Marky picks up a big 2-piece there to hold serve on the defensive end. Now, maybe that's a 1-point play at best for Epsilon. Moose will throw the drone down. Seems like Millennium content with just holding this statue area. Now they should pick up the drone. As soon as they get 2'd in, now they're going to start to push up.
But here we go. They want to get more points on the board. You have a 1-point throw if you want it. He wants to. Gets cut down. The greedy play may end up costing them. That's a guaranteed 1 if you go ahead and toss it. But it's the spawn at gas and cutting back mid-street from Epsilon. It's able to shoot them in the back. Spawn ends up very favorable for Epsilon in that position. 20 seconds to go on the clock. 3 down for Epsilon. Drone still in a dangerous position. Still a chance to make a play. The Trinity rocket actually comes in and finds the last player. So they're able to get 1. They turn garbage into a point, really. Everything seemed to fall apart, but they're still able to score.
Yeah, and with 8 seconds left, it was actually Epsilon in the middle of the map trying to get drone out. Moose with 2 more kills. Moose has been so impressive through the first half. Millennium will take a lead going into halftime.
Yeah, Moose is shredding. What is he, 18, 19 kills through the first half?
I think it's 19 he finished.
Yeah, I don't know how many times we could talk about this guy, but he has been so good in the role he serves on this team, which is finding kills, getting streaks, making plays. He's been a real treat this weekend.
We'll see if Epsilon can complete the 3-0, get some points on the board here in the second half. Now Moose only with that bombardment left. And now Epsilon goes on the side where usually you can put up some more points on it. It's going to be Hockey getting first blood. Josh with another. The drone in the hands of Vortex. That's going to be 3 kills for Epsilon. They try and pass it forward, but the player's going to be taken out. A 2-point play in the first 30 seconds here for Epsilon.
I mean, I think you feel pretty good about the last 60 seconds of gameplay. You make Moose use a Trinity rocket just to get 1 point through, which could stop maybe a 2-point play down the road, and now no longer here. Nolson, who just dropped 40 in game 1, has 4.
I've never seen like a swing like that. Like in a respawn, like usually like respawn is like kind of, obviously Uplink and Hardpoint play vastly different.
They start playing with his feet. I don't know. I mean, after having a game 1 like that, you think he's on point.
And Moose calls in the bombardment here. Narrowly, PD just dodges it. Moose is going to pick up another.
Look at Moose with 24, and he has 4 right above him.
This will be a 2-point play. It's Moose on a 5 streak, and I believe PD on a 4 streak right now. Marky on a 4 streak, but.
God, you have a good first half start for Epsilon, and now everybody just slaughtering. You have Camo for Moose. He's probably had it for quite some time with the game he's having. Another dunk, 7-2 for Millennium. Luminosity fans and Luminosity, the players, I'm sure, getting hyped right now behind this Millennium team with what's on the line. Nolson able to get the drone, get away with his life. A moment ago, we said he had 4. He doubled that up in approximately 30 seconds, so he certainly started to get it going. Tries to challenge one more, but we're going to switch focus over to Marky B, who has overdrive in hand. We'll try to get him drone in a nice spot to make a play. Matt, what's going on right now? Is this just Millennium being a solid uplink team, or is Epsilon throwing this away?
I mean, we've seen some good plays from Millennium in uplink throughout the weekend. They're doing a fantastic job. I know Marky B and Moose specifically in the slaying department. But here's the score opportunity for Epsilon. Millennium does have the streaks. They settle for 1. And Millennium actually does not invest a streak on the defensive end there. So it's a good play from Millennium. You still hold on those streaks in case it gets dangerous.
Well, Nolson, who had been struggling, just absolutely goes vertical and burns Vortex there at mid. Okay, so let's take a look. Dave is a kill or so away from picking up his camo. Marky B still has overdrive on the other side. But I mean, God, this is one of those games again where Dave seems to be the only one slaying.
It's rough for Epsilon. You're not going to be able to kind of get by with just him showing up in the respawn game modes. You need Hawk, you need Vortex, you need Josh. One of those other guys needs to step up and join him. Dave picks up 2. There's nobody else there to pick up any kills.
Well, Marky B's just holding the back here with PD, just making sure they keep the pendant statue. If you can't push out past this point, you can't get any points on the board. It's been, just solid, basically continued defense from Epsilon over and over and over again. Now you have 4 down. You have overdrive for Marky B. Likely try to get it in his hands. No, they're going to let Nolson just take this. Players coming off a spawn. There's the 1-pointer. It's up. It's away. It's short. He's going to miss that and get taken out. 3 kills go the way of Epsilon. Now maybe you have a chance to make a play. Dave's got this camo.
Yeah, they do have camo on the side of Millennium. They do not have camo. You saw PD in that last life. He goes in that 7 streak. Uses reactive armor there.
That 1-point miss could be big because the difference between having a 4-point lead and a 5-point lead, I mean, 2 dunks closes it.
I mean, Epsilon just needs to find the kills right now. That's really it. They just have not been able to string together kills here against Millennium.
They want to wrap it. They want to get inside him. Sorry, their streak's actually raining in. PD able to get 1. Can they find some kills mid-streak? Josh actually gets 2. This is time for the dunk. You have the camo, pops this. So you got a guaranteed 1 here, and he's going to be able to pick up the kill, Shirley, on the right side. All right, so you got control. Somebody needs to get back.
Have the spawn trap, too.
Vortex is back to get the drone. You got 60 seconds left. I would love to be with the Luminosity team right now as they're watching this come down to the wire. 1 minute, drone pressure coming.
Yes, streaks.
Dave has streaks, and he's just, oh God, so close to winning that gunfight. Do you think about bringing the Trinity there? I guess they're so close they could get in a ticket.
There's nobody else alive. I think he really used the Trinity there. Now he's going to use the Trinity off of spawn. He's going to get 1. Marky B, inside drone spawn, does have overdrive.
Maybe run away with this, I don't know. I mean,
only 25 seconds left.
You get a 1-point play and you bury the game, right? Here it is. He's going through. Everybody's down. There's the 1-pointer you needed to cement this. Now you would need a miracle in these next 15 seconds, but it looks like Millennium has done it. They've taken the map they needed to give Luminosity a little bit of breathing room in this and maybe set up a scenario in which we have a 1 best-of-5 played between Epsilon and LG.
Yeah, and we can just take a look at the scoreboard. Nolson with 13, but look at everybody else for the side of Millennium. 30 plus for PD, Marky B, and Moose. On the other side of things, though, it was really just Dave for Epsilon who was able to do anything in the slaying department.
Yeah, he's pinned in that corner there. He gets the Trinity. I mean, he's 1 bullet away from winning that gunfight. Maybe he gets that. They have another chance to rally, but both teams have been solid on that this weekend. Millennium's best game mode has been their uplink. They continue to show why they can compete against the best in that particular game mode. But now we're headed to a hard point. We'll see if Epsilon can close it out here.
Well, Millennium has not won a hard point yet. They kind of go up and they kind of figure out a way to lose these games. What is the scenario? Just remind everybody, if Epsilon wins this series 3-1.
If they win 3-1 and E United beat EG 3-1, LG and Epsilon are tied 13-11 in map count. They're tied in head-to-head. They would play 1 best-of-5 to decide who gets second place.
So Epsilon needs a win here in game 4.
I mean, if they were able to get the 3-0 there, if they won that, they closed the series out 3-0, Luminosity would have had to win. Now they're not in that scenario. Now they can technically take a loss to E United and still have a chance to fight for that second spot. LG, of course, have always been in the position if they beat United, they're fine. So there's a lot of pressure on the final match regardless.
If you go, if you're in that final match with LG, I mean, you just kind of throw out every other situation in your head and just focus on winning that match. You see Dave here, 29 kills, 3 scores for Epsilon. But man, PD on the other side of things, 36 kills, 6 scores. Just a sick game from him.
Luminosity needs a pat PD on the back for that performance because he's taken some flack throughout the course of the weekend for his play, and he just has a monster game to take that map from Epsilon. Now I wonder, Epsilon knows they let that 3-0 slip away. They know what's on the line. The pressure is, I mean, there's been pressure on every map for Epsilon, obviously, but I got to feel there's a lot more on this Hardpoint now that you let that go in Uplink.
Without a doubt. I mean, it would be very disappointing, for everything good that they've done to let Millennium, who hasn't won a game here this weekend, a series here this weekend, to kind of play spoiler to you. That would be a tough pill to swallow. Especially, your European brethren comes in, they haven't won a game. You go up 2-0, and they come back and upset you.
That's one of the more impressive map wins of the weekend, just from the standpoint that, Millennium, they know they're out of it, right? They don't have so much to play for outside of being spoiler, and they come in and beat them like that. PD goes off in that fashion. Impressive win, and they've had some impressive map wins throughout. They have not been able to take a series.
It's a group of veterans. You don't expect them to kind of nail it in.
Yeah.
No, these guys are going to just play their hearts out until it's finally over. They'll bounce back after this. I think this Millennium team, they'll go back. They'll put some more time in.
Moose needs a nap, apparently.
Yeah, Moose looked kind of, I mean, to be fair, he's played very well this weekend. He deserves a nap.
Yeah,
there's one of those guys that deserves a nap. It's definitely Moose.
He's tired and his back is sore, right? He is. Yeah, I was actually surprised. We looked at the one matchup between him and Hockey, how similar
their stats are similar,
were.
Right?
I know it was a little bit higher in Hardpoint for Moose, but I guess Hockey's just been kind of sneakily consistent throughout this weekend, where maybe I guess Moose has been more up and down.
Really high and lows.
I feel like I can think of like 5 maps where Moose just utterly destroyed. Maybe I'm just not picturing the ones where he really struggles, but yeah, their KDs throughout the modes were a hell of a lot more similar than I expected.
Yeah, I mean, I know Hockey. We kind of got on him for not having some of the best of games, but you look at his overall performance on the weekend. It's been very similar to Moose's, who he's given a lot of props to.
Yeah, no, I was truly shocked to see how close they were. All right, Breakout Hardpoint is going to be it. Now, this is a map we've seen very close games for both these teams, but most recently the one that stands out is Epsilon just smashing E United. What, 250 to 88 or something like that, I think it was. Like, just completely crushing them. They'll be looking to do the same here against Millennium.
If that Epsilon is the one that shows up here in game number 4, you can put this one in the books. But Millennium looking to continue that strong play after a good uplink. PD, Moose, and Marky B showed up in a huge way in that game 3. See if those guys can carry it over here to Hardpoint.
All right, well, PD, so good and so dead. As soon as we talk about him, over to Dave then on the other side of things. Points racking in for Epsilon as soon as they get somebody back into the hard point. For now, it's going to be Dave. Both players on both sides have been loading. The pinch comes through. Vortex there to trade out the kill for the time being. The gunfights have been so fast and furious here inside of loading that you haven't got any time. There we go. So 15 seconds or so go by with no ticks going the way of either team. 3 down for Epsilon leads to Millennium control here at mid-map. And look at this, over the top of the mini-map, you see F4 running all the way back to Hangar. Wants to get the spawn set up, isn't so concerned with what's going on at the middle of the map. He's set up in a prime position here once we rotate over to cell block.
The players on Millennium probably do not know Dave is all the way back in this position. You see PD. He's going to try and go back and control these spawns for Millennium. And he's a huge kill if Dave picks it up.
Yeah, Dave's going to be like, surprise! Oh, look how close they are. And there's the surprise. Dave in the back, Vortex through the front. Can they collapse now? There's still one player around cell block. That's going to be Nolson, who's actually that purple X-ray you see inside. It's going to be Dave's job to try and hunt him down. Now the Epsilon Floods come forward. Everyone getting through. He's watching the backside. His teammates hitting the front. Good job by Epsilon so far. PD and crew, though, going back and forth. No one able to win this 3-on-3 yet. And there it is. Vortex, 2 kills. Dave with 1. Millennium, enjoy your spawn across the map.
Yep, it's going to be Vortex on a 2 streak with the ERAD. Just diving into that cell block, able to take control. Looks like Millennium going to opt to give it the last 20 seconds here and go over towards Grave. It's a lot of time to give up to Epsilon.
Epsilon will get the final 10 seconds here, and they're already set up very well for the next one. Millennium they just spawned a commissary 3 times in a row and having to run out.
You rotate all 4 of your players on Millennium against the 3 players of Epsilon. You know, the 1 player still taking time in cell block, and you're still not able to win it.
Yep, those are the most frustrating spots, I'm sure, in this game. Hockey almost finishes a kill there. He ends up getting pushed, so PD with a nice 2-piece. Dave knows there's pressure flying forward, but look at this, just snapping back and forth. I think he gets assist on both kills there. Don't challenge that one. Maybe don't get that cheeky with the E-Rad at 100 meters, but it is going to be the K-Bar of Vortex backing him up. He's got the E-Rad to work with as well. Look how close he is to picking up these streaks.
He's going to use the Scarab, try and get players weak coming in from Cave, and hopefully just jump up, finish him with a few shots, but looks like Millennium's deciding if they want to hold this or if they want to rotate.
Millennium haven't even got close to stepping foot, except PD, I think, 1 time. Outside of that, they just got abused at Cemetery.
I mean, they gave up the last 20 or so seconds on cell block. Now they're going to give up the last 20 or so here on Grave.
Grave. Why do I keep calling Cemetery? Grave or so?
They need to hold this here. Going over to Commissary, but you see they're just giving Epsilon a lot of space to just get inside the hard point. Vortex picks up 1. Still able to stay alive. Now he's working towards the bombardment. Just 1 kill away. I believe you have more players working towards streaks, as you see Dave on a 6 streak as well.
You got to think, if you beat United like you did on this map, you can beat Millennium on this map. And right now they're showing why. You have 2 6 streaks currently out. Dave and Vortex, so close.
Well, this is what happens when you give up on 2 hard points the last 20 or 30 seconds, and then you don't win the next one.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just not, I mean, they have not scored a point since the first hill. At the beginning of a cell block, they had a little bit of time, but I mean, really, it's been that first hard point since then. Now they're going to start to get some time, but still, I mean, just look at the score. It's Epsilon up, just about 90.
And you should see a streak come in, I assume. They've got some stuff to work with. Maybe they snook. Oh, never mind. There's 15 seconds left.
Yeah.
That would be completely pointless. But you have a lot of streaks to work with for Dave and Vortex. Vortex can't win the gunfight in showers. We're now going to rotate out. We're back to mid-map. Dave's pocketed up in a corner here, just waiting to scout anyone coming from loading or coming from the former hardpoint. He gets the first kill, gets away with his life, bounces out. There's the second kill. He'll at least tack on an assist there.
45 seconds left on this center hardpoint. Epsilon. This will be a huge map win for them. Puts a ton of pressure on Luminosity going forward into that final match of the weekend. Vortex coming through the spiral stairs. A lot of kills going in favor of Epsilon. You see Hawkey with a 2 streak, Dave with a 2 streak. These guys already have score streaks. They have control of cell block, which will pop up in 20 seconds. Epsilon has looked phenomenal in this map.
They really, really have. I mean, the last 2 times, at least we've seen them today, they've looked utterly brilliant. Millennium trying to fight, but I mean, they could play breakout hardpoint twice today, and a 100-point club, both of their competitors, one being a solid team from EU, one being one of the best from North America. Certainly incredibly impressive. And that win, that breakout win versus United, I mean, if it comes down to 1 map difference with Luminosity, which it very well could, I mean, getting a big win like that could be the difference. I mean, you expect them to maybe be able to take a search and destroy, but I know that's one of United's worst maps, but I did not expect them to hammer them in the way in which they did.
Neither did I, and I mean, we were talking a little bit about during the break. I mean, imagine in a world where Epsilon actually 3-0s a United earlier in the day. I mean,
wait, hold on, I'm sorry. What did Vortex? Vortex just killed one, then killed himself, and killed a teammate. Not that it matters exactly when you're up 100 points, but that was a bit awkward.
It was an aggressive use of the missile.
Yes, it was.
It was a very aggressive missile use there.
Okay, well, we're going to rotate out. This is the rotation last time where Marky B and the guys on Millennium just were absolutely battered. And they were set up early, remember? And it was a 3v4 type situation, which we're going to be looking at again. Here it goes again. Josh and Dave find the opening kills. Now, all of a sudden, a 4v3 for Millennium turns into a 3v2 for Vortex and company. PD, the last man up. PD, sorry, you're gone as well. And yet again, here we go. Epsilon takes easy control.
I mean, just look at the slaying. I mean, Moose now gets his 10th kill. PD with 11. Nolson 6 kills. Marky B 7. Not going to be able to hang in the respawn game modes with games like that.
Oh no, this one, I actually can't wait to see the statistic, like the box score, what it actually was in Graveyard, because I think that it's going to be something to 0.
It very well could be.
If they hold the final 30 seconds.
I mean, every time that Millennium has gone over to Graveyard, they've rotated early and they haven't gotten any time there.
Yeah.
Now it looks like they're going to have to back up. That went much different position, right? I mean, they can't just put people on it because they know the streaks on the side of Epsilon, just bomb them out of there.
They just broke through. So now they're able to do it with 10 seconds left, but I believe those were their first points in Graveyard. But God, we're looking at what could be a very, very similar scoreline to the Epsilon United game.
Marky trying to get in towards the hard point. Josh able to take him out. Here comes the Trinity Rocket from Dave, able to get one. Vortex just watching this back hallway, going to call it out. That's one player's hit the wall run, able to win one gunfight. Almost takes out Moose there. Josh there to trade it out. A 2 streak for Josh. 10 seconds left for Epsilon to take this map.
Josh trying to finish it off. 3 seconds. That will do it. Epsilon takes it 3-1. And remember, nothing but pride on the line for Millennium, but for Epsilon, that 3-1 victory puts them in an okay spot. I mean, if they would have got the 3-0, I would have said a very good spot. Right now, it's like it almost feels like it's a 50-50.
Gives them a chance.
Gives them a chance. LG controlled their own destinies. They're able to win the next series. I'm sure the desk will be breaking it down a little bit more for you throughout the end of this series and the beginning of the next with all the scenarios for it. But shout out to Epsilon, man. They get it done. They've looked very, very good today. They have made this group so interesting. You know, at one point it looked like United and Luminosity were going to run away with it.
Yeah.
Epsilon said, hold your horses, man. We're still here to fight.
Yeah, and a tough weekend for Millennium. That'll be their last match of the weekend. Obviously, you know, they come here, don't accomplish what they set out to do. They'll put a lot of time in, just not enough.
All right, well, on the stage, it is the newcomer to Epsilon. It's Josh with Jack.
He might be the newcomer on Epsilon, but this guy's been around a competitive Call of Duty forever, it seems. Josh, one of the winningest European Call of Duty players of all time. First off, though, you're a little bit stressed. Even after that series victory, you've now got to wait and see the outcome of the upcoming Luminosity Gaming versus E United match. But first, you immediately came up to me and said that Uplink might be the decider. What was not working for you guys in that map? How were Millennium able to take it?
I mean, they just played it really well, to be honest. Yeah, like, Uplink's been their strongest game mode the whole event, and they're like really good at precinct. They played it really well, taking it gas and slowed us down on the good side, and then they just got Moose with camo and then the streaks and took over from there.
Well, they most certainly did, and that was the one map you dropped in that series to close it out with the 100-point club and the Hardpoint, sorry. But now moving forward, you're still stressed about this final match because we all know the crazy tiebreaker scenarios coming into things. What do you do now as a team? You've got to go watch. What is your mindset at the moment?
I mean, when we was watching Millennium LG game, it was so intense, so I can't only imagine what this is going to be like. Can't do nothing really. It's out of our hands now. Just got to hope that United turn up.
Absolutely, and I was actually watching with the boys of Luminosity and United up there. Couldn't believe what they were seeing in that series on the edge of their seats with how it would all play out. Looking back on things, you guys are now done playing this weekend. No matter what, you put on a great showing here. What does Epsilon need to work on, though, moving forward, whether it's for the stage playoffs or at Anaheim?
I mean, probably our main problem is just starting off slow in our communication, being awful. Like, it happens a lot. Like, we just, like, once we start losing, our communication just drops and, like, the little things don't get said, which are important, and then we just don't break kills, etc.
Well, Josh, you thought playing was stressful. You've probably got some more intense parts this weekend coming up for you. That's it for this series on the main stage, though. Puckett, take it away.
Thank you so much, Courage. So we are down to just one match, and everyone's hopes and dreams. Well, basically, you're relying on how E United is going to play in this final match. Before we get to E United going up against Luminosity, though, we should kind of touch on the communication problems that Epsilon had throughout the tournament. TP, you were shaking your head, just nodding along as Josh was saying. Our problem is sometimes our comms go silent. How do you avoid that as a player?
It's tough to avoid. It really depends on the personalities of the individual player, to be honest. That listening is what sort of told that story for me on that retaliation in specific. I think Josh can't be the only one on that team that takes over in that sort of situation. You need all 4 players to be willing to make a call in a clutch scenario. And when things aren't going your way, that's the easy way out, sort of, to get quiet, to not really want to give that input. And that's sort of a problem and probably holds a lot of teams back from being better than they probably could be.
And if you look at Epsilon, you see just the potential from this squad. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from game number 1. Chance, you said that the hard points were pretty brutal to watch for you. Why was it so difficult? What was going wrong here for Millennium? What was going well for Epsilon?
Well, in fairness to Millennium on the first one, it was a lot closer than that breakout ended up turning out to be. But Epsilon, they just brought it all. I mean, Dave has been playing pretty well since the end of yesterday on Saturday. But even when you have a guy like Hockey who's nearly triple negative, the rest of the team is still able able to pick them up on top of that. So just really good playing from both the squads. If you look at the total kill-death ratios of both teams, the Slaying came out completely even. So Nolson drops 40, but the rest of Millennium was way off the charts below that. Meanwhile, 3 players on Epsilon all having solid, consistent games, which was able to make up for Hockey's kind of slight lack of performance.
Felony, what were your big takeaways? As we saw it come down to the wire, it was about a 15-point difference. At the very end, they were able to finish with 250. Josh staying alive on that final hardpoint.
This is the 3rd time we have seen Epsilon play throwback hardpoint over the weekend. The first 2 times, they made a really bad mistake of not rotating to this baseball hill. And off rotation, we're all looking at the mini-map, and we saw Josh be the first guy to rotate all the way to the back of this hill with kinetic, and he catches those first initial kills off rotation, and then that's the hill that ends up winning them the game.
And you can see just how big of an impact Barn was throughout this whole game. 102 to 44, that's where Epsilon really made most of their lead, but Millennium kept kind of toe-in-toe with them the entire way through it, Deep.
Yeah, it's very impressive holds from Epsilon. The casters sort of touched on it on that last barn hill. Nolson, yes, he drops 40 in this one, but we have to talk about the situation where he is playing for those streaks in sort of that tense moment. Maybe if you took a gunfight a little bit earlier on, maybe baited for his teammate, it's just so tough to do. You don't know if those streaks could lead on over towards baseball and really win you the game, or if you should just play fast and sort of normal to try and, you know, slide in and be that first confrontation into barn. So it's really a 50-50 call. He was playing those streaks. He ended up not getting them, which is a tough scenario for them, but overall, good hold at barn from Epsilon.
Go ahead, Chance.
And then even previously for Millennium, streaks that they had earned in the past, when they got to that bike path hill, when it's a neck-and-neck game, they're down by 20 points. Before that baseball field comes in, they use the kinetic. They burn some streaks, and all they get out of it is 2 deaths on their own team. There's a team kill with the Trinity Rockets, and the kinetic only nets them 1 kill. And then they spent the Centurion as well. So they used 2 payloads and the streaks on a hill that's super contest heavy. They get absolutely nothing out of it. And then, of course, on the flip side of things, Josh had that camo in the back pocket for the most important hill of the game, that final one on baseball, and he went off with it.
He went clutch, and they take game number 1. But you saw the strength from Millennium in that first one. I know a lot of Epsilon fans probably got a little bit nervous coming into the search and destroy. At the end of it, though, it's Epsilon coming out on top. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here as we talk about this one, Felony. You're our S&D expert up here on the analyst desk. What did you see from both teams on this new map breakout?
Epsilon, they played it the same way they did last time. They went straight to B a lot of their rounds. That was their preferred bomb site. We also saw them dabble around at A a little bit on their offenses. They planted A a few times, which is new. That's something that they're starting to venture to. But at the end of the day, they were just trading out first bloods very well, and they played their situations very well.
Yeah, and then on the flip side of things, Millennium, even when they were getting first bloods, they were throwing away the rounds. They would not group up properly. And so once you have that man advantage, the most important thing is just trade out kills after that. Because even if a player dies, as long as you're buddying up, you're going to be perfectly fine. But Epsilon was able to just consistently pick them apart. So if Millennium got the first blood, the round was interesting. If Epsilon got it, they completely steamrolled their opponent.
And Hawkeye really made up for his lack of a presence in that game number 1, showing up big with a 7-2 ratio. 6-1 rounds, though. This was a pretty big blowout in favor of Epsilon. Both the European teams, though, seem to show that they need to improve in this game mode moving forward, especially if you're Epsilon, knowing that you're going to be playing it quite a bit if you make it into playoffs.
Yeah, especially the couple of mistakes from Millennium, just to touch on it, that they need to improve on moving forward is, Chance touched on it, sort of payload usage in those scenarios that you aren't really going to get much out of it. And the second thing I want to bring up is playing your life in certain situations in Search and Destroy. That couple of seconds that you can buy your teammates, whether it's getting a first blood, whether you're in a trade, you have to know when to hesitate and when to go, you know, all full out, full momentum, basically. They don't really know. The communication seems to be off for them at times when it gets to those, you know, tough situations in Search.
Now, I was sitting in the back with Merc, and we were watching the games with Saints. At the end of game 3, Saints was looking a little bit worried, leading up to that final moment, and then he came out with a big fist bump. He was cheering on Millennium the whole way. Luminosity, knowing that Millennium had to make it difficult for Epsilon, for Luminosity to really have a clear path into that second place. Millennium pulls it out big in game number 3. Felony, let's talk about this uplink. What were they doing well? How are they able to bounce back from back-to-back losses?
This is one of the matches that PD's really showed up in. He hasn't had the greatest weekend, and him and Moose together this map, they were just slaying. They had streaks. Moose got his camo early in the game. They did a really good job of wrapping the ball around the map and keeping control of it the whole map. It just, everything went well for Millennium this whole entire uplink.
You did see Vortex able to convert a dunk, so it brought it within 1 point going into the second half. Then, though, it was Millennium really taking just charge of the map. They were outslaying. You saw Marky B back in the triple kill mode, getting multi-kills. You just saw the whole team put on streaks, and they were able to blow out Epsilon in side number 2. TP, when you look at this map, we've seen different opportunities for teams. Sometimes you see 6 points on the more difficult side. This time around, it was the exact opposite.
Yeah, teams are becoming much more well-rounded on Precinct Uplink in general. But basically, you have to note, how often do you see 3 players drop over 30 in an uplink? It's not very often, so finally the players from Millennium stepped up, had a huge slaying performance. You can see right there. PD with a 1.8 KD, 4 scores for him as well. Sort of not really putting the team on his back, but that's the performance that they've needed from him. For a lot of maps, they weren't really getting it early, but in that one, played quite well.
Good stuff from Dave all the way through, but Epsilon doesn't get the 3-0 sweep they were hoping for. Now they're at the mercy of E United and how they'll play against Luminosity a little bit later on, but at least for Epsilon, they were able to blow out Millennium in the final game after dropping the uplink. They just destroyed the kill column. Felony, you were pointing at the numbers here. Who is the most impressive player from Epsilon? Because they all seem to be going off.
Towards the end of the game, Dave, but towards the beginning, like what Luminosity said, Vortex has a sub and he's going double positive in the first few hills. That's something that's really hard to do, and that's something very uncharacteristic. So him going double positive with a sub at the beginning of the game, that means he's winning all of his fights in the hill, in showers, keeping those vital control, like he's keeping vital control for his team, the whole map.
Epsilon puts Millennium in the 100-point club. That's twice we've seen 100-point clubs here on day number 3 on Breakout Hardpoint. As we take a look at the box score, you see Dave once again. 16 kills gives him a 3.2 KD. You talked about the streaks that he didn't even need to use. They had total control from start to finish. How do you hold your opponents just to 12 and 13 points on cell block, as well as Grave?
Basically just the snowball out of control. Didn't seem like Millennium really had anything left in the tank at that point, but overall the rotations and the slaying from Dave opening it up, I really think that ERAD, we've talked about it a lot this weekend, but having that lone SMG specifically for loading, showers, cell block, there's so many scenarios in which that guy can be the first wave of pressure, get there just a bit earlier in those race situations, because on rotation, on Breakout in specific, there's situations where you're spawning an equal distance apart. If you have that ERAD player that just gets that extra couple of feet of advantage in that foot race, he gets to a better spot and gets close quarters.
It's all going to come down to our final match. We hope you guys join us for that. And we want to give a shout out to everyone who has been playing along on MLG.TV with our Score Streak Challenge. Every map we ask you a question, and you guys have been providing some really good answers on day 1 and 2. Let's take a look at our first question here. How many players will finish with 30 or more kills in game number 1? Well, only 9% of you guys got this one today. 3 or more players dropping big numbers, both sides. Nolson with the 40 bomb, one of the more impressive notes there in game number 1. Don't think a lot of people saw this one being as high slaying as they maybe should have expected on Throwback.
Yeah, it is a throwback, so you do expect some higher kill numbers in general, but to say over 3, I definitely wouldn't have said that. I probably would have been in the 1, maybe 2 category. So the fact that, some people got it right, but majority not so much.
Now, if you remember yesterday, the leaderboard was so tight. I feel like the answers in this series is what's going to separate our leaderboard for the weekend. Look at question number 2. You got single-digit correct answers for your first question. Same thing here for our second question. Only 3% of the people guessed it was going to go either 6 rounds or 7 rounds. The 6-1 blowout from Epsilon caught a lot of people off guard.
Yeah, that just means people were expecting a competitive game. But again, if you go into the mindset, there's one team that knows that without a doubt they've been relegated. Like, how much energy can you really bring forth in that degree? And then they've only had, I think, 4 map wins this entire tournament or weekend, and 3 of them were uplink. So S&D was definitely not where it was at for them.
And the majority of you guys were wrong for our third question as well. But this one you did a little bit better. About a third of you guys guessed the correct answer. It was 4 or less points. How many points will the winning team win by in a tight game number 3? A last minute kind of comeback from Epsilon. It looked like they may be able to steal the game, but Millennium holds on and is able to finish strong. So here is our scoreboard, our leaderboards. After 3 days of score streaks, It's Ali Hay at the very top, all alone. Yesterday, Obzit Heg, he was in number 1, gets dropped down to 9 points. Gare Bear 203 jumping up our leaderboard as we have 10, 9, 8, and 7 in the top 10. You have one more match, one more chance to get your score streak points. Make sure you're watching on MLG.TV. Follow along all of the action. The biggest match of the day, who is going to join United in the playoffs? Will Luminosity be able to force a Game 5 or even pull off the upset? Or is it going to be Epsilon from Europe slipping in to compete for the $500,000? You don't want to go anywhere.
More on the line than ever. It isn't necessarily just about the prize money. You're fighting for that spot at the Global LAN League.
You wish everyone could be involved, but realistically, only the 16 best in the world can be.
Congrats to all these guys earning that invite.
These, for me, are the right teams in the league.
Evil Geniuses will have the final qualification position in the CWL Global Pro League.
The best in the world are here to compete on North American soil.
This is big. The Global Pro League is on the line.
The LAN League is pretty much everything. That's going to be the season for everyone.
This is what we've been working for.
Every year there's only been one thing to play for, but now the LAN League is everything this year, to be honest.
If we don't make the LAN League, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
United will enter as the top seed in their group. The boys on Luminosity are headed to the Pro League. And Millennium will get their chance to go to Ohio. Epsilon sneak in with the final spot out of Europe.
The Gunless gets cleaned up all three. He's gonna put it in for a 3-point play, and this is it, Jack.
An entire weekend of matches comes down to one final series. The energy is big time here in the Columbus Arena at MLG, and you know the stage has been set. Two teams fighting for one open spot for the $500,000 Stage 1 playoffs. It's simple. LG, they cannot be 3-0'd in this series. If they do, Epsilon get that second place spot. If LG take one map, we will see a tiebreaker best of 5 series between LG and Epsilon. But if LG win the series or bring it to a game 5, they'll be heading to the Stage 1 playoffs. I know the crowd wants it. It's time to introduce our teams. The squad that has yet to lose a series this weekend, they have looked untouchable. It is E-United. The boys are focused and ready to go. They want that perfect 6-0 record. They'll be the first squad to do it here in the CWL Global Pro League. But on the other side, they have their destiny right in front of them. Everything they've worked for in the Infinite Warfare season. It is Luminosity. Now, typically in primetime, it's all about the matches, and it is. But today is a special day for somebody else here in the arena. Crowd, to send this one over the desk, help me out here on 3. Say happy birthday, Puckett. 1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday, Puckett!
Take it away.
Thank you guys, awesome fans here in Columbus, Ohio. I had a birthday cake brought to me earlier. And Patty P, he's got me another one.
Yeah, Chris.
So many birthday cakes today. Thank you, Patrick Price. Fantastic observing. Appreciate it, TP.
You want me to
I'm
hold
going to
that
drop
for
this. It's going to land in my lap, and I'm not going to be upset about it. Thank you guys so much, TP. You are the man. I'm going to get that cut and eaten later. For now, though, we got to talk about this last match. Felony, you were in this exact same position just a week ago, controlling your own fate. You were up 2-0, and then the reverse sweep came through. But Luminosity, they don't have to worry about that. If they win just 2 games, they're going to be locked into the playoffs here. But what's going through your head right now if you're Luminosity? How much pressure is on this squad right now?
Win 2 maps. All you have to do, control your own destiny, rely on yourself. All you have to do.
And have you talked to these guys at all? What's kind of their mindset coming through? Are they looking to just steal the whole series, or are they really looking for just 2 pickups?
I went and talked to Saints while the last match was going on, and basically he was just watching the Millennium match and hoping that they won at least 1 map to make it kind of easier on them. My guess is they're just going to go for the 2 wins, but if they get those 2 wins, I can just see them taking the series.
Now, Merc, if they don't get the 2 wins, they're going to put themselves in a tricky situation. Jack said it in the intro, but let's hammer this one home. What is on the line right now? What happens if it's a 3-0 in favor of United or even a 3-1?
Yeah, so if it's a 3-0 for United, Luminosity, they get 3rd place. If it's a 3-1, we're going to a best-of-5 playoff between Luminosity and Epsilon. I'm sure that's what everybody wants to see. If Luminosity is able to take United to a game number 5, they get in playoffs. And then, of course, if Luminosity win, they make it easier on themselves, and they qualify that way.
Chance, this was the same matchup we saw at the end of day number 1, and it was Luminosity jumping out to a hot 2-0 start before E-United completed the reverse sweep. How dangerous is this squad now coming into day 3? Looking at the maps, we know they're going to be playing some hard points on Breakout. These guys, 80% win rate in that game mode.
Yeah, always dangerous, easily top 2 in the game, pretty much unquestionable about that. Juggernaut so far in the Infinite Warfare season, but even with that 80% win rate, again, it's every game mode for them, incredibly consistent against Luminosity last time. They lost the first hardpoint, they dropped the search and destroy, complete the reverse sweep. So the biggest factor for that team is even when their backs are against the wall, they're still phenomenal.
But that's the thing to me. Luminosity, they've taken 2 maps off E-United. Epsilon did it earlier today. So if E-United come out slow, this team, Luminosity, they can take advantage of that and just win those first 2 maps.
And I think what's most important here is that map number 2. What is going to happen in the search and destroy leading up to this event? Luminosity, oh, they're a top squad. They're up in the top 5 teams in the world, but their S&D is trash. This weekend, they've had one of the better S&D records. It's slightly better than E-United coming into this one. Now that you've seen the maps, Felony, who would you give the advantage to coming into game 2?
I'm interested to see Luminosity play Breakout S&D for the simple fact it's a newly added map, and I want to see how they play it together. Because other maps, they've had a lot of time to work on and improve on their problems. This Breakout, it's a fresh map. I want to see how they adjust mid-game against E-United.
Yeah, and something that's very important is Luminosity got to watch, United play or Breakout Search and Destroy. So if Luminosity went back, watched that game, they know what, United likes to do. So we'll see if they're able to make adjustments and adjust to United's play.
Well, there's a lot on the line, not only for the players, but also for our analysts. We have a 2-way tie at the top. We have a second place going to Merc currently. TP's in first. Let's get the predictions here, guys. Who's walking away with the best predictions? You're going first, Merc.
I'm going to go Luminosity 3-1.
Luminosity 3-1.
Yep.
He wants to see the repeat match. Let's go, Chance.
E-United 3-1.
Luminosity 3-1. I want to see that get best of 5 between the 2.
Let's see how it's all going to go down. Will we get another best of 5, or is Merc going to call Luminosity to lock in their spot right now? It's time to find out. We got Maven with Courage for a final cast.
Thank you, birthday boy. This is what we all want, man. I know we're rooting for a second best of 5, but it may be 1-2 decided here. LG's got to show up, and they've shown they're capable of beating and taking maps off of United.
You think about what we saw this weekend. Both Epsilon and LG take a 2-0 series lead versus United and then get reverse swept. So it's possible. LG, you can do it. You've got to show up right now. Map number 1 is underway. It's Throwback Hardpoint, our final series, potentially, of the weekend.
And Gunless has been a monster in this game mode. He's the first to fall, but Bristini here to pick up the slack. I just want an incredible series, man. 2 top North American teams doing battle in week 3 of the CWL Global Pro League. This is everything we could want.
And it's been incredible for me to be able to watch here in the venue with the players in the Pro Lounge. LG, they literally felt physically ill watching that last series, seeing Millennium. They get that uplink win, which relieves so much pressure from them, but certain scenarios, when they thought they might be able to clutch a map that weren't going their way, they were on the edge of their seats. Now, the time has come. Can they make this series happen?
Well, Silly right now has started out 4-0. He's going to get pushed here shortly. He only has 16 bullets in the clip to work with as well. Let's see if he can maybe keep that streak going, but it's over. Now he drops. So it's on slack now from Luminosity. They're flying high, getting ready for the rotation over to Barn. They found a couple of kills in the back. He stayed alive, tagged up, but nice job, and he'll be the first to secure points. Now on the 3 streak as well, Jack. He's working towards some streaks here, buddy.
Yeah, and already a 29-2 lead in the favor of Luminosity. Spawn still in LG's favor, but Arcades with the 2-piece should open up a play towards his backside. But nice reaction time from Saints and Slack to clean him on up, as LG will continue to expand on this league. This was the explosive start they needed, maybe.
They really did. Remember, they came out and they throttled E-United early on day 1. We know what they are capable of. But looking at the game modes for E-United, I mean, I think that's like basically the only loss they've had in Hardpoint was in that first one. Outside of that, they're sitting at 80%. They've been phenomenal.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, LG on Throwback still this weekend has yet to lose on this map in general across the 3 different game modes. So you expect them to come out of the gate top. United, though, they never back down. 56-13, currently the score in favor of LG. Remember, if you are just tuning in, Luminosity need at least 1 map win to force a best-of-5 tiebreaker between them and Epsilon for that 2nd spot in the group.
It's a hell of a start. So far, so good for them. A couple kills going back and forth as we're getting rotated over to Bike Path. That's 3 now going the way of LG. It's just Silly trying to make a play. Everybody wrapping back across, the time going through to E-United. Slack trying to be the entry guy. He's tagged up, get to the corner. Trophy staying alive. He's got that Centurion to work with which allows him to play his life and push through. Brilliant stuff. One more on the backside. He's pinched from either side as kills feeding in for United.
And there you go. This is what we talked about. Arsity slowly starting to heat on up. He's 1 kill off that Trinity rocket as he's just staying alive in this close corner of the bottom bike path area. Teammates watching over him now, as he is finally going to get challenged, just dancing around, seeing if he can possibly get these streaks. Not going to happen. Saints cuts him down.
Saints, big kill there, secure them the final 10 points or so, but the spawn still in favor for E United as we get the statue. Now, can they withhold the pummel of Luminosity when they start to fly forward? Here we go. Everybody getting in on it. Pristini, you saw actually spawning out. A couple of kills going to Luminosity. Statue, oh God, it's going to be what, a 4 versus 2 basically here. Pristini and Gunless trying to go big, but it's Octane coming through the backside.
Octane's had a great day so far, great weekend in general. His teammates were saying how impressive he's looked online coming into this weekend, and he's for sure brought it over to the offline play here in the Columbus Arena. It's good to see. I mean, this is a guy that broke out just a couple of years back. He's made quite the name for himself. A couple major event wins as well. Octane, one of the best of the game. There he does, though, finally fall, as now his team has lost control of the baseball hardpoint.
Yep, they've lost control, but they're going to have to withstand maybe one more push from LG here. We'll see if they're able to get these final 20 or so points. Silly going big, as you see 2 in the kill feed. Arcity's tagging onto that as well. 3 streak for Silly, 3 streak for Arcity's. The comeback growing now for E United.
Yeah, the end of the first rotation will end with a slight Luminosity lead. Big thing to watch out for. Obviously, Arcity's almost got those streaks. That could be a game-saving kill earlier from Saints. He's now on another streak, though, at 12-9. Make it 13-9 now. Could play for this hard point. He wins that engagement. That's a Trinity rocket for him.
Nice job playing his life.
Yeah,
just getting away.
Smart. Just staying alive. Saints is not ready for the flank to come in. Slides into the hard point. Fully streaked now as Arcity's. And these are the tools that help E United secure this comeback as this game goes on.
Arcity's just beasting right now. 6 kills in a row, having his way with Luminosity, and you're right back in this, just trailing by 15.
Look at the pinch, though, developing. There you go. LG actually gets spawns at Barn, and they waited bike path to now flip control of the hard point back over to their squad. Classic will stay alive middle map, but either way, the next spawns at Barn. That top left of your minimap is exactly where you want to be controlling for this new hill. And right now, that control will go over to the side of E United.
Yeah, Luminosity hasn't been able to really get a whole lot of time. There was, what, 20, 25 seconds left when that split came in. But good job by E United trying to keep them out of the hard point. Like you said, they're set up for Barn. These original gunfights, or these first gunfights, are going to be huge. Octane finds 2, which might open things up for them. Remember, Arcity does have streaks if they need to work on a retake. Silly gets 1 before falling, but it is from the front. It's Slacked and Saints, that aggressive duo breaking through.
Classic as well, getting involved in the kill feed, but look at the minimap. 4 red arrows charging on in. FTL jump used across that gap. Silly does get punished, though, as he was already one-shot while the flanking player came in. That was actually Octane from LG. So LG will stay in control. They're back up to a 30-second lead, Maven. They can actually get close to a full 60 on this hard point.
Yeah, that was a really nice break. You know, you had the spawns for E United. You didn't do a whole lot with it. LG effectively hit from both sides and do a great job trading kills. Octane and Classic starting to build some streaks here. 4 in a row, 4 Classic, 75 off the Trinity. Very close to that camo as well. He'll be playing his life, playing behind his teammates as Bade turns and just burns 1. 50 more for the bombardment, but Arcity's chops him down.
Wow, so all that to get 3 seconds. They give up full streaks nearly on the side of LG.
Oh my.
Woo! He just shredded him inside the hard point. Okay, Pristini.
And that's Octane, man. Yeah, that's not an easy kill, especially when Octane had first shot.
Where has that been all game? He's 13-23, only 11 seconds inside the hard point, but Maven, this is what I like from LG. They're doing a good job of focusing on these spawns, even for the break at Barn. It's where they pressured on the map, sitting 2 through Grannies. Again here, they're making sure to keep pressure near that back bus area. Gunless now charging the hard point. He's now dead, and again, LG just keeping up with the slang right now, which has been their key to victory so far.
They've really been doing an excellent job just not letting E United claw back enough, keeping just a bit of separation between the 2 squads. Classic just trying to do what he can to contest right now. Able to pick up the camo as well. Saints the team kill, but doesn't matter as they still got multiple players here to try and hold. United doing a solid job contesting. You'll see Arcity's might have been an accident, but you see the gravity gun there. Actually, he's had such a good game, you might get it. This is going to be the first time in the Call of Duty World League that we see it used.
He's 100% going to get it as this one develops. He's just a couple kills off. E United will have early control of baseball, waiting for players to move in who just spawned up back blue. It's getting up to Pristini to try to hold this back lane cut. Octane actually gets a drop on him here, so it will be a 3v2. as Classic and Crew try to break this hard point, and they should, as there's now a pinch developing from Slack.
Yeah, the spawn at blue, they're both flying in. Slack gets 2. Pristini has to stay alive. He's the lone man here. Should be picked off in a moment. Yet Pristini drops, so now you're not going to be able to have a full 4-man hit for the next 10 to 15 seconds. This is going to be another solid hard point for Luminosity.
Bombardment, though, coming on in. The Centurion, the only thing that will actually perish in that entire streak. So more streaks used by E United. It looks like it's for nothing. It will help them at least try to break through the front line, but the FTL jump used by Octane to try to stay alive. He's bought enough time for his teammates to spawn it up. Luminosity still in full control of this game. Maven, we cannot stress it enough. They need one map to at least guarantee a playoff versus Epsilon. They can take that second spot if they win 2 maps.
Nice couple of kills there from Classic. And now we'll get back to Arcades. Has his payload weapon to work with. He's in the sneaky corner here, finding a kill as a couple of his teammates drop. Nice movement there to get to the edge, though, and take out Slack as well. Finally, will drop from Octane over the top of the train.
Nice shots from Gunless as well. 1 minute, the lead now for LG. You gotta see E United begin to win some of these kills on rotation, especially towards Barn when it comes into play. Keep this one even. You also have to begin to notice the game clock, down to just 90 seconds now, as it is ticking by quite quickly. This hill being so contested, no one has gotten in control of it for the most part so far. You can see Saints, he knows Silly's one shot up here. Good job chasing this kill, and now they'll try to push out these spawns.
Yeah, beautiful pressure there. Nice job from Saints. Just getting a couple one-bullet kills.
Gosh.
A third behind the Scarab as Saints goes off, breaks through a barn, gets the spawn to his team, and now it's a courtyard flood for United.
I was watching Saints warm up the most out of any player this weekend by himself, not talking. His son Kai is here in the venue. He was like, no, boy, I need to focus. I need to get my game to the best of its abilities for this final match. He has been grinding in the warm-up lobbies, shooting bots.
All right, can we get a flawless hold from E United over this stretch? It seems like the door's closing around them. Reactive popped, I think, to try and fly through. Yep, that's Saints. He gets 2 with it. He busts in a barn, and they regain control with 35 seconds to go. Brilliant use of that payload. There's the gravity gun. It actually sucks in a couple. He gets 1. There's a second in the corner. The trophy keeping 1 alive in the back, but E United do get the break.
All right, great use of the gravity gun there to take back control of the hard point.
Didn't see that coming, but it works inside a barn. Now the final 20 seconds or so, not going to go to E United as yet another flood comes on in. Pristini doing his best to dip and dive, stay alive. Octane the last one, 3 kills there. It looked like LG for sure was going to be making the plays, but Pristini does a good job getting a solo hold.
All right, E United need to play perfectly from here on out. Now a bike path. These spawns can come from either side. They know at least that they've got the back grannies area cleared out. And this gunfight in middle will be won by Classic, so Silly's just going to try to stay alive for as long as possible. He's going to be pressured by everyone on LG. Yeah, he's going to be cut down. Nice job by LG to flood on in, but Gunless is still there with the help of Pristini. So just like that, they swing things back into their favor.
They just have to, you
Look
can't
at the close spawn.
Just don't let Luminosity get any points here. Just contest the best you can. What do you see from Luminosity?
LG are just getting spawned right at that top bus, so twice E United wiped them out, and twice they spawn so close that they can catch them off guard. 1 minute is the lead again for LG. Saints clearing things out. He's at 38 and 26. 2 players, almost 3 from LG over the 30-kill mark.
Saints found a good time to have his best game of the weekend. Will likely be breaking that 40 mark. Surely, Silly doing what he can. Nice job snapping behind to pick up Classic. There's a 2-piece, and now let's get ready to rotate out. The first people set up yet again are going to be E United. Remember last time, Luminosity able to break in rather quickly. They find 1 opening pick. A lot of pressure on Gunless now. He's got to try and stay alive. Doesn't use the camo there. And now the collapse going to come in. Classic uses camo. There's 2 kills. The way of LG. Can they find the ones in the back? Classic going off, man.
3. Here comes the 4th. No. Gunless is using camo to try to stay alive and buy time. Finds the first, challenges the second, but it's not going to be enough. GG. LG get the map victory they need as they take it 250 to 183.
And now you're really sweating if you're Epsilon. They have the 1 map. You know your best case scenario now is really that you go to a best of 5 playoff. There will be no 3-0 for E United. Now you're just praying for E United to come alive and take control of this series.
LG's perfect map record on Throwback this weekend continues. They look solid from start to finish. The difference they look when they have the slaying advantage and when Saints is hot, compared to times when he's struggling. It's absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah, and Saints, I mean, any leaderboard we've looked at, he's kind of been the low man of the totem pole for this Luminosity site throughout the weekend, whether it's been Uplink, Search and Destroy, Hardpoint, hasn't really been that lead guy. There, though, goes off, man. Maybe all that warming up today has paid off.
Yeah, and now we get to see Luminosity fight for a potential second-place spot if they can win one more map. So, as we mentioned, it's been confirmed. LG, the worst thing that can happen to them is they lose the next 3 maps, and they'll see a playoff, best-of-5 playoff versus Epsilon to go for that second spot. Another thing to take note of, if they win one more map or secure the series victory, they are top 2. That's it. Epsilon will finish third.
Now, here's an interesting thing to talk about. I mean, different than prior events for Luminosity, their worst game of this weekend has been Uplink. So if we get to a game 3, they have not been brilliant there. And then Search and Destroy, where they're typically weak, has been one of their better game modes. But I don't think any of us are convinced that all of a sudden Luminosity is this great Search and Destroy team. No. You got to feel United can take this, and then the Uplink will be scary for them as well.
Trust me, LG have shown a few times this weekend. They're signs of old LG in S&D. Here is your breakdown, though, from map number 1. Not map number 1. That's what Maven needs after this.
Yes, I do. Yes,
39 kills from Saints, a 1.44 KD, and 92 seconds in the hill, doing everything for his squad. Really, the biggest difference is on that first train hardpoint.
And Arcides has a big game. He starts out, gets streaks going off throughout it. But yeah, Luminosity, I mean, it's just from the get-go. And we talk about the fact that Throwback is not a map that you don't rally big comebacks. It's not a breakout or retaliation where you can chain together a couple big 45, 50-second hard points. It's tough to come back on. LG got up early, and they punished throughout.
Here we go. Game 2 coming up. It's going to be Search and Destroy on, I believe, Breakout, if I'm not mistaken. So a map that we rarely get to see so far in the Call of Duty World League Global Pro League, presented by PS4. It just got introduced for Stage 1, obviously with the removal of Scorched, Search and Destroy. I don't know what to expect from either of these squads on this map.
Well, Arcides feeling hot. We'll see if he pulls out the sniper. I think he only did it for a round or 2 the last time we saw them play on this map, where they ultimately were able to pull out a victory. But LG, I mean, when it's a map, we already talked about their struggles in Search and Destroy, maybe a map that they don't have strategies for, and they're just going to kind of fly and win their one-on-ones. Maybe give them a little bit of faith here.
We actually did see United play this earlier this weekend. Gunless, basically his job, sit top laundry window on defense, cover all of middle map, call out what he sees for his team, and he was a beast inside that shower site, especially when he popped camo for the 3-piece in what was, I believe, the game-securing round. There's a look at him on your screen. It's crazy to think that he just really broke out at the start of this year, and already you ask any pro player, they consider him and Formal really the 2 fighting for that top spot in whoever in the argument of who is the best player right now in Infinite Warfare.
He's been brilliant, and he's been brilliant this weekend and throughout the year, like you mentioned. Arcides, though, they're going to need this guy. He was doing a wonderful job in the game 1. They need him in the Search and Destroy. They want to go undefeated, man, and you got to think about it. Yes, they've taken the top spot, but who would you rather face if you're United come playoff time for $500,000? I believe that I would rather play Epsilon.
Really?
Than play Luminosity. I think the...
I'll side with you.
I just think that the upside of this Luminosity roster, we talk about it a lot. Like, we just don't feel like they've hit their peak. I feel like their ceiling is higher than maybe any other team, but that they just haven't kind of touched that potential. I don't know. I wouldn't want to be messing with them in 2 weeks.
If it clicks, they'd be insane. Right now, they've done it. They've forced at least the overtime. Best of 5 series versus Epsilon, but they want more now in this. If they take this S&D on Breakout, they will guarantee themselves the 2nd place spot here in the yellow group. Remember, next weekend, we have 1 more week of regular stage action, I guess you could say, with the green group. Optic Gaming, Enigma 6, Red Reserve, and Elevate going at it then.
And that's going to be tricky. We've got if Epsilon doesn't get in here, if their fate is sealed by a Luminosity win, God, man, who's got a chance next week with the way Enigma 6 play at times, how good Optic Gaming has been. It's a tough road for the European side of competitive Call of Duty, but here we go. On offense first, it will be LG, and kind of what we expect from them, what I like to see. 4 men sticking together, looking to find kills and trade effectively.
Let's get it started. Off the break, we're watching Octane fly towards his B site already. LG showing a ton of pressure towards his top side of the map, and there's actually nobody here from United. They were not prepared for this at all.
Well, can Pristini possibly get a pick? I saw one round that there was a sniper in. Oh, for Arcides, Pristini, his brother, going to be the one doing it this time, and now they have to work the 4v4 retake.
Look at how tough a shot this must be on the site. Nice job by Arcides, though, to at least get first blood.
Ooh.
He jumps just across his site. 25 seconds left, still a 4v3. United, they're gonna have to play the aggression towards the side of the map.
He sees him in the corner though. Arcees tags him up. Silly able to finish the kill. There's 2 more in grave. 1 just Arcees left. 1 to the back rock. Silly finds the first. There's the final one. What a retake from E United. They were already on the bomb. They made that look way too easy.
Yeah, I doubted them. I was like, oh, they were not ready for this. Apparently they were. And it comes down to getting control of the mid-spiral stairs, and our city's NV4 doing a lot of the dirty work for this team. You mentioned the retake. That was, they didn't break a sweat making that happen.
You didn't lose a player.
No.
That can't happen. It just absolutely cannot happen. And I wonder if that's going to be, we're going to see more of that on defense if they feel maybe confident in their ability to retake that site. You know, we haven't really seen a quote-unquote standard defense yet in this. People really mixing it up, trying to figure out what works best, as it is, again, new to the CWL rotation. Pristini, again with snipe in hand. He spotted 1 through the window. That nade may land directly on Octane. Oh, that's so close to finishing the kill. Doesn't matter, because Silly and Arcity is able to follow it up, and Luminosity is getting blasted so far in this S&D.
Pristini doing his best Nagafen impression, which is leading his team with the sniper rifle, as they will go ahead and try to secure this B site and get this objective planted.
Oh, they're setting up for the backside. Let's see how they prompt to play this. Silly is going to be watching any kind of push through grave. He's also got eyes on steps. No one's going to get through here unless they get a real lucky timing. And there you go. Silly closes it out. 2 rounds for E United.
They're making this look so easy right now. Whatever lane they want to take, they just immediately know where to throw the grenades, where to watch, and I guess this comes from the LAN experience of playing this map before, when LG have yet to play it on LAN.
Let's see if E United can keep the hot streak. It's going to be LG back to offense. Last time they got an easy plant. They got set up in what they felt were good defensive positions. Unfortunately, E United picked them apart 1 by 1. Pristini yet to hit a snipe. Arcides and Silly have all the kills, but he's been able to give a good amount of information to his squad. Oh, God. I would not peek over the top again.
No. And look at this minimap. Silly. He's the Lone Ranger with multiple blue arrows, slowly inching up at him. This objective yet to be planted. Will Silly be the one to force the engagement near the shower site?
And he should get some help. I mean, he's got 2 players around mid-map that'll be able to rotate very, very quickly. So Silly has Gunless backing him up. The other 2 players are at mid-map, and they're waiting on the timing for the collapse. 2 to hit mid.
Basically, his goal right here, let his teammates distract from middle, and then you're going to see that red 7 arrow on your minimap begin to push on through. Here he comes. Silly looking for the opening inside the site. I think it may be too little too late. He's right around the corner. Does at least get 1, now 5-0. Silly's had a few of these games this weekend where he just starts off absolutely dominating in the early part of the map. If he can get this kill with E-Red, he's got a scale jump.
Got a deal. 10 seconds left. He stayed alive, trying to get help back. Saw him at the bottom left. He should be able to win this. He has an E-Red. Octane's down, but not enough time. He's on a 7 streak, though. 50 off the bombardment. I mean, sick plays from him. Doesn't get the defuse, but still, you get some weapons.
Basically, there, his only chance of winning that round is FTLing at Octane, forcing the engagement, not trying to hide behind cover and gain back your health. Hey, either way, you know what? He keeps the streak alive. Now 1 kill off the bombardment, and the boys of Luminosity, they have full knowledge of that.
And you got to think, if you're on offense and you're able to get a plant towards that B site, those streaks could end up being huge. Well, let's see how they play this. They want to get Silly 1 more kill. Pristini and him going to be hitting this outside wall run. There's 3 players from LG around showers as well.
Do you start with the Scarab? Is that how you enter? No, they're just going to go for brute force, and it's Gunless who slides in with the SMG. Silly just playing his life. He wants the bombardment for later on in this game.
And trying to bait Pristini here a little bit. Well, Pristini says, screw it, I'll handle it. Finds the kill, and now it's Octane and Slacked in a 2 versus 3. Bomb to get planted.
Look at the outer wall run from Slacked.
Slack gets underneath. Silly still gets the plant, though. Oh, and he wraps out. Does not realize what side he's on. He's able to finish it. Now it's going to be a 1 versus 1. Arcides hits the edge. They take it 3-1.
Slacked accidentally kills Octane there as both bodies were stacked up. He did take down Silly, but either way, full streaks have been earned, and he's very close to getting another FTL jump as well.
That's his first death in this game. Silly has been a dynamic player all weekend long. Big part of the reason E United are on the verge of being the first team to go 6-0 in the Global Pro League. But now let's see what they can do on the defensive end.
Our city's close to that Centurion. And this is what we saw earlier from the side of United. They push out for middle map control. They're going to go ahead and fight this straight up this time around. Pristini already with the team kill.
Yeah, I think Octane tagged him up. Pristini just puts a shot into his back.
Look at Silly just staying alive with The whole bottom right of his screen glowing yellow. Challenges the final kill. Slack does stop him for now. Slack one shot. You can see the health regaining the bottom left of the screen. He's going to try to get away, but the chase is started from Pristini. There he goes, 4-1, E United.
Nice timing for them as they push through. Slack thought he might be able to get away on that wall run. Unfortunately, E United had other plans. Yeah, that timing could not have been worse. As soon as he's like, screw this, I'm taking another route, they hit.
They watched him run away from the site. Good trigger discipline, did not try to shoot him as he gets around that corner, give away their position. So if you are LG, you haven't really had a sniper presence yet. You know Pristini's been messing around with it. You know they have streaks as well, so you've got to be worried about a B push right here, and that's exactly what E United are going to do. Smart play from them.
And we've talked about Saints struggling a little bit this weekend. He goes huge in game 1. He hasn't found a kill here in game 2. What's going on?
You just can't seem to get things started. Map that he probably hasn't played much, not too comfortable in how it all breaks down. And look at this bait. They know the Trinity rocket comes in, so they push the Scarab into the medical bay, which is where the players got forced to go into if they wanted to stay alive from that streak. Classic, though, somehow not only gets out with his life, but 2 kills to save this round for LG.
So you invest a couple of streaks in this, and you're still down a man right now. There's a late flank developing, though. Look at that number 8 on the minimap. Silly needs to play his life. He's got to stay alive as the flank comes through. All the attention right now focused, and there's the flank. It comes in. Silly finds one on the front. Pristini on the back end. Saints is the last man. God, that was beautiful.
Beautifully played by Silly. You could see how bad he wanted to start putting shots into certain players as they peaked. The whole time, goes one shot 3 different times, but stays alive, uses that bulldozer for cover, trusts in his teammate to get the kill from the
Well, it's like he peaked just enough that those 3 guys kept looking at him, right? Like you never saw them turn. There was so much focus on finishing up that kill because they tagged him up. Beautiful stuff there from Silly. So not only is he getting it done in the slang with 10 and 2, but his brain getting it done there well as he uses himself as bait.
And if I'm a United, I know that Luminosity have to push in towards showers, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So they can basically play this round how they want. Use that Scarab when it's time. The player on bomb, now been killed. Second challenge. Gunless is so good inside showers, man. Arcitys is there as well. Octane by himself with just an NV4.
This is probably it. He has to back down. He sees 2 here. He has an opportunity in the 1 versus 3. Arcity's tagged up, but able to use the wall to back away. 50 seconds remaining. You saw that trophy drone above his head. Keep him alive for at least 1 grenade that comes through, but they've all now shifted focus. Now they have even more cover to use. Octane has no options here.
Yep, he tried to go for the shot beat down, but either way, United tie up this series 1-1, and things continue to stay stressful for the side of Epsilon.
And you know, for both these teams, we talked about the losses that would come to some of the European squads. It's been in Uplink. Neither of these teams have been brilliant in that mode. Luminosity, their worst of the 3. I believe the same is true for E United. Oh boy, I mean, think about if E United win this next map, how much pressure is on that hard point. I'm giddy.
Folks, this might not be our last series of the day if LG drop these next 2 maps. Epsilon, I believe they're waiting in our player lounge watching just like you are.
Watching like this.
Are at home. So be sure to share the stream, mlg.tv/Call of Duty. Let people know how much is on the line for this match. Remember, this is for a chance to play in a $500,000 playoff later this month.
All right, well, guys, it is the Uplink up next, tied at 1-1. Who is going to the playoff? We'll find out after this break.
This is our final G Fuel key player matchup of the yellow group, and it's between two players with S names, Silly and Saints. I don't know why that was the thing I compared them in, but look at those statistical breakdowns. Uplink so even between these players. You had a monster performance in the Hardpoint from Saints, dropping 39 kills with 90+ seconds in the objective to win that first map. But then in game 2, Silly's 10+ kills were the reason why the boys of E United were able to secure that to force a 1-to-1 map count in our best of 5. These two players need to go big for their team if they want to secure the series lead. This has been your G Fuel key player matchup.
Welcome back, guys. LG holds this series in their hand. They needed one more map in order to secure their spot for the playoffs. But what I want to see on this map number 3 before we get into it is a sort of different style of play that we're used to seeing from LG. Do I think we're going to see it? I'm not too particularly sure. Usually the NA style of Uplink is they just jam the drone on the strong side of the map. So what I mean by that is they take the drone and try and go up towards this office side here. They try and get the kills. They have that lead blocker lead the way for the drone carrier. But really what I want to see, something that worked really well for Millennium, why they had a lot of success in Uplink in particular, is they wrap the drone, they get control of it, which we know LG is going to get a lot of kills and get control of it. They wrap the drone over towards this left side towards gas. This forces the rotation from the other team. They can't just post up in these spots over here. They're forced to wrap all the way back and look at this alley here. And then what you can do, as soon as you get those players to commit to that left side of the map towards gas, then you either, you make the decision based off of your kills. Whether if you're picking up a bunch of kills on this side, right here, you can just easily take the drone and go for the one-pointer. But the next level play, in my opinion, is to take the drone back on that other side, back through this side. You get the other team to rotate out of those power positions that we're used to seeing from the NV4 players, and they're all just going to be hanging out towards this side by the drone. You have to look at that back alley first. So if you're able to force that rotation originally, it can make that strong side push just a lot easier. So it's those little things that you can do while picking up those kills just to make that next level play. Hopefully you can see that here. Over to the casters for game number 3.
Great stuff, TP. One of the best drone carriers of all time. One of the best objective players of all time.
Is that what TP's career is now?
Yes.
One of the best drone carriers of all time?
Yes. Just because he's right there and he's looking at me.
Okay. I was. He goes, I was. I think there's many other attributes to what TP did for his team, but this show could turn into a TP appreciation moment. But for now, let's get back to this match.
Pat just said in my ear, I'm pretty sure these guys have a 0% win rate on this. Do not quote me.
Thanks,
we'll quote him.
Thank you, Aches. That's Aches he's talking about, who's been observing this weekend. If you watched a lot of random third-person moments, whether there was a payload happening or just because Aches was wanting to show off what the character looked like, that's him. So.
He's been fantastic,
yes.
though. But for the series, all right, so LG got their 1 win. So worst case, they're going to that best-of-5 playoff versus Epsilon if E United is able to take it. Now, he is right. So they both have not won this yet. And we talked about the weakness in game modes for these two teams. It's been Uplink. The European teams have given them nightmares throughout the course of this weekend. Who's going to get the edge? Epsilon sitting and rooting on E United to take this series over the next 2 maps.
Who will be the best of the bad precinct Uplink teams? I want to watch Gunless off the break. Let's see what this guy can do. Flying around that lobby area. How many points has he put up in this final series of the weekend?
And one criticism of Gunless, the only one you could possibly make, he's been a little lackluster in Uplink particularly. A couple times we've seen him not get camo. His KD has dropped off significantly from the other modes. Does he step it up here? K-bar in hand, he's going to be looking towards gas to see if any pressure is coming from Cherry Blossom.
And
Nothing
LG,
as of now.
I do not like how LG just played that break. They pushed super late in towards lobby and gave up full control of this area for the boys of E United to at least play from those areas of cover where only their head can be seen. Thankfully, they're able to take down 2 with the help of Slack. Varsity is staying alive long enough for Silly to come on through to help him out. As now the drone will be wrapped back through lobby towards where Brasini is at construction, and here are those mind games we talked about.
Do they toy with him or they just brute force it? Right now, it seems like they're just going to bully their way on in. Silly around the edge. Silly slams the first points home. 2-0 E United. Nice start for them. Octane tries to answer, though, on defense for LG as they look to get back to mid-map. You've now cleared out your base. You have control. It's your turn to try and rally. Can they find the kills towards Ticket?
Silly took the perfect route to get that dunk on through. Knew exactly where his openings would be. What a challenge for Stevie as he soars forward with that E-Rad. Classic does stop him in his tracks. And again, this drone down. They're just buying time to get some kills. Classic with the awkward engagement victory versus Arcides. And now it will be a green light for LG to push forward towards this top station.
They couldn't get the drone out, though. Yeah, Slack is pinned here with 2 players. He's waiting on a little bit of help. It comes a little bit late. So they tried to rally it very quickly. Weren't able to do so because Slack stuck in lobby. That's going to be a tough gunfight as you're going up. Is what TP was talking about. The NV4s that are in these power spots. When you're coming out of lobby with an E-Rad, the last thing you want to see is Arcides sitting here. These are easy kills for him. Just spotted one more at Statue. Drone ends up in his hand. He's just going to take it, wrap it to the bottom side. He has Gunless here to work with. Gunless now leading the way. See if he can find some kills, maybe lead to an opening for him. Not able to do so. So the push stops for now, Jack.
Yeah, and he's just waiting to see if he can spot a player charging from any of these different lanes. And there's the correct answer. It's Classic who shuts down 2, make it 3. Wipes E United off the map. There we go. 4 dead for the top team in this group.
Oh, yeah, and 4 dead in that position, you are surely getting points. Look at where they just spawned them. You spawn most of the players at Statue since you had that mid-map control. They haven't got points yet. There it is, the tying dunk. It's 2-2, and Classic just 150 off the Trinity as he's had a bit of a streak here. Is the 5th kill going to come in? Nope, Silly gets the better of him.
And actually, this was the map that these 2 squads were watching up in the Pro Player Lounge between Millennium and Epsilon earlier, where LG were just on the edge of their seat the entire time. Remember, this is the map that Millennium beat Epsilon on to be able to make this possible.
Well,
for LG to make this happen.
Think about that, the nightmare that is. If you had a chance to put LG in a bad position on this map, and then LG potentially could end your playoff hopes on the same map in mode.
They'll never look at Precinct Uplink again.
Yeah, that's lethal, man. But Arcides now was finding kills, but Pristini will be the one to grab the drone. You see there's one more player on X-Ray. That's
he
right
got
by
juked.
defense. He gives them the movement, but Saints gets one more bullet on him.
The reason why I was yelling that was because a player from E United was actually pushing towards that top right part of your minimap. He was flanking from Park, which then made Saints think that that's where the drone was going. Instead, he was sneaking right behind him. He saw him and tried to run past. It didn't wind up working out. Got down to the wire there, but Saints did clutch on up. As now Slack is just trying to stop this drone carrier as his teammates come off spawn.
Well, Slack was looking everywhere to try and help, but fortunately runs in to the headshot from Silly. But Classic, I feel like every time I see him on the kill feed, it's just multi-kill after multi-kill, but Silly now goes big with 2. There's 2 players on defense. Do they get there in time? The 1-pointer is up. It dinks off the edge of the building. I don't know that I've seen that before.
I just looked at Felony and he was like, oh, he just got blessed right there with that bounce to go on it.
All right, Gunless inside a lobby, picks a kill up on the backside. Now trying to get away with it. He's getting pinched horribly, but there's the melee. The beatdown in. Arcides gets another kill as well. You've got a chance for points. It's Classic spawning up on the drone. The toss doesn't get away. Classic may have just clutched it for his squad. He does hold it off. No more points coming through for now. Silly and Pristini still trying to pinch. The drone in a deadly position, but LG holds.
The whole team spawns there as well. Because he gets that first kill, Silly was blocking those back Park spawns, so they spawn right up underneath the portal to help supplement that hold. Nice job by LG to keep that from going in.
Arcides now trying to line them up in gas. Can't win it. Silly will get the call to rotate over. He cleans up the scrap. Him, Gunless, Pristini, a full team effort. Caught reloading. Thankfully, Gunless has him, and this should absolutely be points. I don't know if they were waiting on a setup. I thought he was just going to fly it in and try and dunk. There was only one player really in front playing bait. Gunless there for it. Hits the edge. Just waiting on it. No, cut up short. Is the defense there again? Arcides can't finish.
He's trying to go for the last second one.
Oh my God.
There's still a player here. Octane in a one-on-one. Silly wins it. Now he's one shot. FTL jump.
Oh God! I don't know how you don't get a point in some of that chaos, man.
They thought they had a chance for a dunk. There was still a player alive. If you're wondering what just happened right there, why Maven and I squealed like 14-year-old girls, it was because he FTL jumped to the drone to try to grab the objective and basically hit a fadeaway shot of the portal with 2 seconds left. That would have been like Kobe Bryant from the Lakers when he played.
I hate when you talk about sports.
Well, that was the right reference.
It was accurate, but the way in which you delivered it was idiotic.
What do you mean? I said, sorry, did it need to be more nasally to be like Matt to make the sports references work?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
That would have been like Kobe Bryant on the Lakers. Right, Clint?
Yes, it would. All right, E United 3-2 edge going into the second half.
I tried.
You did try. You're getting better at it. Gunless, though, with the drone, one underneath, tries to get another melee here. The drone falls into his teammate's hand for a moment. All the kills going the way of LG. Silly trying to hold, but he's weak. That's 3 down in succession for E United. And Arcenies wants to make sure they can't rally forward. Almost comes up with a couple of clutch kills to slow the onslaught.
Oh, look at Octane falling from the sky and still somehow finds the kill onto Pristini. LG, this is their chance right now. Park is the lane they're going for. Unfortunately, Arceni's always putting himself in a great spot to be successful. What I love about him is that it seems he's always holding the right angle with that NV4. You're never seeing him get in frantic hip-fire gunfights unless a player charges at him. Instead, he's just pre-aiming, left triggering, doing what he does best, and that's hitting shots in range.
He's been doing a beautiful job, but now he needs to do it on offense. Gunless is just shredding through the Luminosity line of defense. He drops, but he opens up the lane for his teammate, and there is another one-pointer through. 4-2 is the edge for E United as Epsilon continues to watch their dreams stay alive.
Epsilon, I can't even imagine what they're feeling right now.
That's all I can think about. I just think about them sitting up there freaking out.
I would love to get a camera on them to be able to see exactly what's happening, but I'm sure they don't want that because
don't show me crying, sweating, bleeding, falling.
No, that's just you after a night out at the bar. But back into this, Octane still staying alive near this lobby area. Slacked with 2, Silly last alive, and again, look at how passive he's playing, just waiting for them to sprint into him. He's only able to get 1, Slacked. He wants this dunk, and Octane watching over. The turret has come to life. There goes E United off the map.
I don't even know how he had the faith in him to do that. Like, I would have shot the one-pointer about 7 different times there. He just goes high. Octane mows through him.
Woohoo! Sage just got destroyed right there inside lobby. 2 go down on LG, and now E United's lead that they had for the last 5 minutes is gone.
All right, but can they work with it? Gunless, he's getting towards camo. Classic already has it for the side of Luminosity. Still plenty of time. Gunless is certainly going to get it. They're trying to play the juke game back and forth until they can find a pick. They haven't been able to do it as Octane continues to be that turret that they have to get through in order to get points on the board.
It's fun to watch this Arcenies versus Octane battle, 2 of the best in the game. What just happened? You just freaked out for a second.
Oh, it was hopping back and forth. I was trying to keep track of where we were heading with it, but it was 2 kills for Silly.
I thought you saw something.
Oh, no.
David's about to spit some knowledge.
It was just a frantic moment there, back and forth between 2 teams. All right, now Arcenies gets dropped by Slacked. Octane in on the action as well.
They've got the score payloads that they want to have. You have Overdrive from Octane. You have Camo from Classic. And Octane, look at this man right now, making sure he tags up everybody on the map.
Doesn't miss. I want to see an accuracy stat for Octane. I know there's a lot of pre-aiming, pre-shooting that happens around corners, but God, man, when he gets onto a guy, it is definitely a treat to watch. Arcenies wants it over the top, needs 1 more second to throw it, but he will fall. Nobody else on the attack for E United.
The pinch was just a little bit too slow from Silly right there. He gets and slides in as both of his teammates die. So instead of it basically being a flank 2-piece to open up that lane, he only gets 1 before he perishes.
You know, I talked about Gunless not getting a camo in several of these uplink games. He's actually at risk of doing this. I thought for sure he had plenty of time.
Yeah, this should be done.
Yeah, now Classic has a freebie. Where's your freebie from E United? You don't have the camo for Gunless. It's now a 2-point lead for Luminosity. Gunless has got to go big. Okay, there's 1 kill. He's just 2 away. They need him to get this. 60 seconds on the clock. E United have to come back. Epsilon's dreams right now. They are in the balance with 50 seconds left. The movement from Arcenies tries to get clever with it, but ultimately falls.
He had no help right there. He just needed to drop the drone and slay out from lobby. And look, the pinch is coming in towards the top side of the map. There's no lane open right now for United. 40 seconds left. LG. Remember, they can just put the dagger in with the 1 here, and there's no one at the portal. They've juked everybody. A 1-point throw from Classic could be the end. The throw.
No, it's over his head. It's over his head. Gunless is dead. They don't have camo. Arcenies has an overdrive maybe to work with. Just 20 seconds. They need to make a play. And for Epsilon to have any help, here's the overdrive. They're trying to get it done. He's going to go for the 1. He gets it up, gets it away. He misses. He misses. That's it. LG are going to be in your top 2 for Stage 1 playoffs just 2 weeks away.
And the hearts of the European Call of Duty fans sink.
Ripped out of their chests, I think is more like it.
At the words that just came out of your mouth. Congratulations to LG. They've done it. They still have the rest of the series to play, but they've won the maps they needed to secure that top 2 spot. And I'm now 6 for 6 on my predictions for the teams that are going to make playoffs.
I'm telling you what, though, man, this is something that I think E United needs to fix. Like, that is, I think, 50%. That's 50% of the uplinks they've played. Gunless has not got camo. That can't happen. He needs to get it. That's the difference in that game down the stretch.
We were joking earlier about who the MVP is going to be for this E United team this weekend, and Gunless, while he's been doing great in S&D,
he's been great in Hardpoint. He's been really good in Hardpoint, too.
But you can make some arguments for some of his teammates for sure. It's not as clear-cut as the Atlanta champion.
Yeah. Silly's been brilliant as well. Really, everybody on United, but that's gonna at least decide who our top 2 are. Obviously, we've got a couple more matches here to see who's going to take the series, but God, man, LG clutch up, and we knew they were capable of doing it. They were up 2-0 in the first series before they collapsed a bit. Here, man, they get 2 out of the first 3 yet again. Brilliant stuff from them, just enough in that uplink.
Must be such a sigh of relief from them. They've now qualified for the $500,000 Stage 1 playoffs later this month here at the MLG Arena in Columbus, Ohio. But worry not, Epsilon fans. Your team has still made it in that 3rd place spot, which will get them into pool play at the CWL Anaheim Open. Guarantee themselves a spot in Stage 2, where there's another $700,000 on the line. And then later on this year, the CWL Championships in Orlando, Florida. Tickets now on sale. Go buy some. Come meet all your favorite players. Come meet Maven and I.
Yeah.
Maven loves hugs.
I do. I'm a gigantic hugger. But you know, that's actually interesting. Think of it.
That's kind of scary.
I'm giant. I'm a hugger. Aren't they? Is Breakout's the next map, right?
I'm going to say yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, this was scary for really Epsilon regardless, because this is going into E United's worst hardpoint, where we've seen Luminosity be, on fire at times. So I think the series likely ends here.
Well, we'll see how it all plays out. Here's your breakdown from game number 3. LG turn up inside 2 to win that one, 7-4. Classic continues to stay hot, a 1.14 KD with the most points on his team.
And, we talked about the couple of nice little streaks he went on early in the game, the 2 PCs he kept getting on defense around mid-map. All those kills are crucial, but they're also crucial because that camo, man. That dunk at the end was what did it. I know there was a one-pointer that was kind of the dagger, right? But, wow. Classic. Fantastic stuff. He's been consistent throughout the course of the weekend, and this LG team is scary when they're on point.
Yeah, and I think LG, the good thing for them is they've gotten top 2, but they know they have a lot to work on still.
Oh, yeah.
While the squad, I think, overall for me, has looked better, because you think, what, one of their series losses is a reverse sweep to E United? Okay, the 2nd-best team in the world. That happens at times. But in S&D, they do look better. There are times where they just get frantic and kind of throw away rounds when they all spread out. A lot of it comes down to, like, they get that first blood and they just feel too confident on the map. No, you still need to play together. It's only a 3v4.
Well, they showed that maybe they're going to be capable of playing that 50-50 type S&D they need at least. Take 50% of that over the course of the weekend. That can elevate them into, like, a top 3 status if they can do it consistently. And there's not enough played this weekend to know if they've made some fixes, because we've seen them get throttled. We've seen them bury teams as well in search. It's been all over the place. I think what actually makes me the most nervous might just be a little bit of the drop-off at uplink for them this weekend. That's something I think they really got to work on.
Oh, for sure. That one was as close as they wanted it to be, or it wasn't as easy as they wanted it to be on that uplink. They definitely did not want it to be close. For Luminosity's favor, they wanted to beat them 20-0. Didn't happen there, but you can see on their screens that countdown clock is ticking. We're ready for game number 4. Hardpoint on Breakout, what could be the final map of this weekend.
And I honestly, I think that LG, I think they crush them here. I really do. I haven't been impressed by E United at all on Breakout. I think Luminosity wins this one with authority. Maybe the only reason they don't is because right now, I mean, you got to be celebrating sort of if you're LG, right? You get that map win, you're like, boys, we did it. We're in. We're playing for 500 grand. Maybe you take the foot off the throttle a little bit after you secure that position. But these guys, they're still going to fight hard here. I'm choosing Luminosity to close the series.
Can United finish off this weekend a perfect 6-0? Something that has yet to be done in the CWL Global Pro League, presented by PS4, or will LG finish with the cherry on top, a series victory against one of the best in the world?
Well, it's going to be Octane to kick things off over the top, get a few bullets in, see if a grenade can finish it. Not able to do it yet, but he does feed an assist over to Classic. Arcides, though, opens things up with a couple of kills. Everything going back and forth. Saints was the lone man up for LG for the time being. as we'll see Gunless hop in for the first couple of points here, Jack.
And again, the reason why he's able to do this is because of Showers' control, that middle part of the minimap. Look who's now pressuring there. It's Octane, number 2. You get Showers, you can stop the other team from getting in the hill. It's as simple as that. Now Slack will play from this side. For as long as Octane is alive on the map, he will get time. There he's dead. Now United can charge on through.
United start to move up. They want to make sure they keep the spawns. The problem is, look at that number 3 on the minimap. That's going to be Classic making a play to get in behind. So he's already set up on cell block. If he gets a crucial kill here, maybe he can spawn his teammates in the back. You still have Gunless set up behind him, so Gunless should be able to hold it. You see where Luminosity is spawning out.
I don't actually know if I agree with staying in the hill and getting that first kill. I think he should go and play for the spawns.
They play further back for Hanger?
Yeah. I mean, look, great, you got that 1 kill. You got 4 seconds of time.
Yeah.
Now where's the rest?
Well, I don't think he was fighting for the time. He was obviously fighting for the rotation, but you're basically going against 2 players there, right?
But fighting for the rotation when you don't have your team spawns.
Yeah.
You're fighting a never-ending uphill battle that United will be an advantage of. And look, they're going to go for a potential full 60 on this one now on the side of United.
Yep, United held this side of the map. They did it brilliantly. It was Gunless on the backside that was able to hold the spawns for the time being, and now it's going to be a flood from Saints and crew. Classic takes a dip and a dive off the map. Saints, who had a monster hardpoint earlier today. We'll see if he can do it again here.
LG, they're down by about 20 seconds in this game. They just qualified for the Stage 1 playoffs. Let's hear their team communications on this rotation towards this back Grave Hill.
K-Vetty. We have numbers. K-Vetty, RC's one guy. Nice. I spawned in the back, We're coming right now. We have your pinch P3. You guys
can you watch my right cross?
Alright, go in the middle. Nick, I'm coming to help you. Nick, stay alive.
2 middle, Sack, 2 middle. You're looking for Silly and go on pinch.
Here's dead, another Silly. Another one. P3 push me. No, they don't have it.
P3 push out.
That one. I'm trying to stay alive. I'm trying to finesse.
Huge, Sam.
One more, right cave, NV4, right cave, NV4.
I'm coming, Nick.
Right cave, he's pushing it.
I'm hitting your right,
I spawned dirt.
I'm sliding on Nick. There's your right too, yeah. Go, pinch.
I got shot.
Was right, on this right,
cave.
2 right,
shot, I got one.
Right top.
I was fine.
Top. Nice, good shit. Keep it up. Watch pitch, Sam. Watch pitch.
I'm hitting it.
Someone get top.
Alright, go for it. I got time. Go.
Slow down. Top truck. I got one.
Nice, he's back right. RC's got shots.
I'm hitting through middle.
Auto, fly, just get back right with me.
Top window, watch the cross.
Top window, dead. John, back right.
One more side door.
I don't see him.
Alright, Pristine.
Back right, pillar dead.
I spawned all the way out. I'm gonna hit wall. Can you guys get in hill?
Actually, I think Pristine went middle. He didn't get it that time.
I'm
spawned all the way. You guys have to camp back, guys.
Yo, one's been silly. I got one.
Nice, huge win, Nato.
Nothing hitting me in the back, Nato. I'm about to pinch hill, guys.
Could be double doors on me,
Two in hill. Both front side of hill. of the hill.
I'm hitting hill.
He's snaking the heady and one's in the middle of the hill.
Yeah, right. On hill, one's cave truck.
Cave truck, absolutely.
No, 2 on the hill. Take your time.
One's still cave truck.
I spawned top. Nice, I'm going. I spawn cave.
One's pitching showers to
I'm in the back. Yeah, he has to.
Yeah. Nato sharp picked
up. Going to the back. Someone try this guy in the back.
I'm here.
Pierce is one shot on hill.
I think close.
Back right. One shot Slack, absolute. Nice, good one.
Hit the backside there.
Nato, hit that with them.
Yeah, I'm hitting center.
Going up front.
Snake in the right. Warning, Sam, warning. Nice, 2.
Warning, let's go.
Stay alive.
Trying to come in.
He punched me.
Just stay rotate.
There's only one on hill. There might be 2 on old. I spawned middle. What the fuck?
One's in the back, Silly's double door.
We are back. United still in control of this game, but Luminosity bringing it back a bit. So far, what has stood out for you the most? Pristini at 13-10 right now. Silly and Gunless leading the way in the objective. A well-rounded effort thus far is 3 more in the kill feed for United.
It still kind of stings thinking of that engagement from Classic earlier on cell block. Obviously, right now, LG did just get the spawn near that new hill, but still with 45 seconds left on this central rooftop, they've got to play for mid-map control again. And Gunless, his one job for this team always on this map, whether it's S&D or Hardpoint, is to keep control of Showers.
You know, it's really crazy to think about like how this group turned out. That it boils down to a lot of things, how it's shaped, but I kind of want to put it on the reverse sweeps for me, United, man. The fact they did it to Epsilon, the fact they did it to Luminosity. One map goes the difference either way. LG would have already secured. Epsilon could have basically secured. It's just crazy, the fight back mentality of this team and how it just controlled this group.
Yeah, LG right now, I believe they have the exact same map record in this head-to-head matchup so far this weekend, as they're tied at 4 apiece in this series, this 2 best-of-5 series they've played. So it's good to see them put up a solid fight. Obviously, the respawns are where they've gone back and forth. We very well could be seeing another Game 5 if United keep this up.
It's looking that way. Saints, though, right now is on a 4 streak, but Silly and RC is looking to hold. Saints drops basically as soon as I start talking about him. Octane on the outside. The caster curse is real. I was talking to Aches about it as he's been driving. He's like, I swear, man, when you guys point out like a guy on a streak that I didn't notice yet, they die like half the time when you call out to go to him.
Because typically they like get kills to get on that streak. So like, oh, they just got their 7th kill of the streak, so we take note of it. And then they're weak and they just get traded. It's like, okay, well, that didn't go as planned. 164 to 95. LG will at least eclipse this 100-second mark, I believe, unless Arcity has something to say about it. Yeah, he does. So they will have to rotate with a 70, almost 80-second deficit in this game. If they want him out to come back, Maven, it's got to start right now on Grave with a full 60.
They need to do it, but a couple of kills coming in and streaks, I believe, being invested into this one. Gunless will back him up. Arcity streaks get it done, and E-United just smoke them at Grave.
E-United want the 6-0 record. I can tell you that right now. They're hungry for it. They're almost up by 100 seconds. This has been their largest lead of the game, and they have not given up the pressure from the first hill to this point right now.
Completely throttling here. This is the best we've seen E-United look on this particular map. They've turned up here to go for this perfect record. Gunless cuts one more down. They broke the 200-point mark. 30 or so seconds left here before we wrap out the commissary. And yeah, I'm not sure what streaks you have left for E-United, if any, but the way they broke Graves so easy, you got to think they'd be doing it again. As Pat cycles through, it doesn't look like any more streaks available.
I've just been watching Arcities and crew in middle map just shoot people from LG in the back for the last 25 seconds. They're always in the right position, it seems, right now. And Arcity's showing off that reaction time, snaps on over to Classic in that back corner, and Silly's already at this new hill. No one from LG is even near it right now.
Oh, a big part of it, man. Arcities is like harnessing his inner Octane right now. He's outgunning him. He's doing the better job with the NB4. Octane's struggling a little bit, where we've seen him very solid in Hardpoint. Arcities, 2 more kills. There's a 3rd in front. Please, come into the grinder. Thank you.
GG's 250 to 99. Welcome to the 100-point club. We're going to a game 5. It would only work out that way.
And it's crazy to think that E-United lost, what, 250 to 88 earlier today, and now they come out 100-point club Luminosity. You got to think they talked a lot about that map after the blowout. Surely a weakness point for them, somewhere they need to improve. Doesn't look like it after that win, though.
Really, LG, I talked about how they need to come back on that Graveyard Hill. E-United had the streaks ready for it. They forced players out of position. They had a pinch as well coming in for both Cave and Medical Bay. 2 players who were sprinting, trying to get away from that Trinity rocket, have 2 ARs pre-aiming them. There is a 0% chance they win that gunfight. It's little plays like that that make E-United one of the best teams in the world.
Well, guys, we have one more map for the yellow group. Can E-United go 6-0? We'll be back right after this quick break. Hello, friends. We are back for one final map of the yellow group. Can E-United remain undefeated over the course of the weekend? It's been a back-and-forth battle with Luminosity.
Best we've seen so far out of any groups is 5-1 from certain teams. Now United looking for the perfect 6-0 in groups, and even with them saying they came to this weekend very under practice because 2 members of the team recently moved. They had a lot of stuff in their own personal life they needed to handle. To still go 6-0 just shows how strong of a team this truly is.
Well, this is a team that thrives off of teamwork, the scrappy plays, a million different reasons they've been so clutch. And let's be honest, back to like Allen Iverson talking about practice. Yes, it helps, but when you played, it's not like the game came out a month ago. These guys have played so much at the top level. If you miss a little bit of practice turning up for an event, it's not like all of a sudden we expected United to be in 4th place.
Yeah, you mentioned that Allen Iverson talking about practice. I think that was 15 years ago today I saw on my timeline.
I believe I did see that as well. So yeah, 15 years ago. Holy hell, I am old. How old were you 15 years ago?
I was 8. I was playing Pokemon. Lord God. And you were in college.
That's why we work great together, buddy.
I love you, Grandpa. Let's get into it. The final map of the yellow group. Who will take it, LG or E-United? It's going to be Crusher, Search and Destroy.
Arcides, first one on the break. Gunless destroyed 2, and then Pristini got sick of it and took out Gunless.
At some point, he's got to be tired of him making all the crazy plays. Octane by himself. E-United win round number 1 with ease.
You know, it's funny. One of the things we talked about with E-United was, coming up this quickly. Is ego ever going to kick in? Is there ever going to be a time where, I don't know, the chemistry kind of breaks when you rise that fast? And I liked one tweet I saw from Pristini the other day. Like, he was kind of like, man, I'm the lowest when it comes to KD. I just gotta accept that. He's like, it's either my role or I suck. Whatever, we're winning, basically.
Oh yeah. No, Gunless always says that it's his teammates that put the roles that they need to in the forefront of their gameplay, which is what makes him be able to put up the numbers and make the plays he does. So Gunless is very appreciative for the talented teammates he has around him, and because they're watching over him, he's able to plant that bomb right away. This is a United specialty. Plant the first 20 seconds and then just hold. Yeah. Look at how close he's already halfway almost to camo.
One, you got players like Silly and Gunless that are so good at playing their life, staying alive in situations where many may challenge or many may fall. So when you get that early plant, man, plays like that can be the difference. They go back and forth. It's a 3 versus 3. And look how fast it happened. Like, I just look back at the clock and there's 20 seconds left.
Yeah, because LG had to slowly rotate all the way over from B. They were not even closest side of the map. Oh, nearly 2 players get pieced by Octane's NV4. He'll challenge from middle. Nice job by LG on the retake. And it all started with the Octane grenade to cut down Gunless.
I did not see that going their way, but they clutch up there and you find all 3 kills. I feel like I said there were 20 seconds left, and next thing you know, everybody gets cut down. LG able to clutch up, looking to be the only team that beat E-United this weekend, and you got to think that'd be a good feeling for LG. You know, it started out very well. You thought for sure you were getting top 2. You felt like you were definitely better than Epsilon and Millennium. Then things slowly fall apart. You get reverse sweep. Epsilon ends up clutching up and beating you 3-1. I feel like beating E-United, a few weeks before this event, that gives you just a little bit of confidence maybe next time you match up if it were to happen.
I mean, just think of this. If E-United, they lose their first 2 series that they don't reverse sweep, right, in that game 5, and potentially this game 5, that's 3 series losses. Or, sorry, 3 series losses they could have had if they don't clutch up in the final S&D.
Yeah.
So far, clutch has been their nickname this weekend as they're on the verge of winning their 3rd.
Yeah, and you feel for Epsilon, they weren't in the spot that Luminosity was where they could exactly control their destiny with a win here like LG can. But at the same time, I mean, every team had so many opportunities, and it was E-United playing spoilers at some points. Millennium had an opportunity to play spoiler on both sides today. There's a lot that goes into it over a double round robin with 3 days of play. Well, let's see if Arcides can possibly clutch up in this 1 versus 3.
Well, he's going to have at least both weapons to work with. And still 2 grenades as well, which can be so useful off the break of this map. 1v2 now, and Saints is dead. Still a lot of time on the clock as well.
Dude, he just looks like Octane sometimes. The way he beams people, man, absolutely filthy. Not an easy gunfight that he'll take there, but God, Arcides he's been brilliant this weekend. And it's funny thinking about the first tournament they won. I know Gunless got MVP, but like I kind of left with Arcides is the one I was thinking about after the event because he was so good in that final. He's been so consistent. I think overlooked at times when you talk about top ARs in the game.
Gunless wasn't on this team, he would be probably your breakout player of the year.
Yeah, I could agree with that. Absolutely. I mean, they all have been breakout players, but yeah, Gunless going to take that role just because he's a weirdo.
Okay.
And absolutely phenomenally talented.
Okay, there you go. There. That's better.
I watch these guys play sometimes, and I just think it's weird, man. Like, they just do stuff others don't. The way they play the game is beautiful.
Oh.
And they are just a supremely talented team.
How? Classic's backplate keeps him alive right there. Another round win for LG. They work together, Maven, and they're looking good on Crusher. They just hit stuff together and win their gunfights. It's exactly what Slack said in our first interview this weekend.
Yeah, and this is a map where I think you can, that's how most teams play it, right?
Yep.
Yes, there's some mind games, but it's a lot of 4 hits, and that's something that's gonna work out in LG's favor when you're not gonna come down to a lot of long rounds, a lot of these crazy 2v2s. A lot of times matches are decided in what, like 15 seconds of gunfights.
Absolutely. It looks like that might happen potentially here, as they're playing more of an Optic gaming style from earlier on this year on Crusher S&D, which is send 1 into Warehouse and then the rest of the 3 over to B. But here's the issue when you do that. Look at how fast Slack just died. There's no trade opportunity. Silver Lining, Trinity Rocket, and Camo. Oh, no Camo from Classic, just short.
Yeah, really close. Gunless getting close on his side as well. But Classic has been...
They can hide. They can go. They can literally, like, Classic can just wait for a call out from his teammate. There, the trophy system comes in. Now he'll call on the Trinity Rocket. If he gets 2 kills with this, 2 kills, he earns himself the bombardment. He's hovering this. 20 seconds left. This should be a round win for LG.
Not a lot of time to work with. The pressure is mounting forward. He actually drops. Arcides gets him. Now it's all of a sudden going to be 1 player left. It's Saints. Saints is cut down.
Wow.
Several seconds for the defuse. Somehow, United able to pull that out. Man, I was just about to say, literally before that round started going crazy, that I think as much as we've talked about kind of Slacked and Octane, how good they've been for this team, Classic has been phenomenal in this series.
No idea how that player was allowed to hit that wall run and push towards Classic all the way in the backside of the map. This must have been a missed lane right there for LG, as I thought they had that round secured 100%. That is far from the case.
Shots of the E United squad as they're trying to come back in this game 5, cement that perfect record. We're going to start it off with Saints. Well, it's Classic. He's got the camo. We'll go over and see what plays he's able to make. There's one right outside of you. You see on X-Ray just outside, Slacked in front, able to pick up that first kill. The rest of the team for E United positioned down here by the B-bomb site check.
Gunless trying to work on his second plant of the game, and look at the confidence to plant in a way that they can now push through to rocks. They're worried about the flank. Little do they know, everyone's still here from LG, and this could spell disaster now from the side of United. Here comes the swarm.
Holy hell.
All now dead. So if you're wondering at home why that just happened, E United thought that everyone from LG was flanking. No grenades were coming in. They didn't show anything towards that back garage side and rocks. So because of that, Gunless about to plant at that close corner where he's covered, instead moves forward to be able to plant and watch it from garage, and then little do they know, everyone storms it from LG.
And I think that's exactly the type of gunfights we're talking about where LG will succeed. Like where you have 4 players just flying in. They just destroy E United. I know E United was down a man, but I don't even think they really get bullets in anyone. They just evaporated.
And look, LG doing this again with Slacked over by A. This time he'll play even more passively all the way outside Warehouse. A 4v3 number advantage here, this wall run. LG are gonna get smoked in this round.
Yeah, Classic. There's 2 of them coming. Maybe 1 player there, he's able to win it. Saints should drop as well. Octane and Slack now have to clutch up. Octane's gonna back it up, at least give Slack the chance to flank. They're not gonna be able to sync up right now as they're gonna complete, oh God, just look at him running. They're just chasing after him. Silly, those shots, man. Another gunfight I thought Octane was gonna take.
That was, I don't like that offensive play from LG at all. Why split up? Just hit the bomb together.
That's what they're good at, right?
Yeah, I do not get it. It has not worked. Basically, anytime I've watched him on this map.
It could be like, I mean, we saw this back at Dallas. I talked to Classic outside. He said, we're going to 4-hit, we're going to 4-hit, we're going to fly together. And then like as rounds got deeper and series went deeper, they'd stop sometimes. Like it's like all of a sudden that aggressive mentality changes. I don't know what like, the switch is.
They're just holding too aggressively as well on the angles near that wall run. Like if you're going to have Slack play like that and not watch your mid-map cut to call out how many cross, you need to stay back. You can't be hugging that close wall run so you can get overwhelmed like that. Thankfully for LG, they do get at least the opening kill, and a team kill from Gunless puts E United at a disadvantage. Gunless all by himself.
I mean, he has camo, but they're just swarming him.
Wow,
there.
it's almost like when LG 4-hit things together, like we always talk about, they win the round.
It's wild how that works.
Maybe they should stop sending Slack to watch a flank that they haven't hit once yet in this game.
When you have
I'm lying, they did hit it once.
When you have gun skill like you have on LG, just do whatever you can to force those big team gunfights. Because more often than not, guess what? You're coming out on top. Will there occasionally be a sneaky play from the other team that catches you off guard? Sure. But the more of those you can put yourself in, the better chance you have to succeed. Is Luminosity now 1 round away from taking this, and Classic has camo to boot.
There we go. Now they're going to stay together on the map. As it's A site as their bomb of choice. They've already fully controlled it. They know what payloads the opposing players have, and it will be a quick plant for LG in what could be a game-securing round win.
They should have this, unless you get a better camo play. Gunless, he has popped it. Gunless does make the play. 1, the second's around the edge. Classic with the counter camo, but Gunless has already found 2 for his side. There's 1 more out back. Classic, can he secure it? Nope, Silly guns him. He's dropped. 1 more round for E United in a round that both camos are expended from either side.
You can't say a team's gonna secure a round when Gunless has camo. I will never believe a round is over if Gunless has camo.
Well, you think you have the bomb planted, and Classic has it as well. That's what I was saying. Like, whoever makes the better play. Like, Gunless, you just never feel comfortable when you know he has that playmaking ability in his pocket.
And you mentioned how he wasn't getting much in Uplink. You can see already the impact it has in that round.
That's the only place he suffers, and I haven't figured out why. Like, I don't get how he's so good at Hardpoint, so good at S&D, and then for some reason in Uplink he struggles to get it. It's got to be, we need to go back and watch VOD or something. Is it a role thing? I don't know, but I'm very curious why for some reason there he just can't get it consistently.
Well, I'm sure United are going to do the same.
Yeah.
As this weekend goes on. Pristini. Look at this time he's in. Oh no, you need the trigger discipline there.
He's only got 8 bullets left.
And yeah, he's got to get away now. But look at how much distraction he's caused. LG sent 3 players back. He's been spotted again. They sent everybody back to look for this. Finally, they take him down, but it's cost 15 seconds on the clock.
You're right, 30 seconds remaining. You have reactive armor to go for LG. Saints is going to bust in with this, absolutely. 1 ran away, there's still 1.
What are you melee? Oh God! Saints now dead, 2 versus 2. Arsony's late hitting the wall run. They have no idea he's here. He's get away, get away. He knows he doesn't have to check until about the 8-second mark in this round. Now he's got to go.
That's a Maven.
He's got it.
Snap.
We are going to a round 11.
Can someone clip that kinetic play? I'd like to use that for a later video.
Why do you try to melee?
I don't know. I mean, that's one of those mishits, right? You just hit the button, and you're like, oh. Darn it.
Darn it.
Gosh darn it.
That's there. Somehow.
Round 11.
Some way.
Oh, yeah.
Game 5, round 11. For the only stake is potentially the record for E United this weekend. And it's E United on offense. Let's look at how close Gunless is already to a second camo.
Yeah, that's absolutely unreal. The 3 plants and the 9 kills will do it. RC is going to go ahead and drop the Centurion.
Did I say United were going to be on offense? I'm completely lying.
And a trophy. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. So they'll be on defense. RC's playing the back rock, and Octane finds the opening kill. Pristini's having an abysmal game. 2 and 9, and he gets picked to open things up. LG, though, would be a team capable of losing a 4v3 in around 11 search and destroy.
Thankfully, that Centurion should buy some time for the side of United to react.
I want Silly. Silly's going to do something nasty with this FTL. I got a feeling.
I'm sure Aegis will go 3rd person for it, thus us missing all of his snapping bullets. Here we go. Nades coming in. LG, they're going to bring the pressure to United, and I love this decision. Fly right at him, force the engagements. 1v4, Silly, for your perfect record. Can you get it done?
1 versus 4. I believe there's right on top of his head, and LG do it. Not only do they secure top 2 for the playoffs, they maybe prove to themselves they can take this E United team the distance, and they get another search and destroy victory.
It's only right that this LG squad that couldn't win a Game 5 for the life of them earlier this year win it to secure their spot for the Stage 1 playoffs. Congratulations to actually both teams on the stage, E United and LG.
There you got it, all smiles from LG. E United, nothing to be upset about. You know, you're in there, you got the #1 seed, you played brilliantly all weekend. But now no one's undefeated. So will Optic be the team to maybe do it next week? That's on the slate. I'm sure they want to go 6-0, right?
Elevate. They'll be the team to do it.
Elevate? Well, I've seen they've been taking some flag, man. Not a whole lot of practice coming in. There's not a lot of faith that they can do it, but you know, Rated, he's been confident on Twitter. Maybe they have what it takes to do it. We'll see if Red Reserve. But right now, it's just Splice from Europe. Surely somebody else will come through. Otherwise, we're looking at 7 out of 8 teams from North America playing for that 500 grand.
People thought that this was the weekend where we'd see 1, maybe even 2, if Millennium could show up big time. Land practice doesn't work out for them. They finish 0-6 in this group.
2 would have been wild.
Yeah, but I know. Hey, you know what? A man can dream. Either way, Epsilon fall just short, but they will still get third to guarantee themselves a spot in many tournaments coming up. There you see on the main stage, Mr. X with our playoff team, Luminosity.
Barely making the playoffs, Luminosity. So, Octane, I got to talk to you a little bit. You know, you go last night, you lose that match, you come in today. What was like last night to today? Like, how stressful was that?
I've said this at, I think it was Atlanta, or no, yeah, it was Atlanta. We had to watch somebody win in order for us to get into the winner's bracket, and I always say watching somebody try to win or lose is way more stressful than actually playing the game, because it's like you're just playing. You're not trying to like depend on somebody else to be able to win or lose. And you know, today we came in, we controlled our own destiny. If we went 2-0, we ended up going 2-0, which is good. But you know, watching those matches with Epsilon, the reverse sweep, my heart was beating out of my chest.
Yeah, and then we'll talk about Epsilon against Millennium, very close series. That kind of sets the bar for your game against E United. You played them tough the first time. What'd you change up going into this one against E United?
We tried to clutch up and respawn. We knew we messed up our Frost Link and retail Hardpoint, or not retail Hardpoint, whatever the Hardpoint was. We just kind of got destroyed, really. We clutched up in our respawns, and we won Game 5. Finally, I think that was the first one.
It may be. It may be, and I was just going to ask you, going into playoffs, is search and destroy still the emphasis for you guys of what you need to work on? What do you think you improved on that in the game mode this weekend?
We played with confidence, man. We try to overthink S&D way too much. We were online, trying to figure out, I'm going to go here. I'm going to look at this for, X amount of time. And we just came down like, we're one of the best teams gun skill-wise. We're going to fly at you, and we're going to challenge you to, if we win the gunfight, we don't. So, we came in, we won 4 or 5 S&D, something like that. So it works.
Yeah, and then obviously, playoffs coming up soon. Search and destroy, obviously, you guys are going well on that. Is there anything in respawn game modes? We saw sometimes, especially the breakout Hardpoint. You guys dropped that in a big way to E United. Is that a game mode you guys need to go back and work on?
I don't think respawn is really an issue. Everybody pegs us as the best respawn team. I think it was more of a communication thing the first 2 days. We really were not on the same page whatsoever. We went back and talked about it. One of us had to kind of become an in-game leader. Usually we're all pretty good at it, but, we were frantic. Our communication was really bad. If they did listen-ins, you guys might have heard it. But today, we came in, first map, throwback Hardpoint, we came out with a Thunder. So we look good.
You guys still qualify for playoffs, barely getting in. Congrats to Luminosity, and you guys will go back to the desk with Puckett to break it down.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to Luminosity. What a week 3. It all came down to the last match, just like week 2. We're here at the desk one more time. It's Merc, Chance, and Felony to wrap up the weekend here, guys. I was up with Epsilon watching that Uplink game, and Josh was just furious, and you can see that their heart sank. But Epsilon playing a lot stronger than a lot of the North American fans gave them credit coming into this week, and I feel like even though they finished 3rd, you have to look out for this squad coming into Anaheim in just a few weeks, and of course, we're going to get a chance to see them again in Stage 2. But let's talk a little bit later about Epsilon. Let's bring it now to Luminosity. They had all of the pressure in the world on them. They showed up big here, Merc.
Absolutely, and this is what we sort of expected from this team. They improved their search and destroy. They finally win at Game 5. I believe Chance was saying they were like 0-8 in the Game 5s throughout the year. So, just a very good job to sort of fix those search and destroys and be able to clutch up.
Going up against this E United team that they went the distance with on day number 1. They fell short in that Game 5 this time around. Luminosity is able to pull out the wins, and they set the tone pretty early on. It was slacked off to another hot start in the respawns. His Hardpoint game has been very solid throughout the weekend. Octane, Classic, Saints at one point, everybody was positive. What were your big takeaways watching the matchup against E United? This is a potential matchup we'll see in the playoffs, or definitely throughout Stage 2 and beyond. How even are these two teams? Because coming into the weekend, people were saying Luminosity is around number 4 or 5 in the world. E United, without a doubt, is in our top 2.
If they can win their search and destroys while still staying consistent with their respawn, they're a very, very hard team to beat. Before prior events, when you play Luminosity, you're like, okay, well, we can still search. But if they play like they did this weekend, they're a very hard team to play against.
Chance in the search and destroy. Break it down for me. What did you see? What was LG doing well. What did you see from E United?
Well, the main thing for LG is in the past, and this is something Slack actually talked to me a bit about, is they're doing a much better job of sticking together. You still see even throughout the weekend, they're making mistakes here and there in these clutch situations where the players just run away and challenge random gunfights or just separate too well. So there's definitely still things to be smoothed over. But again, massive improvement from what we've seen in the past. On the flip side, E United, they just have games where they look absolutely phenomenal in Search and Destroy. Sometimes they just have players that completely take over games. Still, though, they've been inconsistent ever so slightly in the past, and we've even seen that in this series. They do have their rough moments. So again, room for improvement for every team. I know Pristini especially struggled quite a bit this week, and I think he finished 2-9 on that final map. So both teams have those obvious ways that they can still improve going into playoffs.
And Feldy, I was a bit surprised by Silly's gameplay this week, and he had a massive day 2, showing up big there in that game number 2 alongside Arcides. You look at the numbers, 6-1, pretty one-sided affair. Silly again, double digits, this time a 5.0 KD.
Yeah, on E United, Gunless is usually the guy that gets all the spotlight, and he's usually the one that everyone's talking about. But this weekend, Silly really stepped up and really came into his element. Not only does he bring like a leadership role to the team and kind of helps them smooth out their communication, but he was really slaying really well this weekend, and I think that really helped take some of the load off Gunless, so he doesn't have to stress as much over his matches.
Well, Luminosity knew they needed to win just 2 games to lock in their spot in the playoffs. They would get the tiebreaker win over Epsilon. They got it done in game number 3, and this is where all of the pressure just goes away, Merc.
I mean, absolutely. They know going into this that this is a game type that E United is very good at, and just right off the start, you can see E United, they're able to get that first dunk, but I mean, LG knew they were on that good side. They were able to tie that game up, and this just came down to clutch plays. When you watch this game, you just see the defense by Luminosity. So many different attempts by E United. A lucky 1 point there by Silly, but
nice bank shot.
Yeah, when it comes down to that second half, I mean, Luminosity just able to clutch up.
Game number 4, Hardpoint went back in favor of this E United team, and Chance, Talk to me a little bit about this whole matchup. What did you see?
Well, I spent quite a bit of time actually going in the backstage or back with production and listening to their comms. So they ended up losing, obviously, the match before that, the Uplink. So they were talking about the hard point, and Silly said, look, I know we're inconsistent on this map, but it all comes down to the break that we have in that first rotation that we get. It sets the tone for the entire map, and obviously they did it pretty well. They got those rotations in despite, I think it was Classic that was causing problems for a minute, but once they broke through, they completely broke the game open, and they never looked back for a minute. So again, it's a team that's aware of their problems and they know how to fix them.
And this was all the twins for me. Yeah. Arcides and Pristini were just getting the slang done.
And this is their worst, hardpoint. You heard Silly talk about it earlier in the interview, and to me, this is probably Luminosity's best hardpoint. Yeah, so this is a statement to 100-point club Luminosity. Just a great job. You can look at that scoreboard. All the players on E United positive.
Then we went to the final game 5. Felony, you were tweeting out who is going to win this one. Clearly, this was just a battle for pride. We knew the results on the weekend, but how big of a game was this for each team? Did you see the best S&D from Luminosity in this one, or do you feel like E United at this point gave up?
E United definitely wanted to win. They wanted to sweep out their pool. What was really important to take from that Game 5 from Luminosity was they were very good at retaking both bombs on defense. There was the first round of the game, they retook A when Gunless planted. A few rounds later, they retook B, flawlessly. And that's really showing that they're improving in Search and Destroy, throughout the whole entire weekend.
And that's just what we saw. I mean, I think this is the 3rd time we've seen Luminosity play Crusher, but the way they play defense, they're just going to 4-stack a bomb site. If we run into you, well, we're just going to try and win all those individual battles. If you go to the different bomb site, we're going to let you plant and then challenge you. So they're just sticking together. I mean, it's different. I think some of the more complex Search and Destroy teams are going to be able to break that, but for games like this, if they're able to use their gun skill, they're going to win some of these Search and Destroys.
Payload's always key. We've seen some great games with the payloads. We've seen some sloppy ones, but I think anyone who is watching Call of Duty this weekend just saw how important they could be. The camo is going to be the key to victory, and keep your eyes on Classic and Gunless as we head into the playoffs. They had some fantastic S&Ds throughout the weekend. Arcides there forced in the round 11, and no better way to close out week 3 than a Game 5 round 11. In the end, Luminosity gets revenge from day 1. They tie up the overall game score, and they secure their spot in the playoff bracket. Here's a look at how it all played out. 5-1. E United coming in with a perfect record into day 3. They finally dropped the last series, 17-10 overall map count. Luminosity showing that they are slightly above Epsilon with a 15-10. And Epsilon showing everyone that last tournament over in Birmingham, it was not a fluke. Look out for Epsilon later in Anaheim. And of course, we're going to get a chance to see them in stage number 2. Millennium, though, they're going to join the likes of Fnatic and Cloud9, fighting for their lives in relegation here in just a few weeks.
And that's actually insane. That is going to be a very scary tournament because you have Millennium, Fnatic, Cloud9, and of course you talk about those relegation teams that are out there. The Gosu crew, Team Caliber. It's going to iGame. It's going to be a very scary, 8-team tournament that we're going to see on that Thursday at Anaheim.
Anaheim is an open bracket. Anyone can play. $200,000 up for grabs in June, but we're not there yet. Next week, we're coming back with week 4 here in stage 1 of the Global Pro League. It is our group green, our green group, and Optic Gaming is going to be topping the leaderboard here coming in. Red Reserve, Enigma 6, and Elevate will finish out this group. Who's the real threat to Optic Gaming here, our #1 team in the world?
E6.
Enigma 6, without a doubt.
Them back at Vegas, their play style, they have a chance to take a series off Optic, no doubt.
Chance, we only have one European team so far in the playoffs. That is Splice. If we're going to see a second one make it through, who do you give the edge to, Red Reserve or Elevate?
I think you'd have to give it to Red Reserve. I think Elevate's even been having problems with scrimming, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's been a month when they just haven't scrimmed at all. So, I mean, that's pretty daunting going against, especially against a team like Optic Gaming. E6 are monsters as well. So I think Red Reserve is that last EU hope.
Merc, what are you looking forward to most about next week?
It's going to be the battle for second. I think Optic probably 6-0s this group. I don't think they'll have any trouble. Their biggest opponent will probably be themselves, just how much energy and how serious they take this group.
All the action kicks off next Friday, May 12th. Join us for 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Optic Gaming taking on their biggest threat from Europe. It's going to be Red Reserve to open things up. We want to thank everyone who tuned in on MLG.TV and from around the world checking out the best Call of Duty action we have to offer. Don't miss any of the action. Once again, we'll be back next Friday, May 12th at 4 p.m. Eastern.